Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was Green Wind Vigilante? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Losing isn't horrible, Tenya decides. It isn't about losing because the fight was fair and he'd given it his all. After all, Todoroki was known to be the strongest of his classmates. But even if he decides the losing isn't horrible, he can't rid himself of the urge to cry. Something lays heavily on his shoulders, and he doesn't like thinking he's a failure, but he also can't quite help it. Everything is a mess, he concludes. The buzzing of his phone snaps him out of it for a moment, though it all crushes in on him even more when he sees the caller ID. Tensei. The words burn, but he's glad that his brother thought to call it all. Aren't you at work? It's terrible for a hero to take time off like this. Tenya? I heard you nearly beat Todoroki-san. That's incredible. Tenya's brain short-circuits. How did you hear that? It was only finished a few minutes ago. I had to drag a kid out of an intersection before a car got him and he recognized me, I guess. Once I made sure he was alright, he mentioned that he was caught up in your match. Are you alright? Tenya's chest tightens till he can barely breathe. I know it was a fair match and that Todoroki is strong, but Tensei, Tenya, no matter what, you did incredible making it that far. You're only going to get better. Feeling sad isn't wrong, it's human. Are you okay? Tenya breaks down after that, and all record of Ingenium's traffic stop in Hosu is forgotten by the Idas. Katsuki hears about the beach getting cleaned up in passing from his mother. At first, he ignores it. Some beach getting cleaned up means absolutely nothing in the face of Katsuki's plan. Then his dad mentions something about how public service projects should get recognized more, and that actually catches his ear. He'd considered everything about becoming the best hero, right? People could think he had a shitty personality, but it didn't mean anything in the face of his potential and his work ethic. But this had gotten his mother's attention. That took an act from the gods. In hindsight, it's a great plan. Cleaning a beach fixes a public spot and restores the area. Everyone in the neighborhood is talking about it because now there's a beach within walking distance. Business is steadily growing from the newfound popularity, and morale is higher than Katsuki has seen it in a while. He asks around. When no one knows who cleaned it up or why, he goes to the internet. After the 5th article citing it as one of 3 different anonymous public service projects happening around their neighborhood, Katsuki can't help but wonder who's doing it. Even if the hero industry is about being heroic, most of them do things like this as a publicity stunt. A pin goes in his phone on each of the 3 locations. He takes a couple of people from class 1 down to the beach to shut up his mother and prove he's not totally devoid of personality. The beach doesn't SCK. Ijiro is just exiting the 3rd athletics shop when someone snags him by the elbow and drags him to the railing of the mall. He barely catches green eyes and dark, curly hair before the stranger points to someone in a black hoodie down on the 1st floor. Sorry to drag you away, but I know who you are, and I need you to tell me if you recognize that person. The stranger tells him in a hushed tone, glancing over their shoulders suspiciously. Ijiro frowns and gets ready to harden up his right side, keeping his eyes on the black hoodie. After a few seconds, he sees a scraggly hand reach up and scratch at something beneath the hood, revealing long, tangled blue hair. The stranger is shaking him out of a haze a few moments later, looking him with concern clear on his face. Are you okay? Do you know them? I think maybe it's a villain? I couldn't see much. Or you. What dash? Look, there's no time. He's dragging Ijiro from the railing, muttering 1,000,000 kilometers per second. Aren't you here with your class? You need to get out of here, call the police. I'll track him, here's my number just in case, okay? Ijiro gapes as the stranger hops the railing and lands in the main walkway like it's nothing, power walking after the black hoodie. Before he can stand there paralyzed, the stranger's words are replaying through his head and he's moving, whipping out his phone and clutching a scrap of paper in one hand. No one questions his emergency message to meet up outside, and within 15 minutes everyone who came to the mall is standing there with him. Uraraka takes one look at the way his hand is shaking and turns deadly serious, showing off a vibe that Ijiro really wishes he could imitate. What happened? I think Shigaraki followed us here. Everyone freezes, staring at him as he continues. A guy pulled me aside on the second floor and pointed him out. I called the cops and they're on the way, but that guy, he took off after Shigaraki before I could do anything. I froze up. Someone went after Shigaraki? Jiro is the only one whose voice actually cuts through the group's panic. Wait, did he know who it was? He could get killed. Ijiro replays the scene in his mind and pales. I didn't tell him who it was, just that it was a villain. Sheet. Before they can do anything about it, the police are there. He retells the story and hands them the crumpled piece of paper, to which they're all told to leave immediately and get home safely. Ijiro spends the entire train ride imagining a rotting corpse left in an alley, or somewhere inventive. He can't help but feel guilty for it. Aizawa calls him aside the next day, and he can't help but feel like it's the end of his career at UA. When he retells the story, trying hard to remember something about the stranger besides green eyes, Aizawa remains lifeless the entire time. You did the right thing, Kirishima. The boy who went after Shigaraki is at fault for being reckless, but they've already scolded him. Everything is being taken care of. Good job keeping a level head. Aizawa pats him on the shoulder and sends him back to class. The face is already fading from his memory, though he can't forget someone throwing themselves off the second story of a mall just to go chasing a possible villain. Whatever happened, he can't help but feel like they got lucky. If what Aizawa said is true, then the kid made it out safe. Maybe they caught a break for once. Meetings with Tsukachi will probably always be under horrible circumstances. Their raid on the League's headquarters failed miserably, and Toshinori really just wants to punch something, but instead they're going out for coffee. Neither of them mentions the time, because coffee is just a really horrible excuse to take a little time away from work. I can't deny, I'm a little glad. If they'd actually been there, and we'd fought them tonight. We were really understaffed. Tsukachi groans. All we had was the word of a random high school student. I'm shocked we had as much support as we did. Toshinori sighs. What are kids thinking these days, charging into villain attacks and chasing after villains like this? Oh, I almost forgot. Tsukachi flips a folder onto the table, smirking at him over the rim of his cup. I promised you the file on the kid, right? Since this is becoming a thing for you. I'd just like to thank him for his bravery. Toshinori has barely opened the file when he feels his wound begin to twitch and a rapid headache coming on. Toshinori? Hey, are you okay? Tsukachi is already up out of his seat before Toshinori can wave him off, coughing and trying to hold off the blood. He really doesn't want to make a scene. Sorry, but I probably shouldn't be surprised. This boy, it's the same person as the slime villain incident I told you about. He slides the file back, unable to scrub the pictures and memories from his brain. Are you joking? Well, I guess it makes sense. You'd have horrible luck if you found two kids so similar to you. I'm surprised though. Didn't you say the kid was pretty scrawny? Tsukachi PPS an eyebrow at the file and sets it back down. Yeah. Barely bigger than a twig, really. I mean, it's not like I got to see, but he really must have changed a lot since that little incident. He tracked Shigaraki pretty far. Everyone felt pretty bad for telling him off about it. Tsukachi sighs. Of course they did. Toshinori can't help flinching. Something the matter? It was like that during the first incident too. The heroes, they made the right call, but Bakugo needed help. Midoriya rushed in, and afterward he had several heroes telling him how reckless he was. Feel a bit bad for it. He's been essential in 2 different villain incidents, and both times he's been reprimanded for it. I know he needs to be, that we need to tell him to leave things alone, but still, Tsukachi chuckles. You two really are alike, aren't you? Toshinori isn't sure what to say to that. Midoriya can't be like him. Sure, the kid had a dream, and he'd thrown himself into danger on instinct, but finding the boy at this point is a lost cause. Don't even think about it, Toshinori. Tsukachi growls. I'm not. A bit of blood spilled over his lip at that. Toshinori hates that it leaks when he's flustered. Really, I doubt we're very much alike at all. But I hope so. He's already got 2 incidents too many on file for my liking. I guess so. Everyone would say the same thing, I suppose. Summer goes by without a hitch, surprisingly. Most of Class 1A ends up failing the exam for provisional licenses, despite how many of them get close. Aizawa forbids them from going back for the extra courses on the grounds that too many of them would be out, and then the school goes ahead and prevents them from doing internships after all the incidents they've had. Ochako doesn't know whether or not she's disappointed or relieved after it's all said and done. Class 1B seems to be doing a bit better, though only because a few of them got their licenses. She's out grocery shopping on a Sunday, drifting between shops and thinking about school, when the sound of a car accident has her sprinting down the block and praying that no one is hurt. When she finally reaches the intersection, she freezes, staring at the street as she tries processing what she's seeing. A car is there, stopped halfway through the crosswalk, with the engine compartment caved in as if the driver had slammed into a concrete pillar. Lying in the street is a woman curled around her child. Everyone on the block has frozen and is caught staring at what remains of the car's engine. Ochako is 2 steps into the intersection when a grunt makes her stop again. Her jaw drops as someone climbs out of the wreckage of the engine and walks over to the woman and her child. "Are you okay? Did I push you too hard?" For a half hour, Ochako drifts on the edges of the accident. Police show up and question the driver. "No, I didn't run a red light, I would never, of course I was going the speed limit." The woman, "My baby, she just ran in the intersection and it said walk, but I saw the car crossing and I just moved and then we were flying." And, oddly enough, the boy who'd gotten hit, she isn't close enough to hear his statement. Then, just as suddenly as it all started, it's gone. She watches the car get towed away and the woman and her daughter are leaving in an ambulance just to be sure. After a few minutes, she looks around and sees the boy across the street, still talking with the officer. It looks almost like he's getting scolded, and then he's just wandering off and the officer is there, talking on the phone. Before she knows what she's doing, Ochako is walking up to the police officer. "Was that boy okay? The one who got hit by the car?" The officer blinks, then sighs, then slips their phone into their pocket. "Everything is fine, miss, nobody was hurt. The driver may have some hairline fractures, considering the speed he was going, but everything looks like it turned out all right. I was worried for a bit since the kid was acting strangely, but I think he was just nervous." He won't say anything more than that, and Ochako can't do anything other than leave it at that. She had barely caught a glimpse of the boy, other than a shredded high school uniform and dark hair. The next day, she wanders into class and finds Mina and Kirishima staring at a video on Mina's phone. "Oh, is that the accident?" Spills out before she can really think about it, and suddenly Mina is on her for details. Once she tells them what happened, Kirishima frowns and rewinds the video. "I swear, that guy looks almost like the one who was at Kiyoshi." Mina asks a bunch of questions after that, and Ochako files that little tidbit away in the back of her head. She isn't sure what has her attention, but something seems strange. The police officer seemed uncomfortable when she approached him. And if that boy was the same person? Just who was he? Mirio thought he'd seen everything. He'd been taught how to use his quirk properly by a man who could see the future. All Might had exposed the secrets of Japan's champions, then offered to train him for the role. Sir had been proud when he accepted the offer for training. While out on patrol, one of his friends had been hit by a bullet that took his quirk away for a night. Out of all his classmates, his internship had been the most in-depth, the most intensive, and he was sure that he'd started seeing the world for what it truly was. Naitai's agency investigation into the 8 precepts of death was a secret. People were focused on the League of Villains, after their recent moves and the failed raid, which left Sir with the job of cutting the head off of the sleeping snake, apparently. Mirio wasn't a huge part of it. His only job was to keep up the patrols and try to maintain the peace while Sir went investigating. Everything was supposed to be normal. It goes like this. Mirio is walking down the street a few blocks from Sir's agency, doing his patrols as normal, when he sees Overhaul himself wandering down the street. A pair of his direct subordinates walk beside him, judging from the plague masks on their faces, and the killing intent rolling off of them has every civilian avoiding them by a full block. It doesn't help that they're walking in the middle of the street, and the pair are slowly wrecking any car that comes too close. Barriers protect them, and the big one's punch destroys any vehicle that gets too close to Overhaul's path. Before he can step in or call sir, there's a civilian walking into the street out of nowhere looking determined to do something. Mirio really doesn't like it, but Overhaul stops a decent way away and stares at the boy when he doesn't move out of their path. "Are you a hero? Coming to do the job even off duty?" he calls. Mirio chews his lip, praying that sir will pick up because this looks really, really bad. "You're the one who hurt her, aren't you?" the civilian asks, fists clenched so tight he's shaking. Emotions roll across his face in waves: fear, nerves, anger, desperation, determination. When Sir sends his phone to voicemail and sends a text, Mirio shoves his phone in his pocket and gets ready to rush in. Overhaul is already talking. "Oh, so you're the one who took her from me. Give her back. She's necessary for my goals," he calls. On either side, the henchmen shift and get ready for a slaughter. "I won't let you hurt anyone else," civilian calls out, forming a rough fighting stance. Mirio screams internally because this kid obviously hasn't fought anyone before and he's already phasing through a parked vehicle when the big guy with fists of steel rushes out to attack. Mirio is popping out of the ground in a rush when the stranger takes the punch against his arms. He phases through the attack coming his way and pauses on the other end of the street, eyes locked on the civilian. The pavement beneath his feet is cracked, nearly shattered from the force of the blow, and he's pushed back a full meter, but otherwise he's totally fine. Everyone seems just as surprised that he made it out as Mirio is, which, he tries not to think about that. "You took a punch, huh? Then I'll just go all out." The thug cackles, rushing in for another blow. Mirio waits, watching as the civilian reforms his stance and makes a slight move to block, this time with one arm. The pair dig a long track through the pavement as the Yakuza continues throwing blows. Each hit has the civilian slowly but surely pushed back, dug nearly past his knees into the street from the force of the onslaught. Mirio is shocked when the civilian is still standing after such an insane number of punches, but when the dust clears and reveals the pair staring one another down, Mirio finds himself shocked for a different reason. Despite blocking most of the punches and taking a few to the chest, the stranger is just a bit dusty. Red like he's running a marathon, but not red from bleeding and bruising. His skin is flushed, not broken, and the muscle beneath is substantial enough that Mirio thinks he must be a hero in training, maybe Fatgum's nephew or something. "Who the hell are you, kid? You got a good quirk, that's for Diamond sure. No one ever goes 2 rounds with me." The Yakuza cackles again, pointing a finger at the boy. "My name's Rappa Kendo. Call me Kendo if you survive this." "Deku," the boy states quietly, throwing off the shreds of his shirt and jacket. Mirio frowns as he runs a hand over his body, almost appraising himself. "I guess that car thing wasn't just a fluke. Whatever. If it keeps me going, I'm not going to complain." Deku settles into a fighting stance, looking more sure of himself now. "I guess you're not going to let me take on your boss before you're down and out, are you?" he asks, offering a shaky smile. Rappa laughs even louder. "Hell no. I haven't had this much fun in too long. Let's go round 2. The shockwave is definitely unexpected. Rappa freezes, fist locked tight against Deku's, staring at the boy in disbelief. "You? Now you're gonna fight back, huh? Just how I like it." Compared to the first round, Mirio's eyes can actually track the fight now that Deku is fighting back. Wind tears up and down the street in bursts every time their fists collide. Deku isn't being pushed back anymore. When Rappa speeds up, Deku meets him. Mirio can only stare when their fists begin to blur into streaks of black and white. The street dissolves into a hurricane of wind around the pair. Mirio watches as heroes arrive. Every single hero stops on the edge of the conflict and stares, waiting because in the end, there's nothing else they can do. Moving against Overhaul is impossible with the random element and the barrier user. A thunderclap breaks across the street as Rappa goes down beneath a right hook from Deku. Everything near the end had been beyond Mirio's eyes, which almost never happens. Only heroes like All Might and Edgeshot move at speeds like that as far as he knows. When Rappa gets up and wipes the blood from his face, he begins to laugh again. "Men, are you even made of? Quirk like that, and you're just a brat." Rappa barely steadies himself on his right leg, his form completely shattered, when he freezes entirely and glares at Deku. Mirio imagines he missed something, drinking in the injuries on Overhaul's man. "Don't lie like that, Stem. This is a fight, not a F game. This is a battle of men." "Lemillion." Sir's voice snaps Mirio from his staring. He hadn't even heard his mentor approaching, which is, well, he's not proud of himself. "Sir, report? That kid, he came out of nowhere. Seems like he has someone Overhaul is looking for, which may have started the rampage. That person seems to be one of Overhaul's personal guards. I don't think that the boy, he calls himself Deku, is hurt. But he's moving. I saw." Sir presses his glasses up his nose, fingering his seals with his other hand and glaring between where Overhaul is watching the fight and where Rappa is still screaming at Deku. "What set the Yakuza off like that? Deku provoking them? No, sir. He's been very quiet. He's been getting better over the course of the fight." Mirio mutters, looking at Rappa's strangled screaming and a look of shame? Resignation? He has no idea what Deku is feeling. Something is off, but whatever it is, it seems to be between them. "We can't go after Overhaul like this. I was hoping to save it, but I suppose there's no choice." Sir is already half covering his face, trying to hide the effects of using his quirk, when Rappa lunges forward. Mirio is lucky he had just turned back to the fight, but he still isn't sure he was fast enough. The ground breaks as Rappa's chest hits the trench he'd formed from the street, and Deku lands gently on the ground beside him. Mirio blinks, staring at the dust cloud where Deku had been standing a moment before. A small burst of cracks lay there beneath the dust, but nothing else. Deku's eyes scan the street after staring at the unconscious Yakuza and settle on him. They're bright green with dark edges, glittering vividly in the sunlight. His hair, Mirio realizes, is the opposite, black at the roots and green in the light, vivid enough to make up for the complete lack of personality in his features. Other than streaks of dirt and sweat, his expression belies what he's just accomplished. Really, even with his muscles, he's more like Sir than anyone Mirio has ever met. Shorter, sure, but thin, covered in tight, compressed muscle that didn't quite show off just how powerful the person really was. "Lemillion, did you see him move?" Sir whispers. Mirio frowns and shakes his head. "No. I wasn't looking right at him, but it looked like 1 second he was standing, and the next he was just there." "Did he hit the Yakuza, sir?" "If he did, it was a kick to the shoulders." Sir is straightening, staring at the boy with an obvious frown. "For a moment he was too fast for me." Mirio decides that he hasn't seen everything. This Deku has just shattered his worldview for them. He isn't even sure how many times it's happened this year. Really, it's not fair. Deku walks out of the crater, facing Overhaul without flinching. Overhaul stares him down, but they're too far for Mirio to see if Overhaul is angry or just resigned. Resigned to the fact that his spear has just been completely shattered by this stranger. "Did you really do it? Did you really use her like that?" Deku's voice carries in the quiet that has taken over the street. Mirio guesses that maybe 5 or 10 minutes have passed, more than enough time for the blocks of city around them to quiet down and evacuate. Is this a Class 3 incident yet? He has no idea. Overhaul and his Yakuza would qualify for Class 4 if they had the quirk erasing bullets. Overhaul pulls out a gun, proving that the situation can still get worse. "Sir, is he a hero? A sidekick, an apprentice? Do you have any idea?" Mirio's voice is quiet. He knows protocol says not to interfere because that could make it worse, but Deku can't possibly know. "I've never heard of him before. This is new to me, but who would make this their debut?" A bubble forms around Deku, which seems to shock him. The heroes stare at his back, waiting for an opportunity. "Sir, have you looked?" Mirio never asks that question, but this is... No. There are too many unknowns. I can't afford. A crack stops them both short. Deku flinches back, then reaches up and rips something from his shoulder. I was really hoping to wait and show off the full clip of finished product, but maybe this will put an end to this foolishness. Return Eri to me. Without your quirk, you're powerless against us. You'll save no one else with this foolishness. Overhaul's projecting his voice, full of barely suppressed rage. The gun is holstered, and a glove pulled off slowly. According to their sources, Overhaul's quirk works by touch, and he's probably going to turn Deku into a bloody mess in less than a second if someone doesn't do something. Sir's hand on his shoulder stops Mirio. He grinds his teeth, desperate to jump in and do something but knowing that his mentor is right. Before Overhaul touches the ground with his hand, Deku disappears again. Mirio blinks when the barrier user flies into the air and a small cloud appears where he'd been standing. Deku lands on the street near Rappa's trench, holding another unconscious Yakuza in his arms and glaring at Overhaul. Your quirk should be gone. Overhaul is frozen, hands suspended a few centimeters over the ground, as his eyes narrow towards Deku. These bullets erase quirks? Deku's voice breaks, rising to a fever pitch. You? How dare you? Who are you? Overhaul shouts, touching the ground and erasing the pavement between the pair. Powder fills the air between them, then fades just when Overhaul reforms the earth into a wave of spikes reaching all the way back, stopping bare meters Rappa's unconscious body. I'm the one who saved her from you. Deku's scream breaks the silence in the square. The earth shudders and the spikes vaporize in a rush. Overhaul collapses forward, unconscious, a moment before Deku grinds to a stop a full block away from where he'd started with a pair of trenches tracing his wake. Mirio isn't sure when he started holding his breath, but he doesn't have the words for what just happened. He couldn't have. All Might wouldn't lie to me like this. Sir is quietly steaming, eyes locked on the green-haired boy who stands at the end of the street, looking back at the wreckage. Everyone who watched the battle begin to descend from their preferred perches on the outskirts, approaching the unconscious forms of the Yakuza. A blanket of shock covers them all, and Mirio finds himself heading down the street towards Deku before anyone else. Sir has headed to where Overhaul lies unconscious. Before Mirio can reach him, Deku's eyes lock onto him and the boy seems to snap back to reality. A gust of wind blows down the street as Deku disappears, either running too fast for Mirio to see which direction he went or flying away. Mirio wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. He decides. Apparently, the world is never going to make sense. He just needs to get used to that. Tsurugami Kenji gets the full, compiled report 1 month after Deku's debut. He's not entirely surprised when it's Tsukachi delivering the report, because that particular detective has a tendency to end up with cases like these. After a brief bow, Tsukachi decides to get right to it. He begins 1.5 years ago, when All Might had first moved to the city. Why it begins with the discovery of All Might's secret, Kenji will never know. Maybe the universe has chosen this boy for something, or maybe he has very peculiar luck. Once the slime villain incident is covered, things quieted down. Midoriya apparently decided to do some public service as part of some kind of self-help project. The list is extensive, listing at least 10 projects that have garnered media attention and 3 that no one really noticed. Kenji isn't sure why Tsukachi is taking the long route until he slides an incident report from just before the summer out of the file. As it turns out, it's the first of many. Midoriya has chased after the League of Villains. He's got 7 counts of throwing himself in to save civilians, only to get caught in the crossfire, a car going 75 km, a gigantification quirk, a bomb blast, and an apartment complex fire are the most notable of those. 2 months ago, he'd picked up a small child who was lost, running through the streets without her guardian, and apparently was deemed fit to look after her until they discovered who she could go to. Some sort of trauma made it impossible to separate her from Midoriya. When the little girl saw Overhaul destroying downtown, Midoriya had gone after Overhaul to keep the damage to a minimum and keep the little girl safe. She'd confessed that he had done some rather horrible things to her during the incident. People had whispered about Overhaul performing human experiments, but Kenji found himself wishing they could just put an end to the BSTRD. Tartarus was the worst they could do for his kind, sadly. After the incident exploded and the hero industry went on a witch hunt for the suddenly infamous Deku, Tsukachi had been hard-pressed to get the Midoriyas to see a physician. Near the front of the file, the medical reports confirmed the worst rumor of all. Midoriya has no quirk. He's just naturally strong enough to do these things, apparently. A little note near the end expresses some mild horror at Midoriya's daily routine, and Kenji makes a mental note to talk to the boy about it at some point in the near future. When Tsukachi finishes that, he sheepishly reports that there are another 3 incidents where Midoriya jumped in to save people, using Deku as an alias that people have started pursuing. The internet has a small following for Mizudafu's Deku, the Green Wind Vigilante, as the reporters have started calling him. The notes from that are staggeringly in the boy's favor. Even if he's not using a quirk, this can't stand. He's breaking the law by stepping in without a license, even if he is All Might's second coming. Kenji mutters. Tsukachi coughs, and Kenji's ears detect the barest trace of a snort beneath it. One day I'll find out, Kenji thinks. If he let a detective run around with secrets of the state, what kind of chief was he? Well, sir, we can't really charge him. At worst, we could charge him with obstruction of justice, but the system isn't geared towards punishing Midoriya's type. He doesn't use weapons, and he only ever retaliates in kind. Self-defense ends up covering it, though a good lawyer may be able to argue that he puts himself out there in the first place. I've looked it over, and each incident he gets involved in is one where heroes just don't make it in time. Excepting the overhaul fiasco, of course. Tsukachi sighs, I'm at the end of my rope. We have the medical reports, incident reports, and the proof that he was there, that he acted without guidance. But between the self-defense case and his lack of any sort of violence on his track record, I couldn't make a case. I know that, in the end, people acting out against villains wasn't something we could easily stop. Heroes exist to separate the civilians and the villains, in the end. His actions are those of a vigilante, quirkless or not. We will pursue them as such. Kenji says, shutting the file and laying it atop a stack of similar cases. A pen scrawls, Patient 0, over the front, and then the folder is left for later. Tsukachi stiffens as Kenji folds his hands and stares at him. As of right now, I'm taking you off of Midoriya's case. I'll handle this personally, and we'll make sure that Midoriya and these other cases are addressed as quickly as possible. Focus on the League of Villains. Our raid seems to have slowed them down, but I'm sure that you've got plenty of leads. Yes, sir. Dismissed. After the detective is gone, Kenji sighs, staring at the small bin of papers on the left side of his desk. His eyes don't linger long before they're drawn to the stack of folders before his computer. Midoriya's file sits on top, but the others are ones he's both more and less, in some ways, familiar with. These files have been building on his desk for 8 months, and he's read each of them enough to know the details by heart. Before he can stare at them for too long, his hand reaches out and smoothly draws the phone from beside his monitor, dialing a number without too much thought. Each time the phone rings, it sends a shiver down his spine. Kenji-san, this is a rare occasion. To what do I owe the pleasure? A chirp bursts from the line all at once, making him jump. His fingers dig into the bags beneath his eyes as he barely suppresses a woof of shock. Nizu. I was hoping that things wouldn't reach this point, but I have some things I need to consult you on. We need to call a meeting. I see. I take it you mean one of those meetings? Should I invite Yagi-san? Kenji sighs, please. I'd like his input on this. I'm going to send you a few files. Look them over, and I'll let you know when I can get everyone together. I'll be moving on the first one soon, but the rest are a bit beyond my reach at the moment. The call doesn't last long. Kenji has always appreciated Nizu's brevity, if only when the two of them are working together. Being in the same room as Nizu is like being the same room as a snake, and Kenji would prefer to avoid it. He doesn't seem to have a choice if things continue to evolve. 3 attacks hit UA during October. Eraserhead is attacked by Stain while on patrol one weekend, leaving him nearly blinded and bleeding out in an alley. A new scar stretches across his cheekbones, just beneath his eyes, all the way from temple to temple. One of his students is kidnapped, then murdered on broadcasted video. Shota has expelled more students than almost anyone in UA, excepting Nizu and someone named Gran Torino, But this is one of a very small list of incidents where a student lost their lives. The brutality shocks the media so much that no one has the heart to strike out at UA. An entire family of 5 is found burnt to a crisp in their home, and when the remains are recovered, every member of the squad wants to throw up or cry. Across the city, Bakugo Katsuki is attacked by Shigaraki, Kurogyari, and a girl with blonde hair named Toga. During the battle for his life, his left arm is destroyed, and the damage from Shigaraki's quirk spreads all the way to his shoulder and down that side nearly past his ribs. The bones of his shoulder barely remain, and they find a still decaying humerus at the scene. Shota is sitting in the room, staring at the mess of twisted flesh. The bandages cover it, but his eyes can't help seeing the photos, left where his student's arm is supposed to be when a knock at the door startles him. He glances up and for once in his life is shocked enough to gape. A young man with black-green hair and bright green eyes stands there, dressed in shorts and a hoodie, staring wide-eyed at the hospital bed. There's nothing about him that sticks out, but Shota knows who this is. Nizu had showed him the file a few weeks ago. He calls himself Deku in public, but a hospital isn't a public place. Which means, Kaken. Midoriya whispers. Shota closes his eyes as Deku rushes to the bedside, ignoring him entirely. Shota had tucked himself into an armchair in the corner, out of the way of the family, before he fell asleep there, as horribly intense emotions begin to spill out. For a student who Shota believed near bereft of a social life, the experience is eye-opening. Concerning, true. But it reminds him of several aftermath moments. This feels NTMT. Everyone has someone willing to cry for them. It takes nearly a half hour before the boy calms down and sits on the edge of the bed, staring red-eyed at Bakugo without a word. Shota is a little glad. He doesn't feel like he's intruding anymore, so he pushes himself out of the chair. Midoriya doesn't move, but he hums a slight response when Shota calls his name. What kind of relationship do you two have, exactly? Shota asks tentatively. We knew one another as kids. Midoriya mutters, voice still hoarse from his crying, we aren't friends anymore. I haven't even spoken to him in nearly a year. I couldn't just. Shota gets that. Mike had been impossible to turn away. He can only assume they have a similar relationship, but Bakugo is, well, he's AD-. It speaks to Midoriya's character that he showed up at all. The damage is extensive. I sincerely doubt that he'll be able to become a hero after this. His entire left side. Sensei. Midoriya's voice cuts him off. Something about the tone sends a skittering trace of fear down Shota's spine. The boy's eyes are as sharp as raw, shattered gemstones as he speaks, and Shota is glad that he isn't the one the boy is looking at. If you know Kaken at all, you know he'll find a way. Bakugo would never let something like this stop him. Midoriya stands up, turning his eyes to the floor and looking drained from his time in the room. I doubt I should be here when he wakes up. But, could you promise me something? Shota's eye twitches. When Midoriya looks up, he's just a teenager. Not a vigilante or an anomaly. His eyes are red and watering, he's exhausted and his shoulders sag as if he's just been assigned weekend homework. When he tries to get back up, don't stop him. Let him keep trying. Holding him back will only make things worse. Midoriya says quietly. Shota hates the little part of his soul that reaches out towards kids like this one, because it makes it really, really hard to say no. Especially considering what Midoriya has accomplished, considering his condition. No promises. But depending on how he goes about it, I'll do my best to keep him on the right path. Shota's eyes narrow. I'll stick by my students till they have no potential or no other choice. Thank you, Eraserhead-sama. Shota watches Midoriya walk out of the room, shoulders sagging, eyes trained on the ground. He sits on the edge of the bed, staring at Bakugo and the bandages covering his left shoulder for several minutes. What the hell is happening to the world? He mutters under his breath. Children were the future, but that didn't mean they were supposed to face it like this. No one deserved to grow up like this. That's what heroes were for. Aizawa keeps Momo back one day after class, just before the end of October, looking more unruly and far more anxious than usual. No one in their class can blame him, considering Bakugo and Yaoyorozu. You're the top of this class. Aizawa growls, fingering a file as if it might rear back and snap at him, without ever looking away from her eyes. I'd like to ask how much free time you have. UA is looking at a prospective student, aside from Shinso Hitoshi, and we'd like you to tutor him, or see if he needs the tutoring in the first place. I have the time, sir, but why not a teacher? Or a tutor? Momo asks, knowing that there must have been who knows how many better options. We're trying to ensure that he comes into the class not feeling ostracized. He's a bit of a special case, and the whole thing is sensitive. All Might and I are busy, and the school is still on high alert after everything that's happened. We need a pro to patrol while we're there in the first place, so it fell to the student in the number 1 academic spot. Q. Aizawa claims. His stare is drilling holes through her eyes into the back of her head, reminding her that she shouldn't have talked back in the first place. This is a hero's decision after all, what right? If you accept, it will be twice a week, when we aren't having heroics. Will that be acceptable? Of course, sensei. Momo looks at the floor as she bows, glad to have the opportunity at all. While Momo isn't dreading her first visit, she doesn't know what to expect. Living with her classmates has proven that she's out of her depth in the real world, to say the least. Most of them aren't from wealthy families or notable schools. Ida is the closest student to understanding her situation, considering how cold Todoroki is. The Ida family lies somewhere in between the normal and the Yaoyorozu level. Even if the girls have taken a liking to her, she doesn't quite understand their lives as well as she'd like to. So, she reminds herself as Aizawa escorts her onto the train, she must not be surprised if things do go as she expects. They get off the train in a nice neighborhood. Small, quaint even, but exactly the sort of thing Momo knows she wouldn't have been prepared for considering a student under special circumstances. UA is the top hero school in the country, for crying out loud. She wasn't trying to be so. Before they can get to their destination, a park explodes. All Might appears out of nowhere, checking on them briefly, and is then held back by Aizawa. This isn't your place, All Might. Let Deku handle it. Momo blinks in shock. She wasn't expecting heroes to leave things to vigilantes, but she guesses it's some sort of protocol she doesn't know and chews her lip as a group of 3 villains go on a rampage in the otherwise peaceful residential area. A gust of wind blows viciously down the street as something lands in the park with the force of a meteor. Momo barely blinks before the villains are piled up on top of one another and left there, unconscious, and another gale howls through the streets. No one else bats an eye, though the heroes stare for a moment before they continue the escort. She swears Aizawa mutters something about getting faster by the week as they continue walking, but she decides it's not for her ears and keeps her eyes on the sidewalk. The destination is an apartment in a small complex, the type of place Yaoyorozu Momo has imagined and visited briefly, back when she was small, but not the type of place she is familiar with. When they knock, a small woman with green hair and lines worn into her face, she has to be 40 at the oldest, what could wear someone down like that, greets them at the door. You're just in time, he's just come back from school. I had to force him to sit still and not head out on his normal routine. She chuckles, sounding tired as she lets them in. Momo pauses in the doorway, after her teachers, who seem familiar with the place, as if they've been here before and know Midoriya-san somewhat, and bows at the shoulders. Thank you for having me. My name is Yaoyorozu Momo. She's interrupted as the woman takes her hands, smiling at her with so much kindness and youth in her smile that Momo is momentarily stunned. Oh my, you're absolutely stunning, aren't you? Please, there's no need to be so formal, you're welcome here, Miss Yaoyorozu. Come in. I heard they were asking a student to tutor my boy, but Lord, I never imagined we'd be entertaining a lady. Momo isn't sure when she was placed at the kitchen table and given a cup of tea, or exactly what she's been talking with Midoriya-san about. It hits her in a rush, and she finds herself staring into her tea for a minute or two trying to cope with it. She resurfaces to the sound of All Might's laughter, and a reassuring tap on the shoulder. Midoriya-san is very good at making people feel at home, isn't she, young Yaoyorozu? His smile is completely genuine, in a way that Yaoyorozu only knows after being his student for so long. The number 1 hero has a lot of shadows and shades, And this one is entirely proud and kind-hearted. It took me by surprise for a moment how natural this felt. My apologies, Midoriya-san. Momo isn't allowed to bow, apparently. The woman is waving her hand dismissively, then taking her hands and smiling at Momo with so much warmth that Momo feels as if she's being hugged. Midoriya-san sighs. Yaoyorozu-chan, don't apologize for taking a moment to relax. This house is a place where people can feel safe. Our doors are always open to you and your friends. A sudden thump sounds from the door near the entranceway, and both of Momo's teachers freeze as they turn towards the noise. Slowly, the noise turns into the clear sound of someone struggling, bumping into things and muttering curses under their breath. I believe I'll excuse myself if I may. Patrols. All Might's smile is forced now, and the air is less warm. More awkward. The number one hero excuses himself, pausing by the door in question and staring at it with a strange look on his face. Momo turns her eyes to the T, wondering just what on earth could make him look like that. Once the front door has shut, they wait a few more minutes before the door in the hall opens and someone falls out, paws their way up the wall onto one foot and then stumbles into the living room and collapses onto their back again. Momo is on her feet before his back hits the living room floor, gaping at the display of clumsiness. Green eyes stare up at her from the floor, panicked and surrounded by a face red as a tomato. Hi. He stammers. Are you all right? Momo manages to ask. Oh, yeah. I'm fine. Just Hey, you're Yaoyorozu-sama, right? From you, Class 1A? He doesn't make any move to stand up, instead talking to her while rolling his eyes up and lying on the floor. Momo blinks, then remembers the sports festival. Twice. Aizawa-sensei asked me here to tutor someone. Oh. He blinks, still staring wide-eyed and looking more like a deer in the headlights than someone lying on the floor of their living room. Tracerhead, do you hate me? Not particularly. Aizawa calls, not bothering to take his eyes from his tea. Momo glances back and forth between the two as the boy drags his hands down his face. I assume you're Midoriya-kun, and that you're the person I'm here to tutor? She asks uncertainly. Yeah, that's me. Midoriya's eyes are closed, and breath is slowly hissing out of his lungs in a way that proves he's equally, if not more, uncomfortable with their situation than she is. Watching Midoriya deflate makes her a little envious. She wishes she could do that. Not that she's uncomfortable with the situation. It's a gift from Aizawa-sensei, and she can't afford to waste it when they considered her at all. Momo tutors Midoriya-kun whenever she doesn't have heroics after school, and after a week it becomes something that she looks forward to. All Might and Aizawa escort her each time, and she becomes used to arriving to the house and spending a few minutes with Aizawa and Midoriya-san before her student ends up fumbling his way out of his room. He is never expensive but always lovely. During November she watches villain incidents bloom all across the district, only to be stopped by something she can only describe as a force of nature. When she hears Mina and Kirishima and Kaminari talking about this new vigilante named Deku, she pins the incidents on him and shelves her curiosity. It festers, though she doesn't think about it too often. After a little while, though, the incidents die down and stop altogether. Oddly enough, despite being clumsy and easily embarrassed, Midoriya-kun is charming and bright. He follows their tutoring easily, taking notes and falling into a trance-like muttering state so often that eventually she just lets it happen until he gets too far off track. The amount of notes he takes is obscene, but, considering the number of chemistry texts she's consumed during her middle school days, her conscience won't let her mention it. 3 weeks into their program, Momo notices some problems with her tutoring program. Anytime someone brings up UA, both Midoriya startle and divert the conversation. It took a while for her to notice since Midoriya-kun was prone to combustion when complimented, but avoiding UA isn't his normal flustered denial. When she brings up how much physical training is involved in the hero course, Midoriya only mentions that he focuses on body weight training. He looks uncomfortable enough talking about it that she can't bring herself to push him. Occasionally, while they're studying, police will drop by and ask him questions. It never lasts long, he only takes breaks for 10 or 15 minutes, but it's worrying. She never asks, knowing that it might have something to do with All Might and Aizawa escorting her to the area and Midoriya's supposed consideration for UA admission. She isn't allowed to discuss the sessions with her classmates, and apparently, it's stressing them out. Both Midoriyas have apologized for the secrecy, but neither one offers to break it. There's a little girl living with the Midoriyas, a girl named Eri who isn't fond of strangers. She lives in the same room as Midoriya-kun and won't leave it while Momo is visiting unless it's absolutely necessary. No one will talk about why she's there, other than a quiet mention of adopting her to keep her safe. All Might and Midoriya have run into one another exactly twice. The tension of their meetings is so horrible that Momo wonders if maybe Midoriya-kun is a scandal that the number one is paying to keep quiet, a long-lost son or a relative. Part of her knows the idea is ludicrous, but she can't shake it. After a month, her escorts see her to the station and leave her once they reach the stop nearest the Midoriya's home. When she asks All Might, he mentions that the area is almost completely free of villain activity now and they've decided she isn't in immediate danger. One day, while the three of them are talking about quirks, she idly mentions that she uses her body's mass to create objects. Halfway through his wide-eyed rant on how incredibly amazing and useful her quirk is, he panics and completely destroys the kitchen table. Despite her wide-eyed stare, the pair exchange a look. Midoriya-kun is embarrassed and apologetic, already picking up the pieces, and his mother looks rather exasperated, and explain that it happens all the time. Momo doesn't realize until after she left that he'd panicked because he mentioned how perfect her figure was. She visits on an odd Sunday after ends up talking with Midoriya-san for an hour. When she asks after Midoriya-kun's muttering habit, his mother grins mischievously and sets down her tea. Yairo-san, would you like to know a secret? Momo feels a thrill run down her spine, because this sort of thing isn't what she expects from the matriarch, her classmates, maybe, and ends up nodding before she can get too nervous. The All Might nameplate hanging from Midoriya-kun's door is adorable and childish just like the boy himself. She almost opens her mouth to say something when Midoriya-san goes to open the closed door, but a finger over Midoriya-san's lips stops her. Inside, Midoriya-kun is sprawled out asleep in his desk chair. A little girl that Momo has only seen once or twice in passing sits on his lap, wrapped in a blanket and cradled in his arms. His chair is leaned back, and his snoring rocks the chair slightly every time the pair breathe. Papers, colored pens and pencils cover his desk in messy piles. It takes a moment for her to realize that most of the papers are notebooks, though a small pile of loose paper lies near the corner. Quietly as possible, the pair step into the room and Momo's eyes widen. Every page is covered in writing, some neat and some narrowly crammed into the margins. She recognized a few of them as subjects they'd gone over during her earlier visits, and more besides. 2 books for math, 1 for English and 3 for history, another 4 for sciences that she could recognize, physics, chemistry, biology and one she didn't know, and a few notebooks with mixed artwork and notes on people. Izuku started muttering when he was little. He probably got it from my rambling, and even I was a little worried at one point. But he had a friend, a boy who was always popular and smiling. That boy was naturally good at things in a way that Izuku wasn't. Midoriya-san's smile is tight, but not awkward. The other children began picking on him. I'm not sure if watching his friends do well inspired him, or if his dream drove him to do his best. But Izuku grew up working hard, harder than almost anyone, to keep up. During middle school I'd find him here like this occasionally. Momo follows Midoriya-san's gaze to the bookshelf tucked up against the wall, with shelves full of subject textbooks and notebooks and pictures, mostly selfies, some actual pictures, and Midoriya-kun looks awkward in every one of them, nervous but earnestly happy, with people that range from elderly to children of all shapes, sizes and quirks. She takes a notebook from the wall and flips through it, reading over notes from middle school that must cover every problem and example with so much commentary it makes her gut churn just remembering the subject. I never thought about it until he was older. Izuku isn't smart like other people but he works hard. When he mutters, I think he's trying to keep his thoughts on track. If you're not paying attention, you wouldn't even notice how hard it is for him to stay focused. Sometimes I listen to him talk and it sounds like gibberish, but then he says, One thing and it all just slots into place. Midoriya-san sighs, looking at her son fondly. Momo glances at the boy in the chair. Her chest feels full, and she's afraid that it's all a bit much when she'd only been asking about his bad habit. But it certainly explains a lot. The tutoring comes to a stop midway through December so that they can prepare for exams. As she's typing her number into Midoriya-kun's phone, she can't help but notice that his contacts are limited to his mother and a few people with police force titles by their name. Her contact list is no better, so she doesn't say anything when he clutches at the phone after she hands it back. His smile is so blinding that it infects Momo, and she smiles the entire way back to her dorm. Midoriya's picture is a selfie of Eri sitting in his lap, red eyes looking curiously up at the camera while he grins and flashes a peace sign, apparently his trademark, if the photos on his bookshelves are any indication. For Midoriya-san, Momo picks one that Midoriya-kun took, showing Momo and Midoriya-san sitting at the kitchen table grinning, cups of tea paused halfway to their lips. "So you don't forget about us," Midoriya-san had told Momo when they took the picture. Momo doesn't return to tutor Midoriya-kun, but instead for a simple visit. She shares her customary cup of tea with Midoriya-san, waiting for her friend to come out of his room. When the door opens and she glances over her shoulder, she finds a tentative little girl with white hair hiding behind Midoriya-kun's leg. "Yaoyorozu-san," Midoriya-kun's words caught her eyes and his eyes held her gaze. "Eri would like to meet you if you don't mind." "Oh, of course," Momo mutters, remaining seated as she watches him lead the little girl around the couch. Up close, Eri is even more adorable than she remembers. The horn is long, not pointed but easily as tall as her head, and it parts her hair on either side of it. A single long lock of white dangles before her right eye. For the first time, they look at one another. Red isn't the right word for the color of Eri's eyes, because red is the color of Kirishima's eyes, hair and costume. Eri's eyes glitter like small rubies. When her eyes water and drop towards the floor, it feels like watching petals fall off a rose and fills Momo's chest with something. "Hi there," she says, remembering to keep her voice gentle and light. "My name is Yaoyorozu Momo. May I call you Eri-chan?" The little girl nods, taking a step towards Midoriya-kun but not looking towards him. Emotion presses at the insides of her lungs and ribs till her throat tightens to contain the flood. She waits, fighting against the cry welling in her chest, and eventually the little girl looks up and meets her eyes again. "I missed you," she whispers, looking uncertain. Momo glances towards Midoriya-kun, who squats down and sets a gentle hand on Eri's shoulder as he answers the unspoken question. "Eri likes your voice, and she missed you while you were gone. When she heard you were coming back, she said she wanted to see you too." Midoriya-kun's grin is all pride, diffusing the bomb in Momo's chest and leaving her with warm goosebumps rolling down her arms. Then his eyes sparkle and he holds up a hand to whisper, "She really likes hugs, but she doesn't want to make you uncomfortable." Eri turns red enough that she could pass for Midoriya-kun's younger sister, but she doesn't flinch when Momo slips off her chair and kneels down, hands out towards the little girl. "Eri-chan," Momo's voice cracks as Eri looks up, tears welling and cheeks flush. "I don't mind if you feel comfortable." The little girl hesitates, but eventually she slips into the embrace and gently clutches at Momo's shirt, reaching as far over Momo's shoulders as she can. Eri spends the first half of the visit in Momo's lap before she slips away and Midoriya-kun picks her up without a word. The motion is so natural that Momo freezes, teacup halfway to her mouth, and the moment is captured in her mind. Her friend Midoriya-kun is goofy, clumsy, awkward, nerdy, to an extreme, though he tried to hide it, and the complete opposite of what Momo would call a hero. This is not her friend Midoriya. This person's smile is solid, bright, and kind. His eyes don't water or flit from place to place, they meet her gaze at every opportunity and capture her. With Eri in his lap, he sits straight up with his shoulders back instead of slouching. Every move is slow, deliberate and careful without any hesitation or tremor. It's no surprise that the girl falls asleep in his lap because he radiates safety and warmth in a way Momo hasn't felt since she was a child playing with her parents. Returning his smile is the most natural thing in the world as they giggle and shower the sleeping girl with compliments. For a little while, the weight on her shoulders disappears. It's been a really bad Saturday. Like, bad even by Izuku's standards, and he's not so oblivious that he can't tell that's saying something. He'd spent his entire life being told that he couldn't achieve his dreams, but it hadn't come from heroes, other than that one showboat back when he was small. All Might said he couldn't do it, and he'd been proven right shortly after. When Izuku watches Kaken sulk away, probably exhausted from being held hostage for so long, he can't help but chuckle a little bit. "'Tis right. I didn't help in the end. I guess it's time to give up on that dream." Izuku heaves a sigh and turns around with a smile. Facing his mother will be pretty bad. She's probably worried sick, so he takes a breath and jogs to the corner. He's barely turned the corner when All Might skids into the intersection, glancing around for a moment before deflating. In the grand scheme of things, the hero was only a second too late. Dinner is emotional. Izuku almost died, which really makes his mom question the whole hero-chasing hobby he picked up. Luckily, he has the best mom in the world, and she leaves the subject alone after only poking him a little bit. His head isn't at the dinner table at all. If his mother had told him he was floating back to his bedroom, he wouldn't have been able to tell her any different. The events of the day play through his head until slowly the picture starts to widen until he's lying on his bed looking at pretty much his entire life. "I was useless today," he hums internally. The thought isn't new, but it carries more weight now than might have before. There's no chaser, no denial, no reassurance. And now, looking back through his life, he realizes something that he probably should have realized sooner. Outside of PE, he's never trained a day in his life. For a little while he drifts in and out of consciousness. When he finally realizes it's too early for bed, he drags himself to the computer and starts looking into options for becoming a police officer. Of course, there aren't any high school tracks for that, so he's got way too much time compared to the hero track. For good measure, he starts looking into a little bit of fitness material online. Beginner stuff. Around 1 a.m., he stumbles to bed and does his best to pass out. When he glances at the clock and reads 5:30, he resigns himself to not getting any sleep at all. Breaking in the day with push-ups and crunches, Izuku does a little more research and pins a list to his door before he gets his turn in the bathroom. With a hand on the doorknob, he takes a look at his bedroom and frowns. Maybe there's a little too much All Might, now that he thinks about it. Ms. Kenko doesn't hate him, but the glare she's giving him is making Izuku second-guess that. She'd been livid when he collapsed on the track, and having to drag his shivering body into the PE office was probably not fun. Being at school during that first week of his new routine is hell for two reasons. One, he's still a pariah. His friendly neighborhood bully has toned things down, but now Izuku is stuck being Izuku. He still has a target on his back, and now he's jumped into a villain attack. People aren't just going to let that go, for some reason. The second reason is that he's genuinely embarrassed. Calling himself weak had apparently been a gross overestimation, because he can't even manage 10 push-ups during his second set. And that's just the beginning. Running was, well, he couldn't call it running. For a few days, he honestly considers giving up and just looking for a desk job. Moving is agony, sleep is non-existent, and life is trying. But sitting in his room every night with the heroes looking at him, he can't help but hear their tirades. Some of them are encouraging, some aren't. After those come All Might's words, and then Izuku's own commitment. His old dreams turn over in their coffins, and he decides one more day can't hurt. Even if he does get a desk job. If he didn't have a quirk, then he'd get stronger. Forget about being a hero, just help whoever you can, however you can. The second week is even more painful than the first. By the start of the third week, he's starting to ignore the agony in his limbs. At some point, they've started retaliating by giving out on him, which leads to his current problem. "So, Midoriya, would you like to explain why you collapsed during the run?" She raises an eyebrow over her scowl. Izuku already feels chastised. He really doesn't like where this conversation is going, but at the same time, he's not doing anything wrong. "I started training." The woman's expression twists into something hard, forcing him to wave his hands frantically. "And not to be a hero. But I just, that incident a while back. The attack. I just realized that I'm not in great shape, and I wanted to try getting stronger. Please don't call my mom. I'm really fine, this is just... I'll be fine in a minute. The woman sighs and rolls her eyes, taking a seat across from him. What kind of training are you doing exactly? I run a few kilometers and I do sets of push-ups, sit-ups and squats, all the standard stuff, you know? I have a list of everything that I run through daily. But I'm really weak. You're doing all of that every day, huh? You should really stagger them. Work different portions of your body on different days. She sighs as her knuckles tighten around her knees. Izuku nods, but he can tell her heart isn't really in it. He considers it for the moment before he decides that would just be giving up, so he nods and mumbles something of an agreement. So, what kind of goals are you working towards, if not being a hero? You know, little things? Izuku trails off under her stare, then shrugs and winces at the motion. Lifting stuff. Lifting stuff. Why, sorry for all the trouble, sensei. Izuku mutters. The woman just sighs and slaps a hand down on his shoulder, before she stalks towards the door. You're a crazy kid, Midoriya, but I can't tell you what to do. Just don't keep overdoing it. Falling behind in school won't do you any favors. She won't let him do anything in PE for a week. He's a little bit grateful, but he sticks to the routine. If he hurts this bad, then either it's working or he's not doing enough. My tolerance is building slowly, so I'll have to update my diet as well, but it's only been a few weeks. Izuku sighs, itching for one of his notebooks. He twirls his pencil through his fingers casually, though it stumbles once or twice along the way. Ever since his run-in with All Might, and what Kaken did to his last notebook, Izuku hasn't brought another one to school. The only problem is that he's ahead in most classes, and without something to do. I know most of you are going to head for the hero track. The class erupts in momentary chaos as their history brings up the profession. Kaken remains broody and quiet, instead of shutting them up. But let me ask you, what have any of you done for your community? The statement makes Izuku pause and nearly sends his pencil flying. Several other members of the class stare at Kaneko-sensei in confusion. Heroes are known for taking down villains nowadays, but back in the beginning, heroes were known for being paragons of virtue or something like that. Community service, aside from being a great way to keep our nation beautiful, is a fantastic resume builder and a great way to build social approval. A few days later, he jogs out to the abandoned beach, a trash heap that's basically a local legend. His body throbs as he jogs in place, scanning the dunes of rusted scrap, and a smile breaks out on his face. After a month, he sets his routine in stone, or sand. In the mornings he runs to Dagoba Beach, does 3 sets of push-ups, sit-ups, squats, leg raises, planks and side planks, then he throws some of the garbage from the beach into the dumpsters in the parking lot. After school he'll do his homework and run a little more, trying to go for distance in the second half. Each day he makes sure to run 10 kilometers at least, and after 2 months he's reaching 50 push-ups reliably. 100 is still a long way off, but it's progress. And Izuku will take it. The pain is excruciating. Muscles he didn't even know existed without extensive research are out to kill him with extreme prejudice. According to the internet, you're supposed to take rest days, not push your muscles to work when they're already hurting. Something about second-day pain means you're building muscle. Izuku is already weeks into the rut by the time he actually pays attention to that. Lately he works out to burn away the haze that started clinging to his brain. Extra pain seems to be the easiest way to do that. No one ever said he was smart, other than his mother. At least he doesn't collapse in gym class again. When summer rolls around, the pain starts to dissipate. He's 4 months in, working up to 180 reps per session with minute-and-a-half planks, but it catches him by surprise. Suddenly he has all this free time after homework and working out, despite working out for 4 to 6 hours a day. He's working a grip trainer at his desk one night, working on the profile for a new hero that debuted earlier that day, when the lead snaps under his pencil and he throws the object down. During a lazy spin, Izuku glances up at the wall and finds the heroes looking down at him. Kamui Woods, Endeavor, Hawks. All Might. For the first time in months, he can't just pass out and ignore the way they're all staring at him. It makes him think of the Mudman incident, now long past, and he just feels conflicted. Remembering his old dream makes him both a little sick and a little jittery. Eventually he just sighs and scratches the back of his neck, only to freeze when he realizes where he knows this feeling from. Kaken. It's exactly the same. Growing up, acknowledging that his friend was. The posters start coming down that night. Slowly. Some are rare collectibles. He's not a complete heathen. Fall slowly turns to winter, and by the time October rolls into November, the cold is seeping into just about everything. Despite the slow start that comes with the chill, Izuku figures out very quickly that he can't wear too much during his routine TM or he'll just strip it off later. He runs hot, apparently, and the snow doesn't bother him, though he could do without the steam rolling off his arms. A few people have mentioned that his quirk is so useful. After breaking his original goal of 10 kilometers in under 2 hours, Izuku started expanding his run. With a new goal of 20 km, he runs through several of the quieter districts in an effort to learn a little bit more about the city. Occasionally he'll find his way out to parks, but it's harder to run those without people trying to talk to him. This particular day, though, the cold is bad enough to leave patches of ice lying in wait for him. Despite his best efforts, he ends up falling on his butt shortly after he reaches his turning point. "Excuse me?" Izuku squeaks at the sound and spins around, nearly spinning too far on the same patch of ice. An old man stares at him through little glasses, somewhat amused by the display. He's wearing a long apron with a familiar name embossed on it, white letters on red, a bold scheme that takes Izuku a moment to read through, and he's shivering. "Sorry, can I help you?" Izuku asks, hoping that he isn't in trouble again. The man smiles at him. "I see you on this route every day. I was hoping you might be able to spare a moment to help me with some boxes. They're awfully heavy." He sighs. Izuku doesn't really stop to think about it. The cook seems embarrassed, so he puts on his widest grin and agrees wholeheartedly. After lifting a stack of boxes onto the shelves in the back of the shop, of course the name was familiar, they were standing in front of the restaurant and he runs by it every day. He sticks around and does a few other little things. No one is in the restaurant, since it's the beginning of December and snowing outside. Eventually, though, he sets the mop back in the storeroom and shuffles towards the door. "I need to start heading back home now, but any time you need help, let me know. I don't mind taking a break from my run to help out." Izuku calls. "Wait please." The old man grabs him by the shoulder and hands him a few bills. "I can't ask you to help me so much without paying you. Thank you very much for today." Wait, this is too much, really. It was just a few boxes. And my floors. And the light bulbs, and the squeaky seat down near the end of the bar. The old man laughs. "Thank you for your help today. Come by any time you like, I'll give you some good food." Izuku drifts out into the street, pocketing the money with a frown and checking his phone. When he sees how many times his mom called him, he pales. He makes it home in record time, Icebead Med, stumbles through the door and flinches when his mother flies in his direction. "Are you okay, Izuku? Did something happen?" "Mom, I'm fine." Izuku has to carefully push her hands away when she tries to grab him, knowing that he's probably cold from being outside. She frowns even more sternly, tears quivering at the corners of her eyes. "What were you thinking?" 3 hours late, Izuku. "I was worried sick. I thought you'd been hit by a car, or caught by a villain." "I'm so sorry, Mom. I was just helping someone out." He swallows, pulling the money from his pocket and extending it to her. One of the shops, a restaurant I think, the owner asked me for help moving some heavy stuff. He was old and no one else could help him today. He paid me, but can we use it for groceries, maybe?" The tension has been growing in their house ever since the Mudman incident. Convincing his mom to let him go out jogging boiled down to putting a tracking app on his phone, though she never seems to use it. Despite his best efforts and the lack of hero talk, his mother has only gotten more and more worried recently. He'd have to be a complete idiot to miss the worried expressions turning to frowns of disapproval. Now she's angry and miserable all at once just because he was late coming home. He isn't really sure why she looks at him this way, with shadows clinging to her eyes and anxiety pouring off of her in waves, wringing her hands and taking long breaths between half-angry, half-worried glances. Like he's going to walk out one day and just disappear. It's been months. Nothing even remotely interesting has happened since, and she doesn't know anything but the bare minimum. After a minute or two, she just frowns and closes his hand around the money. Just keep it, Izuku. You earned it after all. But be careful, okay? Don't just go wandering off with everyone who needs help. She sighs. When she goes to reheat some dinner for him, he feels like he did something wrong. He isn't sure why he keeps hurting people, even though he's trying so hard just to be a decent person. The money doesn't burn a hole in his pocket the way it used to. A year ago, he'd have turned around and bought some kind of collectible, but it feels like a long time ago now. With a week or two to think about it, he buys a couple textbooks so he can study further ahead of his classes and improve his math. Of course, he had no idea that the bookstore's owner would ask for help during his visit, and when he returns home late, it's only the second time, but he feels like this is becoming a problem for some reason. With even more money in his pocket, his mother gives him that look again. At least she doesn't say anything this time. It's been 8 months and a week since his encounter with All Might. The incident has ceased to exist anywhere other than Izuku's restless dreams and the strained silence he maintains with Kaken. Now that December is in full swing, he's in the middle of exam season and he's stuck looking at entrance exams for high school. Without UA on his choice list, he's suddenly looking at several competitive academic high schools around Tokyo, and there's a very high chance of his getting into all of them. Apparently keeping up his rank over the years was worth it once he forgets about all those pesky hopes and dreams. Ironically, he's helping more people now that he's given up than ever before. Nearly every shop owner on his route has stopped him to talk or ask for help, now that he's proven himself to be a decent person. Word spread faster than he'd expected, and now he has a bit of a bank account. Aside from school materials and some new clothes, he doesn't have anything to spend his money on. His mother won't let him buy things for the house. She's more and more short? Is that the term? Can he even say that without it being ironic? They've always been pretty good, but the cold frowns and the brief responses are making it harder and harder to stay at home. Besides sneaking in a few small things here and there, he ends up putting his money in a bank account that his mother co-signs for him. From there, he focuses on earning the best future he can. Maybe she's just worried that he's lost his direction. Maybe he can fix this. Christmas and the New Year's festivals are held, and Izuku drifts around the outskirts. Fireworks are nice, but he doesn't want to wade through all the people. Getting anywhere near the mess reminds him of the pressure in his chest and the days where he has trouble getting out of bed. His mom neglected to go, claiming that she wasn't feeling well. The new yukata he'd bought her is lying on the couch, unused, and Izuku is out staring at the fireworks while he catches his breath. They haven't really talked in a month, and he just doesn't know what to say. A tiny part of him really hates the way she looks at him. Even that angry thorn in his side loves her more than anything in the world. It doesn't register when he reaches the top of the steps, already heading down the balcony towards the apartment on pure reflex. He fits the key into the lock easily enough, but he's not paying attention as he steps inside. Leaning against the door to kick off a shoe, he flails a leg and sways, suddenly lurching backwards as his shoe flies into the living room. Whoa! The world slows as Izuku pitches forward trying to correct himself, and his hand tightens on the door to try and hold himself up. Something groans and gives way before he catches himself with his free hand. The resulting explosion of wood chips and noise leaves his ears ringing, already groaning as his body seizes up in response to the panic. Izuku glances back at the entrance and winces when he sees half of his front door in his right hand, the other half hanging onto the frame by a shred of limp wood and paint. Releasing the doorknob exposes a mangled shadow of what it once was. Izuku! His mother flies in from the living room and stops dead in her tracks, gaping at the carnage on their doorstep. I can fix this, I think. Izuku mumbles, trying to fight the fading buzz in his ears. Izuku? How did you? Izuku! I'm fine. Tripped. Izuku sets his half of the door against the frame with a wince and moves to console his mother, who takes a step back and stares at him hysterically. She wasn't feeling well, and now there's cold air pouring into the apartment every second, which is only going to make things so much worse. You tripped. His mother's eyes actually bug out of her head. Izuku didn't know she could do that. Izuku, what is going on? I wasn't thinking, Mom, I just tripped. I'm sorry, I'll go and get a new door and screw it in right now, okay? Just stay here, get a coat. Don't you dare leave, Midoriya Izuku. His mother's bugged-eyed shock turns to anger as he stands up to leave. The fact that she's yelling shocks him so much that he takes a step back. I don't know what's going on, but you tell me the truth right now, young man. I'm telling the truth, I swear. A few moments later, he shakes himself awake and runs a hand over the sore part of his cheek. I've let you do whatever it is you're doing because I thought, maybe it was good for you, Izuku, but this... I don't know if it's drags or... I don't know. She throws the blanket on the couch, glaring at him through the tears, and he can only stare blankly back at her in return. You're scaring me, Izuku. If you don't want to tell me, fine. You're grounded. And we're going to the doctor on Thursday. You're getting a drag test if you won't tell me what's going on. Mom, I'm not taking drags. It's hard to talk when he's trying to piece together the missing frames of his life. She slapped him. Pretty hard, too, judging from the sting. The cold really isn't helping. I don't know if you think I'm stupid or you think it's okay to just do whatever you want, but I am not stupid, Izuku. I've been keeping track of your phone. Some days you're halfway across Tokyo, and you stop for hours at a time. All this, workout, business, coming home with all this money, and now. How do you explain that door, Izuku? What kind of person rips a door in half without a quirk? Izuku finishes the statement for her. Something cold spikes in his gut, then spreads. Until his entire body just feels numb and he can feel his brain buzzing behind his eyes. The fight drains out of his mother in those seconds and the tears start to fall. Considering this is their first fight in his entire life, Izuku can't help but think this was a long time coming. That thought doesn't make it hurt any less. For a few minutes, they stare at one another. Izuku doesn't feel anything, not even the frosty wind blowing into their apartment, but the dam on his mother's emotions finally crumbles. She collapses onto the couch, sobbing into the blanket as she tries to form words. When he realizes they can't talk like this, Izuku turns and walks out. Somewhere about 20 minutes from his house is a hardware store that he wandered into back in August. At the time he'd been looking for gloves and a mask to help with his beach cleanup. Instead of actually buying anything, he'd done a bit of work for the owner's wife, Smith something Sakura. Chatting with her about quirks had turned into another one of his late evenings out, and he'd become a frequent helper around the shop ever since. Jason Smith is like the Americans out of a television show. Blonde-haired, blue-eyed, short beard and constantly shaggy. On anyone else, Izuku might have been a little worried. The American never seemed to care about his appearance. He wanders through the front door in a haze, glances at the section full of doors and then shuffles towards the counter. Smith-san takes a single look at him and hops the counter to grab Izuku by the shoulders. Yo, Izuku-kun, what happened? Are you okay? Yes, Smith-san. Izuku responds in English out of habit, though the words feel strange on his tongue. Can I buy things? Need a door. You need a door? What happened? Hey, come here. Izuku is sitting in a chair running a hand over his cheek before he even realizes that Jason led him here. Talk to me, little guy, what happened? Got in a fight with Mom. Izuku takes a breath and tries to focus, though it just makes his chest hurt. Tripped and break the front door. I braked? Broke, I think. Wait, you tripped and broke your front door? And your mom, what did she do? Why were you fighting? The door. Izuku blinks as Smith swims harshly into focus, then shakes his head to try and clear the shock from his brain. Mom slapped me. Jason exhales harshly through his nose, and Izuku realizes quickly that that's probably not the best way to say it. He switches over to Japanese, doing his best to keep it brief. She's worried about me. Thinks I'm taking drags or something. I'm fine, I just need to fix the door. Mom isn't feeling well lately and it's cold. He says quickly, waiting for Jason to nod in response. Alright, let's grab a door and see what I can do. I'll drive you back, okay? You're not taking a door and the tools all back to your place wearing a shirt and shorts. Too cold for that. Let me just get Sakura, all right? Izuku nods. Jason's wife is native Japanese, after all. The man isn't the best with their language, despite living here for 3 years or so. Sakura always says that he's a bit slow when it comes to those things, but he's an amazing craftsman. The drive back to his apartment takes about as long as it did to jog over to Smith's shop, and when they arrive the couple spare him a glance. Yeah, I'd say you braked it. Smith snorts. Sakura-san makes tea and sits with his mother while they fix the door. Jason has to stop him from ripping pieces off the frame and shows him how to remove the hinges with the drill. Izuku follows the directions easily, smoothly, but he doesn't actually remember any of it when they're done. After admiring their handiwork, Jason heads to the kitchen and sits with his wife and Izuku's mother. Izuku bows to the pair and mutters a thank you before he heads to his room. Before school starts up, his mother takes him to a physician. First things first, his mother stubbornly demands that they do every test they possibly can. Quirk factor, drag test, fitness, health, DNA. Izuku sits quietly for the entire ordeal, listening to the doctor try and steer his mother away from all the procedures that keep piling up. They dig up old records, but his mother refuses them. She's nearly crying when the doctor finally sighs and relents. Izuku is a bit glad that the empty feeling stuck with him. Stripping down to his underwear in front of the doctor, and his mother barely registers until she makes a little noise and the doctor's pen skitters across the clipboard. He floats through the sample taking and testing until he's told to put his pants on, and blinks when the doctor shines a light in his eyes. Midoriya-kun, would you mind telling me how you're feeling? I'm fine. I haven't been sick in months. Izuku mutters. The doctor hums and pulls out the little hammer used for testing reflexes. That's fine, but what about emotionally? Physically? Are you feeling tired or faint? Maybe you're experiencing mood swings? No. Just tired, but I've been working out a lot. Made a habit of it since April, since All Might. I've had some trouble focusing recently though. I see. The doctor taps his leg a few times with the hammer, but he barely manages a twitch. Eventually he sighs and rubs his finger on Izuku's knee, right beneath the kneecap. I'm going to have to hit a little harder, Midoriya-kun. Perfectly normal if you're feeling tired and having trouble focusing. A jolt runs through his leg, from his hip to his ankle, and the doctor yelps when Izuku's leg straightens in a blur. Some papers on the counter flutter. Well, you're healthy. The doctor chuckles nervously, moving to check the other leg. 2 weeks later, his mother drags him out of school early and Izuku is manhandled back into the doctor's office. His mother, despite being even tinier than he is these days, can only drag him by the hand, but considering how much force she puts behind it, there's really no other word for it. Well, we've got all the tests here. At your request, we ran the DNA and quirk factor exams, though that's usually secondary to a physical exam. So here are the results. Izuku's mother takes the folder, then looks up at the doctor as he smiles kindly and looks over towards Izuku. Before I get into that, though, Midoriya-kun, would you mind removing your shirt? Now that he's a little more lucid, Izuku blushes under the attention. He's been looking at enough bodybuilding videos and health websites recently that he knows he's not scrawny anymore. Even though he never had any plans to follow in All Might's footsteps exactly, he can't help but wonder how anyone can stand wearing spandex all day. He'd be lying if he said that he doesn't catch himself running a hand over his new muscles every so often, even if it's embarrassing to show it off. Seeing All Might up close left him with a constant reminder of just how far he has to go, but it's nice not feeling useless. At the very least, he's strong enough to do some physical labor. The doctor pokes his shoulder with the cap of his pen and hums quietly. Do you lift weights, Midoriya? Or do any kind of training with a professional? No, not really. I've kind of been researching as I go, putting together a routine based off what I wanted to do. But everything online says weightlifting could be bad if you start too early. I do a little bit of community service, but that's it. Well, that's very good. You're nearly 15, though, so weightlifting isn't going to affect you badly. Honestly, there's a risk of bulking up too much before you reach your full maturity, But in your case, I'd say you can do quite a bit before you're in any danger. Izuku nods, making a mental note to ask one of the teachers if he can use the weights at school before he graduates. The doctor pokes him again before he pulls off his glasses and leans back to face Izuku's mother. So, about the tests. Midoriya is in fact quirkless. Everything comes back negative, and his drag tests are clean as well. In fact, your son is probably the single healthiest person I've checked up in the past several years. What's odd is that he's managed to reach levels of some professional athletes without doing any weight training. His resting heart rate is somewhere around 50 beats per minute, dropping as low as the high 40s, and the density of your muscle mass is a bit frightening considering your age, but not unrealistic, I suppose. You did throw several of us for a loop, considering your last checkup was barely more than a year ago. The man chuckles weakly, despite the air growing somewhat frigid. My only recommendation is changing how much protein you're eating, and maybe consider taking some vitamins. Izuku keeps his eyes on the floor as his mother receives the news, and he does his best to keep them away from her face until they finally reach home. Without really talking about it, they both shuffle into the kitchen and settle there, letting the silence start to boil. He waits for the inevitable, and eventually she breaks the silence. Seeing his mom start to cry, in that moment, inflates something in Izuku's chest until it's hard to breathe. He's very much aware of how easily the pair of them tear up and cry, but this time his mother is fighting back real tears, and it's his fault. At some point, he'd started hiding things and stopped thinking of her feelings. Izuku. I'm sorry, Mom. Izuku's fists tighten till his knuckles turn white against the grain of the table. I thought everything was fine, but I guess I've been keeping things to myself too much. No, Izuku. His mother blew her nose as the tears began flowing more heavily. I was just worried about you, Izuku. You're my baby boy, and all this, after that slime villain mess, I thought maybe you were trying to be a hero, taking something. I'm not going to be a hero, Mom. Izuku snaps. His throat burns even more when she flinches, eyes widening in shock at the statement. I didn't tell you everything about what happened. To her credit, she stays silent as he tells her everything that happened. All Might's verdict, the hero's scolding, and his decision to try and get stronger. It takes less time than he thought it would. For such a massive impact on his life, the retelling only takes 10 minutes. I'm not going to be a hero, Mom. The exercise, the fitness, I'm just trying something. Maybe I can help people like I've been doing. And I'm going for a normal high school. I even showed you. He trails off, because he knows that somehow he hadn't done enough. I thought you were a sidekick, illegally. Inko whispers, clutching her hands tight. Or a villain maybe? I don't know, Izuku. I was just so scared and we never talk about it. You wanting to be a hero or being? I'm quirkless, Mom. We tested it twice. Izuku croaks, I've given up on being a hero. So, don't worry about that, okay? Izuku. I'm sorry. She wheezes under her breath. I'm so sorry, baby. Don't be, Mom. Izuku cracks a smile even though he wants to cry. I'll be fine, okay? So, don't worry anymore. I'm gonna make you proud no matter what. I'm always proud, Izuku. Inko hisses, lunging to grab his hand across the table. Even when I'm mad, I'm so proud of you. You're the best son I could have ever asked for. Izuku chuckles weakly, and the tears start to fade from her eyes. There's a less depressing angle to her eyes now. I swear, Izuku. No matter what you do from here on, I'll support you with everything I have. We're a family. Even if you tear through the door every other day, we'll make it work. They both laugh a bit at that. Her determination doesn't disappear though. I love you, Izuku. More than anything in the world. This time, his smile is real and wide enough to hurt. I love you too, more than anything. For the next week, Izuku's eyes linger on the door. He's still not entirely sure how he ripped the door in half, or how he crushed the doorknob the way he did, but things have been dark. Now that he and his mom have restored the warmth of their apartment, it's all he can think about. The doctor said he's quirkless. He's been tested it twice. But this leads to a new problem. Izuku has no friends. Outside of his mother and the people he helps out occasionally, there's no one he can turn to for help figuring things out. And if he tries without someone there to save him, well, he doesn't exactly want to think about that. So he waits for a week. When Sunday rolls around, he finishes off breakfast quickly and does the dishes, then sits down across from his mother. "Hey Mom? Do you mind, helping me with an experiment?" She zeroes in on him immediately when he says it. He can't help but wonder if she's been thinking about the same thing. "What kind of experiment, honey?" "I don't know how I broke the door." Izuku can see her expression twist up as he starts, so he barrels forward before she can say anything. "I mean, I'm quirkless, but that didn't make any sense. So, I was hoping you could come down to the beach and watch me try something out." "Izuku, are you sure about this?" His mom looks worried. Not horrified or scared, just worried. Izuku takes that as a win, because he's kind of worried too. "Yeah. Please? I just need answers." After a moment, she nods and sighs. 20 minutes later, they're on the way down to the beach, chatting nervously. She hasn't seen Dagobah in months, and it's not like many people other than Izuku go there. Izuku pauses on the stairs when she looks at the trash and makes a little happy noise. "You've done a lot of work, "Hmm? "I don't really know, it's just a little bit here and there." Izuku rolls up his sleeves and wanders towards one of the piles. "So, I'm just gonna go for broke here, okay? Just be careful, honey." Izuku isn't sure what he's expecting. He glances over the trash until he finds something big, a bike, and he pulls it out single-handedly. Gradually he finds bigger and bigger things in the trash, then tosses them behind him. The little noises his mother makes sort of fade into the background as he starts getting frustrated. Eventually, he decides that playing it safe isn't going to answer his question. His mother makes a much louder noise when he stops in front of the fridge. It's larger than he is, nearly twice his size, and still standing solidly. Even with all the weight training in the world, which Izuku has never done in his life, lifting the fridge would still be near impossible. "Izuku, what are you thinking?" "I'm just thinking. That one looks a lot bigger than the other ones, honey, maybe." "Don't worry, Mom, I shouldn't even be able to get it off the ground." He grins in spite of himself. Even trying is completely ridiculous, but that's what got him here, right? And if he can get it off the ground even a little bit, then he can be proud of himself. Then they can go home and he can go back to being normal. Getting the right squat form took him nearly a week, but he falls into it easily now. His mother squeaks as he puts his fingers under either side of the trash machine and grunts, putting as much of the weight as he can in his legs. The breath he's holding falls out of him as he stands up, holding the fridge in his hands as if it's the easiest thing in the world. His legs burn some, but his lower back is fine. Izuku? I got it. I'm fine, really." He grunts as he shifts the machine in his hands and lifts higher, pushing it up over his head and onto his shoulders. When he turns to his mom, her eyes are bugging out of her head again. "Oh. He's not fine. He's better than fine, but that's a problem in and of itself, isn't it? First the door and now this. All the optimism in the world can't help him justify this after less than a year of working out. Because now he's not just a quirkless kid anymore. "Izuku, what are you doing? Put that down this instant. I can barely even feel it." Izuku grunts, then leans the machine over until he's got one hand under the tall side, and he lowers his free hand. Balance isn't terribly hard, and despite his expectations, his wrist doesn't hurt. "See? I'm fine." He squawks as she faints, dropping the fridge to the sand behind him as he runs to catch her. The next day, he catches the PE coach in the office. She gives him a look, one that promises she wants nothing to do with him, but he sits down and stays until she finally relents. "I was hoping I could try out the bench press after school." His teacher arches an eyebrow, and he scratches the back of his neck. "I was hoping you might be able to supervise me if I tried out the bench press. If you have time. Depends on how long you need. I have about a half hour." She says, "I take it you've been keeping up your workouts?" "Why, yeah, something like that." He hasn't passed out in gym since the first time he collapsed, but she doesn't seem any happier about this. I just don't have the money for a gym membership, and I wanted to see how strong I'd gotten before I graduate. Midoriya, I can respect this whole self-improvement thing you're trying. Really. But what are you after, kid? You're quirkless. Are you looking for fitness to change that? I know, since I just need your help this once. Kind of wants to cry. But that would be really uncomfortable, and he's so close to never having to come back. Right now, he needs answers more than anything. Fine. I'll supervise you for a few tries on the bench press, but don't slack off, okay? The woman sighs as she grabs her keys and trudges out. Izuku follows her quickly, ignoring the looks people shoot his way. The gym is small, since their school isn't exactly the best. But it has some decent old equipment, and all Izuku needs to do is... Okay, he has no idea what he's doing. But he's doing something. How much can the press bar take, sensei? We never put on more than 200, but... She glares a little more harshly when he waits for her to continue, but grudgingly mutters, the max on the bars is 400. Thanks, sensei. Izuku decides not to waste time like he did at the beach. Starting slow won't get him anywhere closer to the answers he needs. He ignores the noise of disbelief from his sensei when he stacks 400 on either side of the bar and looks back to her expectantly. I can't spot that kid, even if you somehow did manage to grow a quirk. Is there anyone who can? Izuku gives her his best pleading look. The look she gives him could kill, but luckily her quirk is minor muscle supplementation, not laser eyes. After a minute she throws her hands into the air and storms out. I'll get Kaneko. Kaneko-sensei is actually very impressive without his suit jacket on, but Izuku shelves that thought as the man gives him a rundown on how he should be lifting the bench press. After giving the man a heartfelt thank you, Izuku takes a few breaths and puts a little force behind his hands. The bar lurches off the stand. Kaneko-sensei leaps to catch it, only for it to stabilize a moment later. Izuku mutters out some hurried assurances as he stares up at the bar, reveling in the fact that he can feel some strain beneath the weight. Maybe he's getting addicted to the pain if he's enjoying it after going without for like 2 weeks. Pumping the bar up and down 10 times puts a healthy burn in his arms before he racks the weight and stands up. His teachers don't have anything to say in response. Izuku takes a breath, then looks at the bar and frowns. He remembers the fridge balanced on one hand and wonders if maybe he can do even more. There's still time after. He grabs the bar with one hand, planting his knee squarely on the bench, and despite Kaneko-sensei's warning he pulls. Getting the bar off the rack takes effort, enough that his wrist pops a bit and aches pleasantly, proving that he's not all might. Just an inhumanly strong quirkless kid. Before he replaces the bar, he lifts it up like a dumbbell once, twice, 3 times. The sound of the bar hitting the rack is really satisfying. But before he can worry about adding weightlifting to his routine, he's got some explaining to do. When his mother reads over his complete routine, the one he does on Sunday mornings, when he has no school and a full day to study and work out, she gapes at him. You were just working out? She mutters, shaking a couple aspirin from the bottle with shaking hands. You were actually just working out, but... Izuku, this is beyond human. Izuku shrugs. I didn't really think about that till I'd already started doing it. They share a look, both of them equally uncertain. But it's not like I can do anything about it now, right? The beach cleanup goes much faster now that he's not dancing around the edges. Which, surprisingly, teaches him something else. Jagged metal apparently does nothing to his hands, despite using a healthy amount of lotion and hand soap. Nothing cuts him during his little trips into the disease-ridden beach, and he doesn't even catch a cold. Just before Izuku graduates middle school, Dagoba Beach is a sparkling paradise. Izuku eventually decides on a high school that has a large and competitive academics department, as well as a popular sports program. Graduation is quiet. No one looks at him twice. Kaken doesn't acknowledge his existence. Everything goes perfectly. One thing about graduating is an abundance of free time. Before anything else, he tears down his old routine and looks into more rigorous workouts. Push-ups are joined by fingertip push-ups and handstands. He throws a few exercises in for his lower abs and lengthens the times and reps on just about everything. For pure amusement, since it's tested by phys ed at the beginning of every year, he throws and sideways jumps for a few minutes. His first day trying the new routine sets his rep count at 200 all around, some reaching close to 300, with 5 minutes for handstands, planks, and core. Then he decides to put a little more effort into his run, and accidentally leaves a small crater in the sidewalk outside his apartment complex, which earns him a scolding and another incredulous stare. Despite his hope, he decides to cap his runs at 20 kilometers and never, ever runs faster than a hearty jog. Shortly after his graduation, an apartment complex gets decimated by a villain attack. After a brief internal debate, he ducks under the line of construction tape and mentions offhandedly that he'll help with the larger chunks of concrete as long as they don't mind. There's a bit of a ruckus, since he's a middle schooler and he's just running around, but when he mentions community service, the manager of the site gives Izuku his card and clears him, as long as they have parents' permission. After the first day, no one bats an eye seeing him running around with a hard hat, though some of them don't really get over seeing him haul rubble twice his size off the piles. Izuku likes to think that he's come a long way since he met All Might. Looking back, it's painfully obvious how much an otaku he was, and maybe that's not something to be ashamed of, but at the same time he really should have gone about it differently. Between his working out and his he's half convinced that All Might infected him with some sort of superhuman virus because Izuku still has no idea what kind of quirk lets you be the greatest superhero of all time without a freaking stomach. He's learned how to actually get out of his personal space and talk to people. Sure, helping people out and making small talk isn't the same as making friends, that art still eludes him, but it's progress. Nowadays his old hero merch is stashed away in the closet, where it can't bring up old memories or collect enough dust to wear down the paint. He still keeps up with heroes on the net and makes profiles after school, but it's tempered with a need to do more than just figure out what people are doing with their quirks. Some of the textbooks he's picked up are books on psychology and history, as well as some war strategy books. Even if no one at his new school knows him, he doesn't take his old hobby to school or talk about heroes more than necessary. His fingers still itch to be writing something down, but after losing 2 or 3 pencils to the ceiling as a result of his twirling habit and his unchecked strength, he makes sure to fill his class time with studying and his free PRDS with more studying. He's still invisible. No new bullies have followed him to this new school, and no one really has time to care about his quirklessness, since he's number 3 in his class. Despite all his progress, everyone else is still, everyone else. Villains are still a thing, but people usually dissolve into traffic and blog posts when it comes to chaos and anarchy. Instead of becoming victims, victims have the title of poor BSTRDS. Even if Izuku spends a decent chunk of his spare time cleaning up after villain attacks, he's up to 2 construction sites now, and they're asking if he wants to sign on with a company. He hasn't actually stumbled onto an attack since the Mudman incident. He's walking home from school 3 days into the first term when the storefront on his left explodes. It's surreal, standing in the smoke with musical sheet metal blocking everything else from his ears. All around him people panic and run away screaming. He blinks and glances towards the building, wondering if anyone. 2 villains are there now, wide-eyed and screaming at him. One has a schoolgirl clutched in his arms, gun pointed either at her head or at Izuku's chest, while the partner has a plastic bag full of cash dangling from his gun hand and a case of beer tucked up under his left arm. Sadly, whatever they're trying to say is lost on him since, they just blew up the DMN building. He points a finger at his chest, still a bit dizzy since his hearing is just now swimming back into existence, and the villains are now waving their arms at him while screaming. At least he thinks they're screaming at him. A flash of light catches his eye and suddenly the world stutters into slow motion. He's on the back foot when he glances down, reaching out lazily and snatching something out of the air. When he holds it up, it takes a second to register that the little piece of metal in his hand is most likely a bullet, that the thugs just tried to shoot him. When he looks back at the villains, they're gone, sprinting down the street as their hostage stumbles forward and collapses into Izuku's arms. Police swarm the scene instantly, taking the girl from his arms and asking him questions even though he still can't really hear. After a few of them have all tried getting through, he shrugs and holds up the bullet. "I think they shot me?" The rest of the incident is a whirl. Paramedics and police are motioning him over to ambulance so they can check him over while his hearing comes back. Apparently, some heroes caught the villains before they got further than a block, so that's something. Just as things start fading back into perspective and Izuku can pick the buzz of the sirens out of the wine, the hostage stumbles over to him and bows, saying something that's too garbled for him to understand as her parents drag her away. A paramedic lady looks him over with a stern expression, tapping him all over and checking his pulse before she asks about his hearing. It's come back just enough for him to answer questions, so he tells her how he was walking by when the building blew up. Before they let him go, he has to give the police his statement and his phone number. They send him along with the assurance that he'll be questioned again later. His mother takes one look at him when he walks in and frowns, though she doesn't panic. Izuku can't blame her, considering his uniform is shredded. They'll need to get another one. Despite how much Izuku wants to shower, Izuku sits at the table and gives his mom the rundown. Afterward, she looks at his arm and gives him the most disbelieving look ever. "You're really okay? How is that even possible?" "I've got no idea." Izuku shrugs, looks down at his hand and opens his fingers a few times. A soft snort escapes him as his mother pokes his forearm and hums. "You feel normal, not bomb-proof." She groans and runs her hands up into her hair, looking at him with wide, tired eyes. "Izuku, what is happening to you?" "I'm just as surprised as you are." Izuku grins a little bit, because what else can he do? "Guess this explains why I never got sick from the beach, huh? Well, I suppose I don't need to worry over you so much anymore, seeing as you can catch bullets and walk away from bombs." Inko sighs, and Izuku can't help but take one of her hands in his own. "Hey, you're taking this? Really well, considering? I told you I'd support you, honey." His mom smiles at him for a moment before she sighs and tightens her fingers around his. "Honestly, even if this is all crazy, I can't help be a little bit relieved. You're safe and no one got hurt. I really expected you to panic when I said I got shot." Izuku grumbles, grinning as she rolls her eyes and swats his arm. "Who wouldn't? Speaking of which, how'd you even see the bullet? That isn't normal, Izuku." "I don't know. It seemed pretty normal. Like it was fast, but..." Izuku frowned. "I guess everything would seem normal while I'm moving at average speed? But maybe my perception sped up with the adrenaline, or my mind just doesn't bother overclocking axons for something as slow as daily life. If I could see and catch the bullet, then I was moving relatively the same speed and my brain was perceiving the bullet somehow, though that's theoretically impossible. Bullets move faster than..." "Izuku." Izuku blinks as his mother pinches his ear. "Was I doing it again?" "Look, honey, let's not worry about it. Whatever this is, just be careful." She frowns, but Izuku grins. At least this time, they're talking. He knows she's not mad, because he really couldn't have done anything about this one. At least he's not alone. The police call him in the next day. Actually, they're waiting for him after school and he's not really sure what people think when he gets in the back of the cruiser. Some of them heard he was caught up in the attack, hence his brand new uniform, but most will talk later. He's retold his story for the third time when a man in a trench coat arrives. Izuku isn't sure what to make of him, other than this is probably way beneath his job code. "Midoriya? Midoriya Izuku?" the man asks, sitting down in a chair pulled from somewhere. Izuku nods and sighs. "I'm Detective Tsukachi. Sorry, but I just need you to repeat the story one more time, okay? Start with your details, name, the date, your date of birth, quirk." When Izuku says quirkless, everyone stares at him for a moment before the officer waves at him to continue. Once he's finished, the detective stares at him, then looks at the file. "Could you, Tsukachi frowns, then sighs and rubs a hand down his face. "Could you say your details again? You have a lie detection quirk?" Izuku blinks. The detective opens his mouth a few times, then finally coughs and nods. "Something like that. But I need you to repeat. Would my doctor's office help more?" Izuku frowns. "They just did another test a few months ago." "That will work." Tsukachi nods. "I guess you can't tell me about your quirk." Izuku tries, smiling a bit. The detective snorts and shakes his head. "Sorry, Midoriya-kun, but no. Police secrets. He stands up. Izuku laughs weakly, both because the man is smiling and that's great, but he really wants to know about that quirk. Instead, he's driven home and left on the curb in front of the complex, with a friendly wave from the officer who'd caught him during the attack. His mother laughs when he tells the story. At least I'm not the only one who didn't know what to do. It's Sakura season again. Which is just crazy. Where did the time go? He spent the past year running around the country. When did he lose track of the time? Just a few months ago he was sure that time had crawled into a river and gotten itself stuck beneath the ice. Maybe that was just winter. Sure, Izuku likes Sakura season better than winter, but now that it's here he almost wishes it was winter again. Maybe staring death arms in the face doesn't help. Seems like every time Izuku sees that guy he's stressed out of his mind. Izuku doesn't know the guy personally, and doesn't want to, mind you, but Death Arms yells a lot. For a moment, Izuku considers telling the guy about that massage parlor 2 streets down. Apparently, despite being cheap enough for a high schooler to buy a makeover package, they do good work. His mother had been glowing when she came back. He glances from Death Arms over to the police officers and catches a pair of them lounging on their cruisers. Most of them seem to consider this a problem, but he can see several who haven't drawn their weapons. The ones he recognizes who aren't taking it easy are holding a meeting, seemingly content with the situation. Considering he's got 3 guns pointed at him and a knife pressed against his throat, he really wishes they would care a little more. Or at least pretend. The villains are close enough that, if his mom followed through with that joke from last week, a RPE whistle would probably shatter their eardrums. The street is in a deadlock thanks to the hero's response time and the police acting quickly, but it's a bit of a double-edged sword at the moment. Instead of some kind of chase or anything more exciting, Izuku just stands in the middle of the street while the villains glare at the cops and try shuffling around. Man, how'd this go so wrong? One of them curses quietly. Izuku rolls his eyes. Well, if you were from around here, you'd know that Death Arms patrols the next street over every Tuesday. Leonardo is pretty new, but with the Sakura blossoms going strong they're on city cleanup duty, and that storm last weekend left a whole bunch of people complaining. Izuku twists his nose at the desire to sneeze. You some kinda hero nerd, brat? A mirthless chuckle sounds from behind him as someone presses a gun to the side of his neck. It's just a standard handgun, one with a bit of attitude that Izuku hasn't seen before, but he assumes that it's got standard ammo loaded in it. How's it feel knowing they've left you to us? You're not worth it for these cops. Must feel pretty horrible. Yeah, I mean they could at least act like they've got something better to do. Izuku huffs, twisting his mouth as a particularly strong bit of pollen leaves his nose itchy. Kid, I didn't mean it like that, I meant? What? Oh, you're fine. I didn't think you meant it personally. Okay. Hey, can you raise that knife up to my face? I've gotta itch my nose really bad or I'm gonna sneeze. Do you know who you're talking to, kid? You're a hostage. That's kind of a big picture thing, honestly. Look, just say no if you're not going to. This is really irritating and I'm trying to focus. Is this fun for you, brat? What, you some powerhouse playing by the rules, waiting for the media or something? No, I'm quirkless. There's a moment where the weapons pressed against his skin waver, but I really don't want to deal with Death Arms today, so if you wouldn't mind turning yourselves in, I'd really appreciate it. You guys don't have an out. What the hell are they feeding kids these days, apathy? Hey, you have a word of the day calendar, don't you? Shut up before I gut you. I've got that same calendar, though. Izuku's eyes hurt a bit from trying to look up, since the one who has that calendar is directly behind him, so he glances to the side and catches the time from the knife villain's watch. Is that the time? Look, guys, can we wrap this up? I need to get home. They gave us this new pre-cal assignment and I'm not really. I don't know if you're dumb or careless, but I'm not going in just because you're effing nerd. Izuku snorts a bit. The insult reminds him of Bakugo. With less heat. Look, I get it, you guys are villains, you're scary and you managed to get, halfway through a crime. Which is more than a lot of people can do these days, honestly. Izuku sighs, pressing a hand against the knife to gently guide it away from his neck. The heroes and the police are starting to panic, now, and the thugs are stepping back trying to focus on him, now that he's moving. As much fun as this has been, I've got homework and I really don't have time to stick around. He's half turned around when the three villains with pistols fire. Two of the bullets get snatched up, but the one on his left punches through his jacket with enough force to make him grunt. One look tells him that there's a noticeable hole punched through his shirt and coat, which means he'll need to buy another uniform tomorrow. Do you know how much these things cost? Wide eyes stare back at him as the villains turn their handguns on the heroes and the police, which does absolutely nothing against the tasers and fists coming their way. It's kind of anticlimactic, actually. Next thing he knows, a familiar officer is leading him out of the chaos as if he hadn't just left Izuku to his own devices a few minutes ago. One look at the ambulance on standby and Izuku decides that he's entirely done with this for today. Halfway there he turns and looks up at the officer without bothering to hide his mood. I'm going home. If you need a statement, just come get it later. The officer makes a bit of a fuss over it, but they both know it's a farce. After they picked him up at school, they've made a habit of driving him home from incidents or leaving him on the side of the scene for an hour as they put things in order. Eventually he'd just given up and gone home, which somehow invited a pair of officers into his house to take his statement. When he gets to his complex, roughed up and sporting a blazer with a gunshot, the neighbors take one look at him and start muttering something about how he used to be a good kid. Not the ones he knows, who he helps out occasionally, but the ones who can go a week without getting wrapped up in a villain attack. Izuku has been wrapped up in nearly 10 over the past 2 weeks, and he doesn't even know how. There are 3 more heroes on his way home than there were last month. He's got more arrests to his name than some of the rookie sidekicks on the charts, and he's barely 15. Shit, he's only 15. He feels so much older than that. At least the people talking behind his back treat him like a teenager. No one else seems to anymore. I'm home. Hey sweetie. Oh, another attack. He sighs and kicks off his boots in the entranceway as his mother gives him a sad smile. Everything okay? Gotta buy a new uniform again. Izuku mutters, stripping his backpack off his bag and tossing his blazer over a chair. Luckily, after losing his old, All Might-themed backpack last week, the foreman from one of his community service projects had gotten him this one as a gift. So far, the sleek green and yellow canvas has proven about as indestructible as he is, which is a blessing. Replacing uniforms every other day is already hard enough. Everything else seems fine though. That's good at least. Should we expect company? Yeah, I left early since the hold-up part took longer than normal. They're really pushing pre-cal right now and I've got enough homework as it is. Izuku frowns as he catches the tired smile on his mother's face. She's already heading to the kitchen, but he feels bad. At this rate, they'll be back to quiet dinners before much longer. Every day he has to get a new uniform, his discussion with whoever is in charge of that becomes longer. Apparently, he's bought more in 2 weeks than some students have in an entire year, so he's talking directly to the principal now, not that the questions change. He pays out of his own pocket and tells them the truth, that he's been in more villain attacks than he wants to have seen in his entire life, but they all have this look of defeat. Izuku is used to that. Finding Kurabayashi-sensei outside the office is a pleasant enough surprise that he actually stops and stares for a moment. Just long enough for the man to take notice, place his bookmark and draw up himself out of the chair. Kurabayashi-sensei is probably the tallest and most intimidating person that Izuku has ever met, courtesy of his quirk. Despite being very obviously human, the man's upper body is that of a great white shark. According to Izuku's research, his arms are right around where the shark's ribcage would swell out and the man's back has a long arch to it that leaves his open maw hanging out the front of his button-up. His nose extends out beyond the mouth such that it hangs over his fangs, allowing him to peer down at everyone through the square glasses mounted atop his snout. The blue and white skin, modeled in all the places where a normal human would pale, is more like reptile skin than shark scales, from what Izuku can see. Somehow, despite his quirk, the man seems very quiet and approachable. Izuku just hasn't gotten over where he should look quite yet. He's sad to say that he's too short to really look up at the man's eyes, considering his line of sight leaves him staring at the man's fangs. Kurabayashi-sensei's voice radiates from his open mouth, very clear despite the fact that his lips never move, and it's a very formal heavy baritone. There's a very clear rumble to the man as he speaks, as if his voice comes from something other than vocal cords. Or perhaps he has larger vocal cords somewhere in his back. Midoriya Izuku-kun? Yes, Kurabayashi-sensei? Izuku bows slightly as the man blinks twice in quick succession. Do you have some time? I'd like to talk about something, should you have a moment? Yes, sir, of course I don't mind, but could I ask you some questions about your quirk? Izuku already has a notebook in his hands and tiny stars in his eyes as he stares up at his teacher. A shudder passes over the man as quiet laughter fills the room. That is a rather small price to pay, as long as you're polite. Quirks are rather personal, are they not? I'd never pry, sir, but hybrid anthropomorphic quirks are so incredibly rare. Come then, Midoriya-kun, let's walk and talk. They make a hell of a pair walking through the halls. Izuku is used to being an outcast, but being a delinquent is new territory. Getting picked up by the cops every time they need a statement, and all his visits to the principal in tattered uniforms, has left the student body both intrigued about his quirk, that one stings more than it should, really, and horrified by what he must get up to in his free time. Pair that with the fact that the most intimidating teacher is walking beside him and there might as well be a physical wall around the pair of them. Not that Izuku minds it too much at the moment. He's mentally checking off questions from his phone notes and the profile he made for Kurabayashi-sensei in his notebooks. Seriously, who'd have thought his nails are made from the same material as his fangs? As they progress out the side door and down the school's sports fields. My apologies for dragging you out after school, but I've been looking forward to speaking with you since last week. Kurabayashi fits a key into the lock of the weight room that the athletes use, then flicks on the lights and strips off his coat as they enter. Izuku isn't really shocked by the tension in the seams of the man's shirt. He wants to ask if it's partially from the man's quirk. Some people inherit the strength of their animal, and the great white isn't exactly a lightweight, but holds his tongue. And I thought it best to catch you outside of your homeroom. You wanted to speak to me? Izuku doesn't like that, considering how hard he's been trying to stay out of the spotlight. Not that it's worked, but he's trying. He follows the shark over to the squat racks and stands there off to one side as the man hums affirmation. I've always enjoyed working out, you see, my wife says. Well, anyways, most people don't realize that there's a very small community of people who enjoy bodybuilding as a sport outside of heroics. A little while ago, an acquaintance who frequents the same gym as I do told me a story while I watched his bench press. Izuku takes the plate handed back to him without a word, listening to his teacher ramble with growing curiosity, and we talked, seeing as it was an endurance set. He was pushing himself much harder than usual, and told me that himself, mind you. While I spotted for him, he told me that a young boy, a rather pathetic young man who was quirkless and quiet, turned to working out for a lifestyle change. I believe he mentioned that the boy didn't want to be a hero, but simply wanted to help people. To use the strength he earned to help others in small ways. The teacher hands weights back to Izuku constantly as he speaks. When Izuku finally accepts that he doesn't know if Kurabayashi's fin is in the right spot, he realizes that Kurabayashi-sensei is talking about him. Suddenly he's not just speaking to a teacher, but to a teacher who knows. See, that man is a member of the police force in this district, and I happen to think the story was rather inspirational. Another thing I realized, though, is that the quirkless population around the city is rather thin and our school had just accepted an outstanding quirkless student. One of two in the entire school. When I checked your file and asked the other teachers last week, they mentioned that. You were constantly getting picked up by the police, and I decided to pursue it. Kurabayashi-sensei turns to look at him, and it takes Izuku a minute to realize that the man isn't looking at him but at his right hand, where a stack of weights rests easily on his outstretched fingers. That's 30 kilograms? 30 by 12, that's 360. He cringes as he counts up the plates and shifts his eyes up to the shark, who is now blinking at him way more than he probably needs to. Why, you were saying, sensei? Well, the administration at your old middle school was very dismissive. They didn't have anything on file for you and didn't even remember you, until I stressed your quirklessness and your green hair, But eventually I was transferred to a Kaneko Arakechi Dano. Do you remember him? He was my social studies teacher for a little while. Izuku hums quietly, then frowns. We only ever spoke out of class once. I, needed help with something. Yes, he mentioned that. I only spoke to him over the phone, though we seemed to share the same interest in fitness. Kurabayashi hums, removing his glasses and letting them hang from his neck by a chain. He was rather heated once I mentioned you, and when he heard that you'd transferred into our school he seemed a bit relieved. Apparently, you made quite the impression on him. Would you like to put those away, perhaps sit down? Izuku sighs and replaces the weights as his teacher gets settled, then sits on a bench press across from the man. Kaneko Dano was a big long-winded, I'll admit. He spoke at length about the fact that your school and the teachers had ignored you or written you off in favor of other students. I can't say with certainty, but he sounded very disappointed in himself when he spoke of your history. Eventually, he told me that his colleague fetched him near the end of the year to spot you, and he was shocked at your ability. Then he confirmed the story from my police acquaintance, only with a bit more detail. Izuku looks down at his hands as his teacher trails off. Would you mind telling me your story, Midoriya-kun? I'm very curious. You already know my story, don't you? Izuku muttered, thinking back to his old school and the looks on his teachers' faces when he lifted that bar months ago. It would be pointless to tell it over. I'm quirkless, sensei. And yet you rival my strength despite only working out for a year. Unless I heard the story wrong. Even if you'd spent your whole life stealing yourself, though, I must say I find it hard to believe that a quirkless boy could effortlessly lift nearly 400 kilograms with a single hand. Kurabayashi chuckles a bit as he finishes, leaning his elbows against his knees to look Izuku in the eye. I won't push you, Midoriya-kun, but I must admit I love a good story, and I'm a bit invested in yours at the moment. Izuku takes a moment to look at the man, running through his memory of their interactions and wondering if maybe there's some sort of malice behind it all. There's a serenity lingering around Kurabayashi-sensei that gently urges Izuku to let out a breath, clasp his hands and think back to the beginning. I always wanted to be a hero. Everyone does, these days. But last year I got wrapped up in this attack, and I realized that I'd been just sitting on the sidelines. I wasn't really trying to become a hero at all, I just expected it to happen. He says quietly. It hurts admitting that. There's so much more that he can't put into words. How can he convey a dream with so much desperate passion? Maybe he can put together a quilt or a canvas to highlight everything he wants. All he has to do is stitch it together with his scars and dismissals, throw in a few lonely nights at the dinner table and some long detention hours. He starts from the beginning, working out instead of indulging his otaku tendencies, and leaves out nothing of how he went about it. Kurabayashi-sensei doesn't comment at all, though Izuku expects him to. Comments from his old phys ed teacher linger in his mind, along with his decision to ignore her. There's no expression on the man's face to stop him, so he rolls through his months of agony into the months of helping others, expanding his routine into a full-body workout. He leaves out his school and how people treated him, focusing on time spent helping shop owners, studying more than ever, changing his focus from heroics to anything else. Bringing up the doctor's appointments burns his throat, but he pushes on and mentions the beach cleanup. Then he goes on to the construction sites, and the villain attacks. When he finally stops, he's standing up and pacing, which means he got a little bit heated. He blushes as he turns to Kurabayashi-sensei and rubs the back of his neck. Sorry if I got a little loud, sensei. No need, Midoriya-kun, the man blinks twice, and Izuku can't help but wonder if that isn't intentional, now that he's seen it for so long. The only real reaction has been the man's eyes so far, at least. I asked for your story, and I'm very glad that you've trusted me with so much. Oh. I'm only guessing, but I assume you want to keep this to yourself? Well, I'm already a bit of an outcast, sensei. If people knew about my condition, they might be afraid of me. People are afraid of things they don't understand, sometimes. However, I can't say that I'd be content to leave things as they are either. Are you truly all right with how things are, Midoriya-kun? I mean, Izuku frowns. I wish that I'd been able to just have a normal school life, maybe go on to join the police force or get a job somewhere quiet. But I'm used to being like this, so I guess everything is fine. Not to be rude, Midoriya-kun, but I disagree somewhat. You've gone through much more than most kids your age. Being caught up in attacks so often, having to deal with adults who don't take your safety or your wishes into account, having to worry after your parents. I wonder if that might be a bit too much. Kurabayashi-sensei says quietly. Sometimes, even though it's hard, seeking help is the bravest thing a person can do. People need help on occasion. Izuku frowns as he listens to the man talk. He's heard that before, of course. Talking to people in private, without the subject of quirks, it was something he heard often. His friendly shopkeepers told him to try making friends nearly every week. A glance up at his teacher reveals absolutely nothing about the man's position, though, so Izuku isn't entirely sure what his teacher is looking for. I don't know what I'd ask for, honestly. He mutters, fully expecting yet another lecture. The shark-faced man stands up, extending a single mottled blue-white hand. Midoriya-kun, you've been looking for some way to add weightlifting to your routine, yes? He nods, earning a few blinks and a low growl from the shark. Then allow me to assist you on that front. What? 3 days a week, I'll teach you to use the equipment here in this gym. The hand sweeps across the racks and sleds and benches, leading Izuku's eyes to the mirrored wall on the right side of the door. And we will go over some of the things I have managed to pick up during my years of training. I really couldn't, the school wouldn't. Leave that to me. I'll speak to the principal personally, and we'll get everything settled. Sponsoring you would make me feel much more accomplished than if I simply left you to your own devices. The man hums with an air of happiness in his voice. Teaching the next generation how to properly strengthen themselves is what good athletes love the most. Sharing a gym and a dream make people a family, Midoriya-kun. Izuku stares up at the man with wide eyes. No one, hardly anyone he's ever met has simply thrown such a generous offer at him. Occasionally strokes of good luck would strike him, but this was insane. He's been looking for a way to start lifting weights, sure. This is a huge blessing, but can he really ask his teacher to do that? After a moment of spiraling, he looks up at his sensei and speaks, despite the growing pressure in his chest. What would you do, sensei? If you have the time to spare, Midoriya-kun, this is an agreement that would benefit us both. Try doing what you want instead of worrying about me. Kurabayashi says, blinking once. Izuku blinks in return, earning another blink for his trouble. Would you like for me to teach you how to properly train yourself, Midoriya-kun? He stands up and takes his sensei's hand before he can think about it much more, because this is what he was looking for. Refusing such a generous offer would leave him regretting it, on top of being incredibly rude to the man offering him the chance. If you don't mind, sensei, teach me everything you know. Izuku barely manages a grin when Kurabayashi smiles, because the image will definitely haunt him for the rest of his life. But he's not one to look a gift, shark. Never mind. In the last year, Izuku has been studying a lot more. He had always been on top of things, keeping a firm rank 3 in his middle school and now holding rank 2 in his current school. For the last 6 months or so, though, he's been studying more as well as studying more often. There are exactly 26 different, mass-produced, mind you, history texts that have conflicting information about the emergence era the PRD immediately following the rise of quirks. Izuku has read all of them, and despite the worrying amount of information those texts had left out, they all agreed on one thing. If not for the rapid demilitarization occurring right before the rise of quirks, the world might have fallen into collapse. Quirks, as revolutionary and incredible as they are, do not mix well with competitive sports. Izuku knows this firsthand, secondhand, and thirdhand. Now he knows it fourthhand. Is that a thing? Like, he's reading the books and there's that whole fourth wall thing. Maybe he isn't an expert, but reading that much history and building your own timeline should make Izuku somewhat of an expert, even if his notes will never see the light of day. And even if he does have his own timeline, he won't ever get to talk to someone who's been there. Knowing humanity, anyone with an immortality quirk would have come out and said something. Anyways, quirks. Emergence era. When some people have speed and strength beyond normal, you needed more rules to keep things fair. While world borders strained and governments did their very best not to collapse under the sudden change in demographics, World relations very nearly crumbled to nothing. Countries turned their eyes inward, rather than worrying about international affairs. Worldwide competitions like the Olympics just couldn't survive in that environment. Several years after the rise of quirks, when heroics was firmly cemented as a job, UA decided to capitalize on the lack of a national sensation. At least, from what he's read, that's Izuku's best approximation of how Japan ended up frothing at the mouth over a bunch of high school students fighting over a gold medal. Any other year, Izuku would be sitting at home, pumped full of caffeine with a stack of notebooks ready. He'd probably have his computer ready to replay slow motion and take screen captures, and there would be a tab open to his favorite chat room. This is not any other year. When Golden Week started, just after his talk with Kurabayashi-sensei, Izuku got an email from an old friend. After transferring a decent amount of virtual currency to the return address as a thank you, Izuku spent most of his week off studying the files that he'd downloaded. From there, following the news on the hero killer stain was pretty natural. This year, instead of being glued to his couch, Izuku is wandering the streets of Hosu. His attention is split between putting pins in a map and watching the live broadcast on his phone. UA really ramped up their surveillance of the festival this year, so he's nose deep in his phone screen when he hears a car honk at him. After a rush of wind and a blur, Izuku is left standing safely on the other side of the intersection with a girlish shriek in his throat. Ingenium. The display of phone fumbling is impressive, in his opinion. 6 bounces is a new personal best considering the lack of damage. Meanwhile, the armored hero wags a finger at him, eyes openly displaying his mirth at the show. Hey, you should really watch where you're going, young civilian. You really know your stuff if you're recognizing me on the street. Ingenium's armor looks pretty cool up close. Seeing the exhausts from his arms is interesting, because it doesn't look like normal exhaust pipes. Instead they almost look rifled? That doesn't make sense. Sorry, I was watching the sports festival. Wait a second, he's your brother, isn't he? Izuku isn't proud of screeching like that. He's not. Ingenium looks downright terrified for a moment before he turns his eyes to the paused section of the video. Then Ingenium lights up. Izuku stares blankly as one of his heroes turns into a FING fanboy. Tenya. Oh, is that his match? He paired up with the Todoroki boy? That's a bold move, but he's sure to get through the cavalry battle. This is a replay, right? My team is supposed to update me, but they can't watch the whole time, you know. Could you play the video if you don't mind? I would really appreciate it. Would you tell me about your quirk while you're here? Izuku whispers hoarsely, already rewinding the clips with shaking hands. The hero hums for a moment before he laughs. You're a fan? Promise you won't tell anyone else. Izuku nearly breaks his neck to nod, and Ingenium laughs as they walk to a nearby bench. Okay. Only this once, for a fan. For someone doing me a favor, at least. Now let's see. He didn't do so great in the obstacle race. I was a little bit worried. His mom stares at him blank-faced for a long time when he finally asks for permission to put his plan into motion. Truthfully, he doesn't expect her to agree. But they've been doing this for a while now, and he feels horrible just waiting. Going probably won't actually accomplish anything, but he doesn't like sitting on a profile and knowing that the police won't take him seriously. And there's something about the reports that bothers him. Not any one thing, not even a particular statistic. This is something coiling in his gut like a spring. Something he can't put his finger on. Call it a hunch or a premonition. Let me get this straight, Izuku. She sighs, digging her fingers into the bags under her eyes. You want me to willingly let you stay out past curfew and travel a prefecture over to Hosu City for an entire night, so that you can chase down a wanted murderer? Izuku thinks about it, then frowns. Actually, I'm a bit worried about the train fare. I've saved some money from working with Smith-san, but it may not be enough to stay over the night in Hosu and the return trip. They stare at one another for another few minutes. You want me to pay you so that you can go and chase a wanted murderer around a different city for a night? She asks again, still looking unconvinced. Yes, please. Izuku watches his mother stare at him, only moving to blink, for several minutes. He wonders if she knows that she's basically a shark in his mind, and how that sort of thing might go over if he said it out loud. For a terrifying moment it hovers on the tip of his tongue, but then he swallows it and wets his lips. I guess that's a no. He flinches instinctively when her eyes widen far, far past normal width. Izuku, honey, what are you thinking? The only issue with hunting for Stain is that the hero killer only attacks at night. Which means that Izuku will have to be out past curfew, stuck in a different prefecture, while hunting a serial killer. It isn't the best pitch. Needless to say, his mom doesn't take it well. She buys a bottle of wine and tries to sneak a bottle of whiskey into the house. Izuku doesn't appreciate that, but she doesn't say no. After another few days to work up the train fare, and he decides that giving his mom a heart attack by asking outright again probably isn't the best idea. He leaves a note on his desk and sets off with a full backpack, stuffed with 2 changes of clothes. It's not like he can't handle on night out of the house. He's 15, for crying out loud. After almost 7 years crawling the streets of Mizudafu for heroes, Izuku knows his home city fairly well. Hosu City is different, but not different. It's still a city, people are still going about their business. The flow is just different enough that he feels out of his element without really knowing why. Maybe it's nerves. He's prowling for a serial killer this time, not heroes. Taking a day out of school isn't really that hard, but he doesn't have more than one, so he wanders the edges of the commercial districts, tracing the lines between residential and business sections. Pins go into his map for him to return to later, but he never lingers more than a few minutes in each part of the city. His profile puts Stain somewhere just outside the central districts of the city. Certain portions of the city have connecting alleys, and when Izuku cross-references the layout with new hero patrol routes, he's got a handful of likely sites. The problem is that he has a handful of possibilities and he's on foot. The day passes without an attack. Izuku takes it as a blessing, despite the tightening sickness in his gut. His night gear is simple. One of his older workout sets has reflectors taped on and his hair gets stuffed into a ball cap. Everything else gets stuffed into a backpack for his inevitable return home after the late patrols. No one in Hosu dares patrol more than necessary early in the mornings, and their numbers are so heavily reinforced that Stain wouldn't dare take anyone then. His phone rings after his 3rd busted location, and Izuku answers it with shaking hands. Hello. Midoriya-kun? This is Midoriya Izuku-kun, right? Izuku stops in his tracks when he hears the voice coming through the line. He hasn't forgotten exactly, but he'd been a lot more focused on the detective's quirk at the time. Why yes, this is Midoriya Izuku, Detective-san. I'm sorry, I've forgotten your name? Tsukachi. Midoriya-kun, I just got a call from the police over in Hosu. Apparently, your mother called in a tip that you'd be out past our mandatory curfew looking for trouble. Normally the uniforms would go looking, but your name is a bit of a flag in our system right now, so they called me. Wait, you flagged me? Doesn't that mean I'm a person of interest? Izuku blinks. Tsukachi-san, I'm going out on a limb to say your quirk works over the phone? Most quirks don't, but you're a detective and they seem pretty reliant. No, unfortunately. I'm just a regular detective making a call as a favor to a worried mother. Midoriya-kun, are you in Hosu? Would I be in trouble if I was? He mutters. Your mother claims that you haven't run off, but minors are supposed to be indoors by now. Technically this is truancy or disobedience. I forget the exact clause. According to the Selective Administration of Regional Activity Restrictions, a minor can be fined, placed in juvenile detention facilities or be subject to disciplinary action courtesy of the school authorities, depending on the circumstances of the arrest and the authority of the minor's guardians. Izuku recites offhand. Yes, that's almost exactly right. Word for word, action. Midoriya-kun, how did you? Detective-san, Izuku winces as he cuts the man off, stepping off the main sidewalk so that he's leaning against an alcove with his phone tucked between shoulder and cheek. His backpack is already in one hand while the other fishes for the Stain profile and his law enforcement notes. Can I ask you something? Something off the record. I'll admit you've got me curious, Midoriya-kun. What's on your mind? Let's say, Have you ever had a possible lead on something? A lead that wasn't anything special, just a bit of a hunch. Something that you noticed, but couldn't phrase correctly enough that people would listen. Izuku frowns as he stares down at his profile notebook. Well, I've seen it happen a few times. A good friend of mine has this intuition that's nearly inhuman. Frankly, I'd kill for half of his ability. But most of the time, police force members aren't allowed to move on a hunch like that. Is that the sort of thing you mean? Yes. I have a friend like that too. His eyes close as the memories burn just a touch and he slips into old habits. An old acquaintance, not a friend. Someone I knew. Right. So, would you like to tell me what's going on, Midoriya-kun? Are you going to arrest me for pursuing a police investigation? That's a bold claim. Firstly, could you tell me something? Do you get involved in everything on purpose? Your file is, honestly, this is a bit extreme for just bad luck. Especially considering your situation. Situation? Izuku frowns. You mean the quirklessness? The silence draws out. Izuku drops the profile notebook and grabs his flashlight instead, stalking back onto the sidewalk with new purpose. You're probably right, Detective-san, Izuku says bitterly. But I can't do much about it unless you want me on house arrest. Even then, I'd just be stuck inside with a bunch of free time on my hands instead of pursuing a lead. You've said that a few times, Midoriya-kun. What kind of lead? I know where the hero killer is going to strike next, Detective-san, Izuku mutters, shining his flashlight down another alley and mentally checking off the pin in his maps. Stain? Midoriya-kun. Izuku speaks over the man despite how much he wants to apologize, letting the words flood out as if he were talking to himself, not the detective. Somehow that makes it a bit easier, though he still feels shame for the way he's treating the man. At the very least, I have an idea of where and how and when. But something tells me that you aren't taking this seriously, so you won't believe me in the first place, and honestly being on the phone while I'm out looking for a serial killer is probably a bad idea, so I'm going to hang up now. Don't worry, I'll be home before anyone realizes that I'm out here. It's probably nothing, but I can't just sit on this, and none of you will take me seriously. Good night, Detective-san. He hits the button and sighs heavily. Sickening heat churns through his gut, a mix of shame for his actions and restlessness in the face of doing nothing with his information, but mostly he's hurt. Sure, he's quirkless. He also may or may not be immortal. Getting grounded is definitely something to avoid, but he doesn't have time to play word tag with the lie detector detective and definitely doesn't need this eerie sensation of being parented. Coming from a guy he barely knows, it's just weird. He turns down the 15th alley when he sees a flash of metal and a hero lying in a puddle of blood. As three minds each try to figure out what Izuku has just walked into, an image is burned into Izuku's mind. Stain is a little taller than average, made of thin limbs wrapped in bandages, leather and blood-stained scarlet fabric. The hero killer is reeling back from his kill as Izuku panics and throws the first thing on hand. The flashlight. Stain picks heroes off for one-on-one confrontations a majority of the time. Victims are found just outside of the public eye, in between public areas and city maintenance areas. Native has a tracking quirk which means that he's probably faster than average, and Stain managed to lure Native into the alleys instead of taking him on with backup. Blades fit the profile, but carrying that many has drawbacks unless there's a quirk application. Cuts, blood, skin contact, motion amplification, force amplification, status effects. The flashlight is still spinning overhead as they meet in the middle. Izuku is halfway down the alley when the light comes back around. Stain's blade is mid-swing, poised to take Izuku's head from his shoulders before Native has a chance to cry out. The blade breaks against Izuku's forearm and bounces off his neck, howling as it flips into the space between them, and Stain is gone with the pieces before the light finally passes overhead. Flea boy, Stain snarls. Buckles pop as knives fill the air between them. Izuku's teeth grind as he snatches them out of the air. I already have my prey for the night, don't be a fool. The flashlight clatters against the pavement when Izuku throws the killer's knives into the air behind him and reaches out to parry the man's wakizashi. Panic fills him every time he parries a blade barehanded. A tiny voice in the back of his mind rocks back and forth, whispering what if over and over. He can't see Stain move. He can only see the attacks carving through the alley. Between action and reaction, he can trace the orange glow left along the blades, as if burning the air might break their limit. Izuku's hands meet the blades until he can see the afterimages of his fists and Stain's arms. Eventually, though, Stain gets through. The wakizashi slips through his guard and slams against Izuku's ribs hard enough that it shatters the blade. A yelp escapes him as he skids back, running a hand over his side. Whatever your quirk is, it must be powerful. But at your age you could only be a sidekick. Don't let yourself be chained to his ilk, Stain mutters, dropping his ruined blades to draw new ones. The pair of them glance towards the hero bleeding out against the wall before they fall back into step. Leave me be and I'll ignore this. You don't need to die tonight. Sorry, but I don't plan on just walking off. Izuku's voice rises as he assumes a rough stance. The second katana rises from Stain's back silently as the villain shrugs. My warning was fair. If you stay, you die. Izuku doesn't have time to blink. Stain is on him, katana flying towards his neck, in a heartbeat. He catches the blade on his forearm, then his knee and finally on his elbow. The alley shudders when Stain's blade draws back and the air between them collapses into the wake of the assault. Stain leaps back, then up, bouncing off the walls to bring his sword down like a guillotine. Izuku's eyes widen, tracing the edge of the blade as orange brightens to yellow and the air between them begins to hiss. His shoulder is already slack, twisting backward as his hand rises to meet the attack. The world begins to fade as the blade snaps between his fingers. His enemy lands and leaps back in the same step. Izuku doesn't mean to flip. He's already in the air, passing Stain as the hero killer lands and twists out of the way, overshooting the mark so that he lands with his back to the enemy. A leg rises as his shoulders roll back, bringing his foot down where Stain's head should be with enough force to leave him buried up to his calf in pavement. Stain leers at him from the shadows near the mouth of the alley, hesitating for the first time since Izuku threw the flashlight. You can keep up with my speed. Speed that only All Might can attain. Stain growls. Izuku squints at him and pulls his ankle from the rubble. That's kind of self-serving? I've met him. You're nowhere close to that level. Izuku huffs and kicks to shake the rubble from his sock. What's your name, boy? What the hell happened to your nose? Izuku snorts. You seriously think I'm going to tell a serial killer my name? I'm young, I'm not stupid. Give it up already, I need to get this guy to a hospital. I would know the name of my rival. Stain growls, taking a pair of knives from his waist holsters. Or I can take the moment to kill that man, and return to our fight. I'm nobody important. Just a screw-up. Izuku sighs. Definitely not your rival, or whatever. Pick some hero kid for that. Are you not a hero? Stain's eyes narrow. You came to fight me without a license? Are you a vigilante, or a villain perhaps? What kind of villain? I'm just a kid. Izuku snaps, clenching his fists. Just a kid who figured out your MO, who couldn't sit back and let you do what you wanted. Leave him alone. Tell me your name, and I'll leave that miserable piece of garbage to you. Stain growls quietly, sheathing his knives and drawing his wakizashi. Before Izuku has a chance to speak, Stain's drawn the blade over his hand and let the blood spill onto the pavement between them. Someone like you is worth more than 100 of his kind, and your name worth his life at least. I don't have... Look, I'm not a hero. I don't have time for this. Izuku runs a hand over his face, then shakes his head. Stain's blade darts out and Izuku panics. The world freezes just long enough for him to scream, just long enough that his entire body burns as he chokes out the first thing that comes to mind. Just call me Deku. Deku. A strange name, for someone blessed by the gods. Very well, His life is yours, and I'll find you again. You may very well be the only one who can face me in battle and live. My appointed enemy. I don't have time for this. Izuku is already sprinting to native and tearing out of the alley in a sprint. When he realizes how cold the hero is, he puts a little more force into his step, DMN the consequences. He doesn't check the time until he's dumped native in the nearest emergency care ward. All in all, his confrontation with the hero killer barely took 20 minutes. That revelation alone destroys him for a moment, either because the fight is a blur or because it feels as though he's aged a lifetime in those 20 minutes. Eventually, he drags himself off his bench, thanks it for supporting him in his time of need, and trudges back into the city. He misses the last train, opens the map on his phone and stumbles back to the edge of the city. Once he's sure that he's got a straight shot to Mizurufu and he's secured his belongings, he puts a little pep in his step and breaks into a dead sprint in what should be the direction of his apartment. Needless to say, his mother is not happy when he returns. She's also a bit tipsy, which is something he decides to deal with later. He tucks her into bed with a kiss and lays in his own for an hour, thinking about what Stain said. A gift from the gods? Be like All Might? He thinks, staring at the ceiling. I'm quirkless and grounded. The gods need to pick better heroes. For the first time in a long time, Izuku wakes up to a fresh breakfast of agony. He's mostly numb to it, though it's been long enough that he shuffles into the shower like an old man. A hot bath kicks the pain into the back of his mind where it waits like a snarling animal. School passes in a blur. He takes notes and answers questions without thinking, force-feeds himself a meal and does it all over again. By the time the final bell rings, he fully intends to tell Kurabayashi-sensei that he can't train today. Instead, he finds Kurabayashi-sensei waiting in the weight room beside a metal contraption that vaguely resembles a person. He knows better than to start a staring contest with his teacher, but after a brief inspection of the machine, he stares up at his teacher knowing full well that he won't win. Sensei, did you get this for me? Yes, Midoriya-kun. Kurabayashi-sensei's voice lilts as the man blinks twice in quick succession. After weeks of training, Izuku can firmly say that the man blinks to express all types of things, but knowing doesn't make it less jarring. It's all he can do to smile when the man turns to the machine. This is a device that we often use with small children who possess strength quirks. A friend of mine who helps out with support gear took this one and tweaked it. Apparently, this should help with your applications of force. Izuku frowns. The contraption looked like a person, from the elbows to the shoulders and neck down to the thighs. A small screen sits behind a sheet of plastic in the middle of the chest, and the metal is pretty seamless. Red and green circles are painted over certain spots that Izuku vaguely recognizes: kidneys, heart, lungs, arteries and joints, but overall it doesn't look like more than a metal mannequin. So, what, I'm supposed to punch it? Izuku waves at it, glancing towards his teacher. Well, that wouldn't be a great start, no. Here, let me. Kurabayashi is surprisingly adept at moving slowly, something he's worked with Izuku for over the past 2 weeks. Moving slowly doesn't quite do the man justice, though, considering the size of his frame and the odd way his snout juts from his shoulders. Izuku is sure that he's spent his entire life learning how to do simple things, like reaching for the switch at the base of the mannequin. The screen flashes to life with a bouncing smiley face. Izuku frowns while Kurabayashi-sensei rumbles happily. From what I've been told, this device will measure the force applied anywhere you touch the frame. If you put too much force, the device will make a sound. It also measures where you put that force and how it's distributed. The green face will change to a yellow or a red if you knock the person unconscious or kill them, respectively. Kurabayashi-sensei recites, sliding out of the way and crossing his arms as he stares at the device. My advice would be to start off with a simple touch and slowly increase the pressure until you have a good understanding of what you can afford. Izuku does his best to swallow the knots in his throat. His body throbs as he recalls Stain's blades shattering under his fingers. The small part of him that still can't believe in his powers is so much louder now than it was when lives were on the line. I'm really, really grateful, Kurabayashi-sensei. I'm mostly invulnerable and more than fast enough to run. Is learning to attack really something? I mean, what if I lose control and kill someone by accident? He trails off near the end, staring down at his hands. Midoriya-kun, Kurabayashi-sensei hums, laying a hand on his shoulder. Why do you help others? Why not? Izuku slides the man's hand off his shoulder and stares at him as if the question itself is insulting. What's wrong with helping others if you can? Even if you can't, why shouldn't I help people? Kurabayashi-sensei rumbles and turns, taking a seat on one of the benches so that they're eye to eye. He crosses one leg over the other, folds his hands and peers over the frame of his glasses. Perhaps you are safe, young Midoriya. Perhaps you'll never be in any danger at all, or else your gifts will protect you from all the bad luck this world can throw at you. Were you anyone else, I could be convinced that you were capable of hiding, Kurabayashi-sensei says. But I have the pleasure of knowing you better than that, Midoriya-kun. You are brave enough to throw yourself into battle for the undeserving. You help others without question, without stopping to consider if you can or the task is beyond you. The fact that you worry for others is admirable, and it speaks worlds of your character. But neither of us are stupid. You don't know what's happening to you. I don't believe that anyone can run from their problems forever, Midoriya. And our world is rather dramatic. When your troubles catch up to you, I fear that they will involve others, no matter how hard you try. So, Izuku's eyes burn as he thinks back to the day this started. Tears well as he thinks of the shopkeepers along his jogging route. His hands shake when he remembers natives' blood dripping from his hands in the lobby of a hospital. When he thinks of his mother, of everything he's already put her through, he wipes his eyes and takes a shaky breath. Let's not think of this as learning to fight, Midoriya-kun. Kurabayashi-sensei doesn't speak until he's sure Izuku is ready. He stands and takes a deep breath, clenching his fists hard enough that his entire body shudders. Learn the limits of your gifts so that you may use them for the sake of others. That has always been your strong suit, has it not? Izuku grins and sniffles a bit, still fighting back tears as he nods. When he turns back to the machine, he thinks of All Might. The number one hero surely had to do something like this, right? Save everyone. He digs in deep, trying his best to engrave the words into his soul. Save anyone and everyone you can, however you can, no matter what it costs you. Let's work on your form, Midoriya-kun. Kurabayashi-sensei rumbles happily, blinking quickly as he gently corrects Izuku's stance. If you break your own hand punching something, then you're the only one to blame. You know how to fight, sensei? Izuku mumbles curiously. People will pay good money to see a shark in the ring, Midoriya-kun. He nudges Izuku's foot out a tad, then taps his knee until Izuku slides backward. And I was a bit overzealous when I was saving to propose to my wife. His mother warned him not to get too caught up in his mumble storms. After the incident with Ingenium, and with the slew of other incidents to his name, he really should have learned by now. This one isn't entirely his fault, of course, but no one is going to admit that. One day after his session with Kurabayashi-sensei, he's walking down the street caught up in imagining the limits of his strength. Not the unlimited aspect of his strength, but the level he can use against other people or buildings, gods forbid. They've been doing the strength limiter training for almost 4 days now, and he's nearly accustomed to the limiter that he needs. Hey! The pressure of something metallic and circular presses against his back, and Izuku looks up for the first time in a few blocks. Of course, when he looks up, he looks into the scared eyes of a group of hostages, and turns around to find someone pressing a shotgun into one of his kidneys. That's about right, isn't it? To the left and right of the spine, looking more than a little upset, and maybe a bit confused. Oh, is this a robbery? I wandered into a robbery, didn't I? Yeah. Get in the FING circle, dumbass. The one with the shotgun seems to be the leader, so Izuku shrugs and wanders over to the circle. Before he can sit down, though, he notices an old woman near the edge, shifting around uncomfortably. Izuku sighs, turns and wanders towards the edge of the store with his hands up. Gimme a sec? Kid, did you not even hear me? Sit the F. I did. I'm going, she needs a chair. Izuku frowns at the lizard cork person, lifting a padded chair in one hand and ping an eyebrow. Do you want your hostages complaining? I like them docile and not bats hit insane, thanks. The leader growls, pressing the shotgun into his gut again. Izuku snorts, then pushes the muzzle away and walks back to the circle. Once he's got the old woman situated, he notices the mother comforting her child and pinches his lip. It isn't until the mom stuffs some of her blouse into the child's mouth that he decides he can't really ignore it. The leader gapes at him when he stands up again and points at one of the villains. Hey, he really doesn't want me to move, so could you do us all a favor? See that stroller? The villain blinks in shock, then points to a stroller, only Izuku to point at a different one. No, that one. Yeah. Can you just? Thanks. Hefting the stroller by a cross-section, Izuku waddles it through the crowd to the mother, who looks at him gratefully, with a little bit of caution that Izuku chooses to ignore. The baby quiets down when she receives her pacifier and blanket. Once he's told the mother how cute the little girl is, he wanders back towards the edge of the circle and sits down, trying his best to ignore the people staring at him. I'm curious. How the F do you wander into a hostage situation? The leader finally growls, looking too confused at Izuku's situation to keep his mouth shut and just let things play out. Izuku sighs. I just had a lot on my mind. I think the officers let me wander in here on purpose, honestly. The looks he gets from the villains are mixed. He tries not to dwell on the pair who look at him with pity in their eyes. The police let a civilian wander in here on purpose? What? You got some crazy quirk. The leader has the shotgun pointed at him this time, right at his eyes, and Izuku is almost curious to know how it would look. I'm quirkless actually. The leader gapes at that, then offhandedly mutters, You got a death wish? Izuku glances towards the flashing lights on the police cars outside, then back at the shotgun. I'm not actively trying not to die? Izuku shrugs. The leader frowns. His frown digs into his cheeks so much that the blue-green scales on his face make deep valleys in the bags hanging off his skin, and his eyelids narrow down in what can only be described as a ridiculously dramatic squint. You're an informant, aren't you? No, I really did just wander in here by accident. This is the closest shop to school that has discount tracksuits. What kind of excuse is that? A quirkless kid wanders into a hold-up, helps out the hostages, doesn't bat an eye at having a shotgun in his face? Yeah, right. Izuku shoots to his feet as the thug's stance changes, ready to actually fire the gun. I'm not going in without a fight, especially not on some stupid. A blast tears through the shop, and Izuku actually skids backward a bit as the shrapnel from the shot tears into his gut. Thankfully, because of the distance, the burst is concentrated in his stomach and shreds his uniform, leaving Izuku gaping at the villain. Do you know how much these things cost? The panicked expression on the villain's face is enough warning. Before the second shot goes off, Izuku moves. He can't control how fast he is very well, or how much force is behind his steps, but the green, black and blue blur racing through the store manages to catch each of the 6 villains and knock them out of sorts before it tumbles over a discarded weapon and slams into a display with enough force to knock over the shelves. When the police storm the place, seeing the disturbance, they find the 6 disoriented villains and the crowd all staring at Izuku, lying on his shoulders with his feet in the air and a frustrated look on his face. 2 of them he recognizes from other scenes. One of them is in his phone as a police contact. You guys should be ashamed of yourselves. Izuku sighs. Izuku hates it when the adults in his life are right. Not out of spite, or because he wishes he were older. He hates their tendency to be right about things that he doesn't want to deal with. His hesitation left the villains awake enough to struggle, though they were definitely sore from the blows, and it gave him just enough responsibility for the situation that Deathgaro, who arrived too late to do anything in the first place, ends up pulling him aside for a lecture on measuring one's strength. Getting a lecture both from the hero and from the disembodied shark voice in his own head does nothing for his mood. I've seen you too many times in the past few months, you know that? The hero growls, looking down at him with a firm frown. And now you go pulling something like this. What would you have done if you'd killed someone, or if you hadn't been fast enough? In a hostage situation, your job is to sit there and not cause trouble. Izuku sighs. Deathgaro's frown is even more stern now, and he jabs a meaty finger into Izuku's chest. Quiet. No matter what, using your quirk without a license is illegal, and you endangered everyone in the building by doing what you did. Okay, look, you weren't even there. Izuku snaps, because this is the 3rd time he's been lectured by a hero in a year, and today is the worst possible day to deal with this particular one. though there's one Izuku would probably like seeing even less. I wasn't escalating the situation. The police let me wander into the scene, and I was minding my own business playing damsel in distress, but he thought I was a cop because they did that instead of following procedure. And for the last time, I don't have a quirk. Izuku doesn't glare at the hero, but he slaps a hand across his chest and frowns. If you'll excuse me, I need to get home and change and figure out how to pay for another school uniform, considering I was just shot. Izuku takes a little pleasure in the expression on the hero's face as he storms off, knowing that he'll get another police visit tonight and his mom will give him a look and his wallet probably can't handle the cost of the uniform. Before he can leave the scene, one of the hostages, a girl he doesn't recognize wearing a uniform he definitely recognizes, catches him by the shoulder. "Excuse me." Izuku frowns in her direction, then panics, because this girl goes to his school and why the hell is she talking to him? She doesn't seem to notice and smiles at him nervously as she starts talking. "I just wanted to thank you. You were really cool in there, and I recognized your uniform, but I thought maybe I should introduce myself, you know? I'm Tachibana Konomi, Class 1D. Izuku hadn't seen her on campus before, but that didn't say much since he was basically ignored by most of the student body and completely avoided by his classmates. Spending time on campus was limited to class, lunch in the classroom, and gym time with Kurabayashi-sensei. And if he was honest, he wouldn't have noticed her. Takenbana-san was cute, but not the type that Izuku could ever dare to approach. Chestnut-colored hair pulled back by a blue headband, heterochromatic eyes, one flashing sharp red and the other impossibly rich blue. And a height that left her slightly shorter than him made her about as average as he was, in the grand scheme of things. Not that Izuku could consider himself average anymore. Her eyes changed, turning yellow-gold in between blinks, and Izuku shook made a little noise of shock at the change. She frowned. "Oh, sorry. My quirk changes my eye color. I need to get going. I just wanted to say thank you." "Really? I hope you're okay." Izuku watched her dart off into the mess, leaving him to sigh and curse himself for freezing up just because a girl spoke to him. If it wasn't bad enough, his mother's reaction was a stifled laugh and an awkward pat on the shoulder. At least he knew they were related. Going to school was nothing more than routine, despite being more than 2 months into the first term. The only real break he got from being a pariah was his times with Kurabayashi-sensei. Kurabayashi-sensei is more of the quiet type, and Izuku appreciates that. Usually they share no more than a nod when they see one another before a training session. Walking beside the man leaves an even wider wake than Izuku usually leaves, but the presence is calming. Of course they would avoid the pair. It isn't just Izuku when there's an anthropomorphic great white shark involved. "You!" Izuku yelps as a finger is moved out of the crowd, hovering a centimeter from his nose. Staring down the finger leads him straight to a pair of eerily familiar emerald eyes. "Ah, Midoriya-kun, you know this student?" Kurabayashi rumbles. "Huh? Kurabayashi-sensei, is he in trouble? Is he really a delinquent?" Tachibana almost looks like she's pleading, completely losing the angry set to her eyes as she turns to their teacher. Izuku glances back and forth between the two as the crowd starts to chatter. Whispers may as well be laughter in his ears, dialing up the blush on his cheeks until his ears might actually catch on fire from the heat. Midoriya-kun is a model student. Anyone who believes him to be a delinquent is someone I would very much like to have a word with. Kurabayashi-sensei's voice overtakes the crowd, causing many of the students to flee. Izuku probably would have too, if he didn't know the man. That was definitely the loudest he's ever heard the teacher speak, and it had an edge to it. He swallows against the knot forming in his throat. "So, you're not a delinquent?" Tachibana frowns at him. "Oh, of course not." Izuku stammers. "I'm used to people saying things like that, though. I never told anyone anything different, I guess." "Midoriya-kun, sometimes you're a bit too quiet for your own good." Kurabayashi blinks twice, the way he does when he's happy or cheeky, and Izuku shrinks a bit at the way he says it. "Well, I'm glad my hero isn't a delinquent, but your character could stand a bit more." Tachibana sighs. "I don't know. You're awfully plain for a hero." "I'm not a hero." Izuku yelps. Tachibana raises an eyebrow, eyes flashing a vivid purple hue. Really, I'm quirkless, first of all, and second of all I just wandered into that situation by accident. What kind of hero? Perhaps we should talk more in private, students? Kurabayashi-sensei's tone lowers, and the man's snout leans down a bit more, leaving Izuku staring straight into his teacher's inky black eyes. I'd very much like to hear about this incident, Midoriya-kun. Well, I have the time, I guess. I'll message my friends that I'm staying a bit later. Tachibana sighs, whipping out her phone with grace that Izuku envies. Her smile is sly as she follows their teacher down the hall. Besides, I don't believe that whole quirkless thing for a second. I was just there with a friend to buy a new charm for her school bag. We had barely been in the shop for a few minutes when the villains came storming in and rounding everyone up. We were panicking, everyone was really scared because the leader kept talking about shooting someone, but then after like a half an hour Midoriya-kun came wandering into the shop out of nowhere. Tachibana chuckles at the memory, because apparently Izuku's blush and groan are amusing. He came in kinda out of it, talking to himself and staring at his hands. For like a few minutes, we just stared as he wandered around the store. Then the leader of it all walks over and points a shotgun at him, asks what he's doing, and Midoriya-kun goes, "Oh, I wandered into a robbery again, didn't I?" "I did not. That was the first time, sensei, I swear." Izuku isn't sure why his voice is so whiny. The shark blinks at him, then turns back the girl. "He said that." "He did." The way Tachibana grins at him has to be betrayal. It's wispier than he remembers the last time he felt it, but definitely, probably, betrayal. So he's going to sit down, and everyone is staring at him wondering what the hell this weird kid is doing, or at least I was, and he just stops. After a little bit he starts walking out of the circle. The leader stops him right as he grabs this chair and Midoriya-kun goes, "You don't want your hostages complaining, do you?" And the leader looks at him dead in the eye and says, "I like them docile and not crazy." I nearly lost it laughing, my friends had to cover my mouth. Then he keeps going, but this time he asks a villain to push a stroller over, and then he helps out this cute little baby and her mom, and he sits down. So then he starts talking to the leader, says the police let him wander into the robbery and all this crazy stuff, then he says he's quirkless, and the leader shoots him. Before he could do anything the second time, Midoriya-kun was flying around the shop knocking things over and hitting the villains, almost knocking them out but not really, and he slips or something and ends up upside down when the police come storming in, and he goes, "You should be ashamed of yourselves." Tachibana actually does start laughing then, slapping the bench as she cackles at Izuku's misfortune. Kurabayashi-sensei, of course, rumbles and blinks more times than Izuku can count, leaving Izuku feeling even more betrayed than before. "They did let me wander into that robbery," Izuku says aloud, trying his hardest not to pout as he stacks weights on the squat rack. "I asked them later, and those traitors let me go in because whenever I'm involved things wrap themselves up quickly or something like that." What kind of strength quirk user claims to be quirkless though? Tachibana breathes, finally recovered from her cackling. Izuku freezes before he can step up to the bar. For a moment he thinks about how ridiculous it is. Most of his life, he'd have given anything for a quirk. Now, though, over a year after he gave up on his dream of being a hero, he's got something that isn't a quirk but may as well be. People assume he's blessed, even though he's spent his entire life an outsider. Quirkless, and now cursed to be called a liar for telling the truth. "I am quirkless. No one knows what's wrong with me," Izuku mutters, just loud enough to be heard, as he takes the bar across his shoulders and lifts, going through the motions. "It sure doesn't look like anything is wrong with you. How much weight is that, sensei?" Tachibana sounds indifferent. Izuku hopes it's indifferent. He doesn't want to feel much right then. After 15 sets, he racks the bar and steps off, finding the pair staring at him with awe in their eyes. "I believe that Midoriya-kun just performed a 500-kilogram squat." Kurabayashi-sensei sounds oddly impressed. Izuku isn't used to that. "I'm a bit hurt, Midoriya-kun. When were you going to tell me that you're bulletproof?" "I didn't want you worrying, sensei. Plus..." Izuku sighs and leans back against the bar, ignoring the weight that Tachibana is still gaping at. I should have caught the bullet. Getting shot ruined my school uniform again. Again? How often does this happen? Tachibana flies to her feet, staring at them both with a split pair of red and blue eyes. I think I get caught up in at least 2 attacks a week, if not more. My current low is 5. Izuku sighs. I had to change my jogging route after that week, since 2 of those happened in the next town over and I caught 2 in one day. So, you're super fast, super strong, bulletproof, and you're a villain magnet? Sword-proof. Izuku mumbles mindlessly. He slaps his hands over his mouth immediately, noting the trio of blinks from his teacher and the surprise on Tachibana's face. That's pretty specific. Got anything to say about it? No, not really. I don't think that anyone should hear that story. Izuku squeaks. That's a shame. You're a real trip, you know that? Is there some tragic backstory as to why you want to be quirkless? Did you hurt someone or miss saving someone? If you're going for that whole classic protagonist theme, you really need a tragic backstory. Tachibana wags a finger at him, as if lecturing him, and her grin is very self-satisfied. Izuku sighs. Honestly, I think having this, whatever this is worse than being quirkless. Now I can't even tell the truth. Izuku digs the heels of his palms into his eyes, suddenly feeling very tired. I don't think my backstory is very tragic, so maybe I'm not cut out for this whole protagonist thing. You're serious, aren't you? About being quirkless. Tachibana whispers. Should I show you my doctor's reports? I keep it in my backpack. Izuku groans. You keep it in your backpack? A signed document telling people you're quirkless? Tachibana gapes at him for that one. Izuku chuckles wryly. The police kept getting confused. It's the only thing that saves me from getting arrested for illegal quirk usage. Izuku stares at the floor, feeling a mix of misery and humor welling up in his gut. Man, that's hardcore. Tachibana sighs, smoothing her skirt and sitting down with her back against the rack. I'm sorry if I pushed it too much. Usually my friends remind me to be more careful about asking questions. If it helps, I'll believe you. You saved us, after all. Being rude is counterproductive. Counterproductive? Izuku murmurs, glancing over to find a green and a gold eye staring back at him. Well, if we're gonna be friends, I can't make you uncomfortable. Friends? Izuku blinks. Yeah. You don't have many friends here at school, right? What kind of person would just let the boy who single-handedly saved her friends' lives go on being a lonely, tragic shounen protagonist? Tachibana grins at him, though it looked a bit odd since she was leaning back and grinning upside down. Izuku thinks that the curve is right, even if he knew she was smiling. I'd hate to be a burden, and I couldn't ask you to make time. He stammers, flying to his feet and turning towards the bar to hide his blush. A hand swats him on the head. Don't ask then. No one is happy being alone all the time. I'm really not alone. I have Kurabayashi-sensei. The pair glance towards the man in question, finding him peering down at a book. He blinks at them in confusion as they stare, and Izuku receives a questioning look from Tachibana. I have some friends in the police force, and Smith-san. Lots of friends who own shops on my usual jogging route. Geez, you're really bad at being friends with people, aren't you? What, are you going to turn down the invitation to be friends with a cute girl? Tachibana PPS an eyebrow at him, leaving him both confused and much more red than before. That has to be cheating. Izuku sighs. Nothing is that easy. Not even friendship, apparently. Tachibana's friends are, understandably, not excited to meet the infamous delinquent of Class C. After a week, Tachibana is fuming mad about Izuku's reputation and has half a dozen ridiculous plans to redeem him in the eyes of the student body. Izuku lets her rant, because it's nice just to have someone to talk to during lunch once a week. Even it's only been a week and one lunch, it's nice. Eventually, though, Tachibana wears her friends down. She finds him in one of his quiet lunch spots the next week with eyes flashing all sorts of colors. We're going to the mall. Izuku chews, swallows, then calmly sets his bento aside and frowns. Is this about my fashion sense again? I didn't even think about that, but that's always a good point. Tachibana grins. Izuku shrinks a bit. But I finally convinced everyone to come hang out with you. Tachibana-san, you really don't have to? Midoriya, shut it. Tachibana points her chopsticks at him in a vaguely threatening way, and Izuku winces. Last time he kept talking they ended up digging her chopsticks out of his hair. When is this supposed to be? He mutters. Next week. We're going to that new mall. Kiyoshi? I think it was Kiyoshi Ward. Basically, after finals are over on the first day of summer. Tachibana's eyes flash yellow and red, and she frowns at him. Try not to get involved in anything crazy, okay? Tachibana-san, you know I'm not actively doing this to myself, right? Izuku sighs, resuming lunch and praying to every god he can remember. That maybe he can take a little break. At least a day. On his run the next day, Izuku sees a plume of smoke. Somehow, one of the apartment complexes he passes on his way to work has caught on fire. The police aren't there yet, but the blaze has fully engulfed the upper floor of the building and Izuku knows this route all too well. Not a single hero on his route has any firefighting experience, and none of them are equipped for this. Before anyone can realize what he's doing, Izuku runs through the half-butted line that the two heroes who have arrived have made, and ignores their shouts of panic as he charges in. He does his best not to worry about breathing. Once he pulls his shirt up over his face, there's no real issue other than seeing what's in front of him. When he's barely halfway through checking the rooms, he hears someone scream. A bonfire blocks his way down the hallway as he tries to get there. The hesitation lasts all of 2 seconds before Izuku PPS a fist backward, shifts his stance and swings. The gale that tears through the apartment complex kills all the fire and engulfs everything in smoke, leaving him almost worse off than before. It takes longer than he'd like to get through the building, and when he does, he emerges with 4 unconscious people. He had to carry them out 2 at a time. The heroes didn't say much when he came back with the second pair. When the police show up with the paramedics, Izuku has to go through a little bit of chatter about how he should just be a hero already. He's doing as much without trying. He tries to ignore the irritated looks from the heroes, but otherwise the day isn't really all that special. At least, that's what he'd thought. Izuku, honey, you're on the news. Izuku trips over his desk chair when his mother calls him out of his room after dinner, and he nearly trips again when he rushes into the living room. They stare as the news reports detail a green-haired youth charging into an apartment fire and saving 4 lives. No one would give them a name out of respect for his privacy, but they go on to address the local rumors that a green-haired student has been diffusing villain situations across Mizudafu. For almost 10 minutes after he watches it, he sits there frozen while his mom stares at him and worries. You know, I'm actually surprised it didn't happen sooner. He mutters. A choked laugh erupts from his mother, who covers her mouth when she realizes what he means, and they both end up giggling like crazy. He avoids the news the next day. Seeing himself on the news isn't something he likes, after always getting lectured, or used as a secret police force weapon, but his fingers itch to check through his phone as he usually does. When he arrives and sits down, someone drops heavily into the chair in front of him. Izuku pauses and glances up at the boy in front of him. You're that vigilante delinquent, right? He asks, grinning innocently. Izuku frowns. Izuku is very much aware of his lack of social skills. But this person is entirely normal, and he shouldn't be freezing up, but now people are realizing who he is, and he's already got enough problems with Tachibana's friends thinking he's crazy. No. So you're just a normal delinquent then? The other student tilts his head to the side. Izuku's shoulders slump. Unless having bad luck is illegal, I don't think I've ever broken the law, specifically. Actually, it's considered illegal to move at speeds faster than 100 kilometers per hour without a special permit or a registered vehicle. Oh, does this count if I didn't know that was illegal? Izuku asks. The stranger shrugs. I have no idea. Can you really run that fast? I've never actually measured. Izuku groans when he realizes what he's just done. Eventually he's going to spill the whole fight with Stain without even meaning to because he doesn't think before he talks. Have you checked the news today? The other boy narrows his eyes at him, still smiling, as if Izuku is saying something funny. Not really. I've been putting it off. Izuku mutters. Could you tell me one thing though? The boy asks. Izuku shrugs and sighs, digging his fingers through his hair and sprawling across his backpack. Sure, go ahead. How many times have they arrested you? They haven't. I'm quirkless. For a moment, they stare at one another. When the boy's smile falls and turns into a frown, Izuku digs through his backpack and pulls out the folder protector holding his diagnosis. After a few moments of reading, the other boy stares at him wordlessly and returns the file. Please don't tell anyone. Honestly, I don't think anyone is going to believe me if I tried. Try telling that to the police after you get shot. Izuku mutters. You're bulletproof? God damn it. Tachibana blinks at him when he reaches the roof with his new friend in tow. Part of him bristles when she does. He spent 3 months with Kurabayashi-sensei and now he can't help thinking that people blinking at him that way are laughing at him. Apparently I'm famous. He drops to the concrete of the roof, careful to say it quietly to avoid letting everyone else on the roof know. Hi. Are you in on his secret identity too? Yeah, he saved me and a few friends from a robbery. Tachibana answers. What's this about being famous? I don't have a secret identity. Izuku mutters. Sorry. I'm Nobutaka Kaba. Call me Kaba. He offered a small bow to Tachibana and a grin for Izuku's sake. Midoriya-kun here got caught dragging some people out of an apartment fire yesterday, and now every new outlet in Tokyo has a report on the Mizudafu Vigilante. No one knows his name, though. Tachibana grins at him too, and Izuku thinks the pair of them look like hyenas. Stop it. Please. I've got enough problems just trying to be normal. Izuku sighs. He's got a bit of a complex about being quirkless. Tachibana stage whispers. Kaba rolls his eyes. Why are you so worried about it? You've basically got your own quirk, and you're like All Might now. Izuku flinches, apparently noticeably enough that both of his companions notice. See, could we not talk about All Might? Izuku murmurs, trying to eat while he still has the appetite. Sure thing, Midoriya. Kaba says gently. Honestly, I was just excited to hear that you're not some raving delinquent murderer. You thought he could be a raving delinquent murderer? He couldn't even speak properly when I approached him the first time. Tachibana snickers. Izuku rolls his eyes. There was a lot going on. Izuku mutters weakly. So, is talking just something you're terrible at? Kaba asks, finally unwrapping what looks like a lunch. He's not that bad once he gets over the initial part. Tachibana offers. Izuku snorts. Thanks for the vote of confidence. If we gave you confidence, you'd be the overpowered rival character, not the tragic protagonist. Pick one already. Tachibana mutters around a mouthful of fruit. Does that make Kaken my rival or Stain my rival? Izuku wonders, looking up at the sky. Kurabayashi-sensei doesn't do much more than blink once when Izuku brings Kaba along to their session that afternoon. The two strike up an interesting conversation about Izuku's exploits, and Kurabayashi-sensei scolds Izuku for running into a burning building, even if it was to save people, before he starts their training. Part of him wonders if it's really training anymore, or if Kurabayashi-sensei is simply remaining after school to let him use the gym and improve himself. Either way, he's happy that his teacher has been so kind. When Izuku maxes out the weight on the bench, rack and a deadlift bar before he even gets started, Kaba gapes at him. Midoriya. You're a twig. Don't show off just. He trails off as Izuku looks him dead in the eye and picks up the deadlift bar with both hands, standing up as if the bar weren't even there. Just to prove the point, Izuku adjusts, then starts lifting the bar as if it were a dumbbell, just so he can watch Kaba's jaw drop. How the F? Language, young Nobutaka. Kurabayashi-sensei rumbles. But, Midoriya, how much is that? This is 300 kilograms. I'm up to 1250 on the squat rack. Izuku mumbles, going through his routine with the deadlift bar. Kaba laughs hysterically as Izuku goes through a few motions with the bar that definitely shouldn't be safe. You're a little green All Might. I'm not a hero. Izuku growls, nearly dropping the bar as he shifts his gaze to Kaba. The other boy returns his glare evenly until Izuku drops his eyes, gently setting the bar down and moving towards the squat rack. And I'm never going to be as amazing as All Might. Yeah. Okay, Midoriya. Sorry, I forgot you don't like to talk about it. Kaba sighs. So, what else do you do? Other than working out, I mean. You said this started because of some crazy routine. 300 push-ups, sit-ups, squat, 10-kilometer run, every day. Izuku grunts out between squats. I thought it was 100, Midoriya-kun? Kurabayashi-sensei chirps. That was what I started with. I tried at least. Izuku grunts as he re-racks the bar. I only managed about 20 or so of each for the first week, then I almost died from the pain and dropped a bunch, and then it started getting out of hand. My old phys ed teacher nearly had a heart attack when I benched 400 kilograms out of nowhere. DMN. So, can anyone do this? Kaba chuckles. Izuku actually laughs at that, but then he stops. I never really stopped to think about that. Aren't there still physical fitness competitions? Ones that ban strength quirks and stuff? Izuku asks. Kurabayashi-sensei looks up from his book and blinks. Actually, there are competitions for quirk users, non-quirk users, and for different metamorphic users. The last one is more divided in judging. They aren't as popular as, say, the pro industry or the sports festival, but they do well enough. People have done these things for centuries. Kurabayashi-sensei doesn't smile often. Izuku is so glad the man seems to know not to do it often, but he offers a bit of a smile and taps his biceps. I've known quite a few people who use fitness competitions to learn or actually compete in them. I guess there's still competitions for everything, huh? Art is like that too. Kaba says, grinning up at the shark teacher. Izuku snorts. I only ever paid attention to heroes before. Guess I was missing out. You're a hero nerd? Kaba asks uncertainly. Used to be. Izuku steps up to the bar and lifts. Being a hero was my dream. I gave up on it a little over a year ago. Started working out instead. Instead? So, what? You turned from an otaku to a bodybuilder overnight. Kaba snorts. I guess that kind of passion really is unrivaled. Izuku frowns as he steps out of the rack, moving towards the bench. Yeah. Something like that. Hey, so what else have you done? Other than stop all those villain attacks. Izuku lists off the beach cleanup, the reconstruction work, and a few of his odd jobs helping clean Mizudafu. Kaba shakes his head as he stares at the blocks of weight on the ends of the bar. Man, never thought my high school delinquent would end up being an immortal saint. Kaba mutters under his breath. Izuku rolls his eyes, and Kaba blushes slightly. You haven't seen him do much more than warm up yet. Kurabayashi-sensei rumbles, blinking sporadically over his book. Life will never be the same now that I know you, will it? Kaba pps an eyebrow at Izuku as he starts in on his second set. Hey, at least you don't get used as a deterrent. Izuku grunts. What does that even mean? According to Miss Tachibana, Kurabayashi-sensei slips a bookmark into his book and stands, heading towards the corner where Izuku's dummy is left between sessions. The police let Midoriya-kun wander into a hostage situation just to speed things up. Kaba spins, staring at Izuku with wide eyes as Izuku sits up. The bastards got me shot. Izuku grumbles. You got shot? I'm indestructible from what I can tell. Izuku sighs. Bulletproof, swordproof, knife-proof. It all just hits my skin and stops or breaks the blades. What? Here, pinch me. Izuku grins wryly as he holds out a hand. Kaba takes his arm and inspects it instead, then pinches him several times in quick succession. Hey, ow, OW. You said? Once. Not 5 times. What makes you think once isn't enough? Izuku rubs his arm, staring up at the boy with wide eyes. Holy shit, you're a god, aren't you? Are you actually a shounen protagonist? Izuku sighs, ignoring the question in favor of walking towards the dummy and switching it on. I have no idea. Izuku steps into the stance Kurabayashi-sensei showed him for standard MQ of fighters. He's done this for 3 weeks, every day. Alright, so what does this thing do? You gonna practice ripping its head off or something? Izuku gapes as Kaba rubs his hands together, almost gleeful at the idea. What? No. Izuku shakes his head and turns back to the dummy. This is for keeping my strength in check. If I used my full strength with every punch, I'd kill someone. So, warm up. 0 speed. He reminds himself. Without any exertion at all, he lays a 4-punch combo across the sensors. Each time, he pauses with his fist against the device, then pulls back. Midoriya has been studying anatomy and various techniques for boxing since I managed to procure this machine. Kurabayashi-sensei croons, folding his arms as if Izuku were his star pupil. Izuku shakes his head at the praise in the man's tone. His improvement rate has been beyond what I imagined, but I suppose that's Midoriya style in the first place. I do this every day 3 times. Even without the dummy. And I know a couple people who give me advice, sensei. Izuku murmurs. Low power. Soft punch. First gear. His punches fly hard enough to leave the dummy shaking, but he makes sure each blow is complete before throwing the next. Kaba frowns from beside their teacher. After 3 rounds of punches, Izuku bounces on his heels and widens his stance. Low power. Second gear. The screen briefly flashes yellow as he lands the 3rd punch, a blow to the ribs, and Izuku winces. He goes through the combo until he keeps the device green and adjusts his power level. He just kinda looks like he's reaching out and touching it. Is that all this is? Kaba mutters from the side. Kurabayashi-sensei nudges him. Midoriya, why don't you show him what you can do? The last combination should be fine. If I skip, I'll lose pace. You won't always be able to remind yourself of your power levels. You need to know that in a fight, things just happen. Trust yourself. Kurabayashi-sensei growls. Yes, sensei. Izuku mutters. The final combination. Normal power. 3rd gear. Normal power? Gear. Kaba snorts. What are you, Aro? Izuku's fist flies. On the screen, a constant yellow screen shows as he lands all 17 hits in quick succession, hitting every single point that he knows can take his normal power hits. When he returns to his stance, the machine wobbles violently. But Kaba blinks at the shaking machine. What just happened? Did you hit it? Izuku sighs as Kurabayashi-sensei shakes with laughter. I hit it 17 times actually. Kaba looks at the device, flashing a green happy face. Prove it. The screen flashes yellow for a half second if the force exceeds the normal amount a person can take at that point of the body. Kurabayashi-sensei explains. Izuku offers up a flick at normal power straight to the stomach. The screen flashes red and remains there for a second before returning to green. It will flash red if Midoriya uses lethal force. Originally, the timer on the screen was much slower, but Midoriya raised it to keep up with him. Half of a second in the fastest it can manage. Here. Izuku drops to one knee, flips a pair of switches so that the screen is changed. One half remains green, while the other half holds a timer and a pair of zeros. This is a time trial mode. Sensei, can you start me? All right. Kaba swallows, looking a lot paler than when Izuku first started using the weights. Izuku frowns, then steps into his form. Moving fast, Izuku has slowly learned, isn't different from moving at a normal speed. Unlike he'd originally imagined back when he was a hero nerd, moving fast is just putting effort into the motions. But thinking fast took him a while to figure out. The word start draws out for almost 10 blinks before Izuku notes the tiny zeros on the timer begin to change. His punches ripple across the device again, keeping the top half of the screen a bright, toxic yellow. Despite his body moving easily at fractions of a second, it's easy to see his fists striking the device while he's still pulling back from that same punch. Faint blurs drag out as he runs through the routine, and when he pulls back from the 17th blow, a short rush of off-white pink fills his vision. When Izuku breaks form, the timer reads 4 seconds, and the screen flashes back to green with the number of hits still climbing from 10. Kaba blinks, then stares at Izuku with an unreadable expression. What the F? Language, young man. Izuku sighs, smiling despite the expression on Kaba's face. What the hell does your actual punch look like? Kaba asks quietly. Izuku shrugs. The wake reaches pretty far out at this point. You're gonna have to do better than that, Midoriya. Wanna come to the mall after finals? Tachibana-san is introducing me to her friends. I think they're going to hate me. Sure. Which mall? Kiyoshi Ward. I think she said it's new. Oh yeah. That place looks awesome. I hear they have a really awesome arcade. That sounds fun. I'll have to take some spending money then. Finals week is not easy. Between studying and doing a bit of unofficial part-time work around the places he knows, Izuku is too exhausted to keep much of his routine. He manages an hour to work out in the morning in his bedroom, but cutting his jog out of his routine ends up leaving him jittery during the day and almost unable to sleep at night. All in all, his class rank goes to 3 from 5, and Kaba reveals himself as number 6 due to his focus on his art. Izuku is absolutely positive that his new friend is more exceptional than he realizes. Whatever it is, it feels like it's on the tip of his tongue. Kaba is somehow more elusive and shy about his skills than Izuku, and that's saying something. Then again, Izuku only has 2 friends and they both know just about everything about his secrets. So far, he's told them everything but his meetings with All Might and Stain, which, he's sure that those 2 events should never, ever reach the public ear. Or the official ear. Tachibana's friends relax when Kaba shows up, all easy smiles and glasses and good vibes. He's around Izuku's height, but a bit broader in the shoulders, which must make him seem like the one keeping Izuku in line. Out of all of them, Tachibana is the most colorful. She shows up dressed in jeans and a bright orange blouse, which is put to absolute shame by the molten orange color of her eyes. Her friends, of course, take one look at him and stiffen up. One of them is tall, tallish. It isn't hard to be taller than Izuku, and she seems to look at him as if he's about to run off with Tachibana or kick a puppy into traffic. She seems somewhat stylish, though her clothes aren't anything bright or flashy, red blouse and a pair of navy pants reaching her knees, but she wears rings with iridescent stones across each finger, almost like a fortune-teller type. Beside her is a guy dressed in his school uniform, with the jacket opened and the tie missing. For a minute, Izuku thinks he might be nice. When the boy looks at him, the smile he'd had disappears entirely and the guy looks at Izuku just the same as the rest. Off to one side, another pair of girls stood chatting and poring over something on one of their phones, which left Izuku entirely out of his depth. Both of them seemed the type to keep up with trends and such, decked out in a nice sundress with styled hair or a cute skirt with a striped blouse that fluttered in the breeze. Midoriya. Kaba. Finally. Tachibana grins as she waves them over. Izuku flinches when the 2 on their phones glance up and roll their eyes at him. We ended up coming early, so don't start apologizing, Midoriya. He takes a second, because he really thought he had chosen his outfit carefully enough. An olive green t-shirt beneath a cargo jacket, one that's dual-sided and made of some crazy tough material just in case his luck goes south, and a pair of cargo shorts over his red sneakers. Maybe he's just a bit too scuffed up in general to look fashionable, would his mom tell him? She said he'd looked cool? Oh, all right. Izuku sighs. He turns to the others and offers a bow that's probably deeper than it should be for classmates, but he's not exactly off to a great start anyways. It's nice to meet you all. I'm Midoriya Izuku. I hope we can be friends. Ignore him, he's terrified of you all for some reason. Kaba laughs at the stunned expressions from each of Tachibana's friends. Call me Kaba, I'm Midoriya's classmate from Class C. Nice to meet ya. Isn't he supposed to be, I don't know, a serial killer or something? Izuku slumps a bit when he hears that. Tachibana, for all her good intentions, immediately turns to her friends and snaps. Hey, you guys promised to give him a chance. She cries. Tachi-chan, you know I trust you. The tall one says. Her voice whines a little more than Izuku would have imagined, but not all tall people have deep voices. Assuming is rude. But no one is just going to jump in and decide he's not a delinquent in 5 minutes. He saved our lives. The heroes would have done as much. One of the girls, the dress girl, down the walk says. She purses her lips as she looks at him, then smirks and laughs behind one hand. Not trying to be ungrateful. But he also provoked the villain. I'm really sorry about that. Izuku offers. His voice sounds pathetic, but that's better than being rude. And he had actually made things worse by talking to the leader, that time. Do we want to go shop? Kaba asks, catching everyone's attention. Izuku really envies him and appreciates him in that moment. I heard this place has a super awesome arcade. Eventually, they all move towards the mall. Izuku frowns as Tachibana catches his arm and offers him a tight smile, obviously not happy with the result. Sorry about that. I promise that they're good people. Her smile wanes some, and she looks after her friends as the pair drift back some. We're pretty normal, I think, but they're not dumb either. They'll warm up to you. Tachibana-san. She glances at him curiously, eyes still vivid orange. From the short distance they're standing, Izuku can tell that she's delicately threaded black through the iris to make her color pop, almost glow. Thank you. For being my friend, I mean. Izuku smiles as wide as he can and digs a hand through his hair nervously. Even if they don't like me or whatever, you're being really nice. It means a lot. Tachibana grins, then slips behind him and pushes him towards the mall. Don't go getting sappy on me, Midoriya. Izuku yelps as she shoves him forward, catching everyone's eye as he's all but shoved into the crowd of them and nearly jostles the tall girl. Oh, and you should smile more. You look prettier when you smile, after all. What does that even mean? Wait, I'm not supposed to look pretty. It's a joke, Midoriya. Kaba cackles. But you do look prettier when you smile. Sorry, I almost ran into you. Izuku glances up at the tall girl, watching her lift an eyebrow before she shrugs it off. Tachi-chan always does shit like that, don't worry about it. Tachibana grins and pushes between them, completely ignoring the fact that she's nearly pressed against Izuku's side in their little crowd. Now, where are we going to go first? Kiyoshi Ward Mall is a huge place. 2 stories. Izuku has been in those, but not super often. Most of the time he was chasing hero merch, and he never took the time to appreciate how big they were. Seeing a new one, full of people, is really something to stop and appreciate. Sadly, he'd taken that moment and lost his friends in the crowd, leaving him fighting just to try and find them. Just when he's about to give up, his phone rings. Midoriya-kun, what the hell, man? Where'd you go? Kaba-san? I'm so sorry, I barely stopped for a second and I got separated. Where are you all headed? Izuku groans. That sounds like you. We're heading for the... Izuku blinks as someone jostles him from behind, and he mutters an apology to the person. For a brief second, they turn to look at him and Izuku pales. Fuff. The person mutters, glaring at him through washed-out cobalt hair. A black hoodie is pulled up over his head, almost like some cliché way of hiding, but it's the look in his eye and the flaky, dry skin of his cheeks that stops Izuku cold. Something akin to an aura of rage wafts off this guy, something Izuku can't help but notice. He looks like a villain. Like someone just waiting to be given even the smallest reason to go off the rails. Effing hero brats. The man mutters, wandering off into the crowd. Yeah. Izuku blinks, snapping out of his daze. Kaba-san? Hey, did you trip or something, man? What's going on with you? Kaba-san, you guys go on without me. Wait, Midoriya-kun, what dash? He cuts the call without a glance and shoves his phone in his pocket, finger held over the emergency dial button. Izuku swallows the knot in his throat, then wanders off after the black hoodie. It doesn't take long to realize that the man is just wandering. He sees a few people that Izuku vaguely recognizes, but it isn't until Izuku catches the man glaring at a boy with 6 arms on the first floor that Izuku places it. A close call leaves his heart pounding, and Izuku runs for the 2nd story using the stairwell. He tried to hide in. He finds the boy with red, spiky hair coming out of a store right as he sees the black hoodie again. Before he can think about it, he grabs the boy and drags him over the rail. Sorry to drag you away, but I know who you are, and I need you to tell me if you recognize that person. Izuku mutters, pointing to the black hoodie drifting slowly through the crowd. He feels the redhead's skin harden under his fingers, and he can't really blame the boy. A lucky moment strikes, and the man pushes back his hood just enough to reveal his hair and scratch at his neck. The boy beside Izuku inhales sharply enough that Izuku glances over in a panic and jostles his shoulder some. He looks like he's just seen a ghost. Hey, Izuku mutters, are you okay? Do you know them? I think maybe it's a villain? I couldn't see much. Or you. What dash? There's panic in the boy's eyes. Izuku frowns the minute he sees it, and he releases the boy. Despite the lecture coming his way later, he can't exactly leave things be. Look, there's no time. He's dragging Ijiro from the railing. He matches the report of the villains almost to the letter, red eyes, blue hair, really angry. If he's here then he must be waiting for a chance to strike, but if it stays like this, he's fine, but I can't let him get away either. He trails off and turns to the boy, looking him dead in the eye. Aren't you here with your class? You need to get out of here, call the police. I'll track him, here's my number just in case, okay? Izuku doesn't wait for anything else. The man in the hoodie is almost gone, and Izuku can't risk losing him after a stunt like this. He hops the rail without thinking twice, landing on the ground floor without even a strain in his legs, and takes off through the crowd. People are shouting after him, but it's easy to take off his jacket and flip it inside out to change the color before everything calms down. Following the man in the hoodie is hard. At one point, he needs to race to keep up, and several people look shocked as he blurs down the street into an alley. Moving like that in public is still iffy, but at least he doesn't break the pavement anymore. It's a bit of a shock that the man actually goes the whole way on foot. They've been walking a full hour, since the reports of USJ reported a warp quirk, not officially, but Izuku knew how to get past that, when someone like Kaken and something like All Might's secret are on the line. But Izuku is grateful. They get on the train, and eventually get off somewhere in Kamino. Izuku barely notices the station before he's off again, following the man at a decent distance. When he watches the man drift into a bar off a side street, he exhales and slips back into an alley to pull out his phone. The number he picks is saved without a real name, only Detective Detector, and Izuku grimaces as he dials the number. Detective-san. I think I just found the League of Villains hideout. Izuku should have known better. At the time, he'd been too wrapped up in that sensation that Shigaraki had stirred up in his gut, and he hadn't really thought about the implications of what he was doing. Spending whole months with superhuman strength, speed and resistance has apparently dulled his idea of what danger is, because what he's facing now is so much more terrifying than getting attacked by Shigaraki and the League of Villains. Tachibana's eyes are blood red and smoldering. Beside her, Kaba looks ready to turn him into a sculpture for fun, like he doesn't know if skin and bone probably won't transmute without a mess, but he's more than willing to find out. And of course, behind his two friends are the incredulous stares of Tachibana's group of friends, whom he'd unwittingly blown off the day before. When he bows to that little group and apologizes for being rude, only to get swatted on the head, squawking indignantly and rubbing his curls when the blow actually stings some, the stares only get even more shocked. Tachibana-san, I said I'm sorry. Izuku whines. You think that matters? Tachibana's shouts already chased every other student from the rooftop for lunch, leaving the group of four to stare at the two continuously abuse Izuku for his error the day before. You left us behind. When we got everyone together to prove you're not an idiot. I thought I was proving that I wasn't a delinquent. Izuku mutters. Kaba snorts, that's today. Yesterday was to prove you weren't a delinquent. At least they don't think. I'm pretty much convinced that you're a serial killer. The single boy pipes up from the group behind Tachibana. Izuku winces as Tachibana whirls on him, and the boy's eyes drop to the rooftop. Apparently Izuku is right to be afraid of Tachibana's wrath. I mean, who runs off to chase down a villain who attacked All Might? That's a dumb excuse. That's all, Tachi-chan. Izuku frowns, trying to ignore the way the other boy grumbles. Well, I guess there's no one else who would know that All Might is. Izuku looks at the roof and sighs. Not like I can blame them for thinking I'm crazy. Forget all that. Izuku blinked when Tachibana whirls on him again, eyes still full of bloody wrath. You chased a supervillain. What were you thinking? I couldn't just let him wander around. What if he'd attacked someone? Izuku tries, barely able to raise his voice from pathetic to kind of lame. You always say you're not a hero, but that's what heroes are for, you idiot. Tachibana growls. One day you're running into a burning building, the next you're chasing a supervillain. I don't care if you're bulletproof, if you have super speed and strength. Hell, I wouldn't care if you were All Might's apprentice. Izuku winces because that one stings. All Might wouldn't have chosen someone like him in the first place, but even then, if the hero could, he needed to, which wasn't a nice thought. What if he'd caught you and attacked you? You don't know if he could have killed you. Tachibana pokes him in the arm hard enough to snap his attention back up. What about the rest of us, huh? What are we supposed to do if you go and die? I didn't even fight him, Tachibana-san. Izuku sighs. Before she can start in on him again, he continues, Look, a friend of mine is in the class that got attacked. When I heard that all that happened, I got a hold of the reports and what that villain did, I can't forgive him. At first, I just followed him around the mall, but those kids were there too. I watched him stalk them and I realized that if I just left him alone, he could really hurt someone. It wouldn't have even been a challenge, just a quick swipe to activate his quirk and leave the mall in chaos. It's not about me or even about spending time with other people. No one else would have noticed. No one else could have kept an eye on him. And if I'd called the pros? That's what normal people do. Tachibana growled, stomping a foot like a kid throwing a tantrum. Izuku sighed. I've been scolded by the same hero 5 times, twice for getting shot and once for walking out of a hostage situation where I was the hostage. I really doubt that they could have done more to help unless I'd picked the right one, and I don't exactly have them on speed dial. He sighs again, because none of this really matters. Look, I'm really sorry, Tachibana-san, but I wouldn't do it any different. Even if everyone wants to yell and scream at me, I think I did the right thing. No one is saying you didn't do the right thing, dummy. Kaba snorts, then chops Izuku on the head playfully. What we're trying to say is that you put yourself in danger again. And this wasn't something like a fire or a bullet or a knife. Villains are dangerous, the real ones at least. Tachibana-chan is worried about you. Izuku slumps a little more, but he chuckles when the girl's ire turns on Kaba. Who said you could call me that? Kaba yelps as her foot slams down on his, leaving him floundering for a moment until he can cradle the injured limb. Her eyes aren't nearly as angry when she turns back to him, but they're sad now too, and that hurts just as much. He's right though. Stop throwing yourself around like this before you end up hurting yourself. Izuku sighs again, this time for a different reason, and nods. I do my best, Tachibana-san. She nods once, then sits and starts eating, which is apparently the cue for all of them. Izuku blinks when her friends look at him with a bit less distaste than before. The tall one, he notes, stares at him intently for a few moments before they all fall into a rhythm that Izuku is sure must have started during the previous day. He's a little too envious of how easy it seems, with Kaba and Tachibana and the rest, whose names he still doesn't have the pleasure of knowing. Yo, Midoriya, what are you doing for summer break anyways? Kaba calls through a mouthful of his lunch. Izuku frowns. Working out and doing my projects, I guess? Something about the way he says it catches everyone's eye, and Izuku suddenly wishes he'd kept that last bit to himself. Projects? Oh yeah, you never did show me all those spots you cleaned up. Kaba grins, glancing at their little group one by one. Midoriya here is a bit of a local legend, actually. Wait, what's he even talking about? Tachibana's eyes flush green and blue, mixing and changing across both eyes as she turns to look at him. I try to help out where I can. Izuku blushes at the glint in Kaba's eye. You're trying not to call it community service, aren't you? They think I'm a serial killer. Izuku squawks. It's not really service anyways, I just went and did stuff as part of my jogging route. People ask sometimes and it just kept going. Kaba just rolls his eyes. What he means is, the others, Tachibana included, turn to look at him with wide and curious eyes as he keeps picking through his lunch, while he was on his journey of self-discovery, Midoriya started cleaning up Mizudafu as a side gig and helping shop owners with things. I actually found an article from a couple months ago about him cleaning up a local river and how much it helped the community. The only problem is, Izuku flinches as Kaba rolls his eyes at him and pokes his chopsticks towards Izuku's chest. Midoriya does everything anonymously, and he's basically a vigilante at this point. Between the police using his bad luck to save people in hostage situations and him rescuing folks out of burning buildings, he's got a ton of little restoration projects and part-time jobs. Look, it's not really that big of a deal. Izuku sighs. Tachibana's eyes flash indigo, the color he's come to recognize as disbelief from how often she looks at him with that particular shade, and she snaps at him with a pouting expression. You walk into burning buildings for fun. Your opinion doesn't count. Kaba's agreed that he could use more fresh air and offered to join Izuku on his run, if only to see the overzealous routine Izuku built up. Izuku isn't sure if he's glad that Tachibana's friends don't want to show up when he offers for them to join, or if he's let Tachibana down. Knowing that the feelings of guilt aren't going away doesn't help much, so he heads home and tries to help cook dinner instead of dwelling on everything. Dinner is nice that night, if only because his mother smiles more widely when she hears about his new friends. All two of them, and the four who still aren't entirely sure he's not a murderer. Summer, though, brings Izuku to a new problem. Without classes, his study time is cut almost in half unless he looks ahead, which he does, despite how odd it all looks, and he's lost his after-class time with Kurabayashi-sensei. Part of him puts it off, if only because Tachibana and Kaba will definitely think he's crazy. But later that night, when he can't sleep, he ends up looking for a new project to help on. Kaba stares at him with a bit of fear in his eyes as Izuku gets up after his usual routine the next morning. I thought you were joking about that whole 300 a day thing. Izuku snorts and brushes the sand from his clothes. Dagoba is a hot spot, but early enough in the mornings there isn't a soul in sight. Whatever this is, I'm not going to risk losing it now that people expect me to stay bulletproof. He mutters. Actually, I have a question. I asked you about your punches before and you said something about awake. Kaba glances out towards the surf. You didn't mean? I only tried once or twice. Izuku says, opening and closing his fingers experimentally. And that was months ago. Before high school. Kaba grins like crazy and hops to his feet. Izuku rolls his eyes. Come on, let's see it. You're not going to be so excited when someone comes down here asking about quirk usage. Izuku sighs, tossing off his jacket and heading down towards the waterline. He frowns at his fist for a second, imagining what All Might had looked like during the Mudman incident. Then he shakes himself and settles into his stance, the one that he's spent months learning to fall back on, and pulls his arm back. Full power. For the first time in a long time, he punches through the mental dummy he's created, throwing his entire body behind the punch. A roar fills the air as the water parts down the line of his punch. The trough easily reaches out to the horizon, as if a truck had taken off along the surface at supersonic speeds. When he pulls back and sighs, a manic laugh starts up behind him. Kaba! Midoriya, holy, you just parted the freaking ocean. With a punch. Kaba! This is... Can we just... Izuku motions weakly for them to leave. Kaba snorts. One day, Midoriya, you're not going to be able to avoid people's reactions. But yeah, sure. They start jogging again, and Kaba gives him a bit of time before he says anything else. So, you're working on those community service things today? He eventually asks. Izuku grunts in affirmation. Do you ever? I don't know, Midoriya. Do things just for fun. Izuku stops and stares at the street as he thinks back on the past year and a half. Honestly, I haven't done much other than work on stuff and work out since my 3rd year of junior high school. I figured as much. You said you were a big hero nerd before, right? Kaba slaps him on the shoulder. Aren't there any old hobbies or something that you can pick up again? I don't really want much to do with heroes anymore. It's one thing to know about quirks. I like quirks. But I'm not super big on heroes. No more than the news and rankings. Izuku sighs. Well, that's fine. But we should try and find some time to enjoy summer, you know? It's we don't have a school trip, but we can always hang out. Kaba pushes Izuku along somewhat until Izuku shakes himself and starts walking on his own. Why, that would be fun? Why does everything you say sound like a question? I'm offering. I dunno. I've got a bad feeling, I guess. Midoriya, I seriously doubt we've got anything to worry about while you're around. Maybe you're happy taunting the universe, but could you leave me out of it? I've got enough on my plate just trying to be normal. Normal is overrated. Kaba snickers, resuming their jog. Izuku huffs, but he's smiling when he starts jogging to catch up. Izuku stares at the television screen in shock. Is that a mole person? His mother asks quietly. Izuku nods. Is that a quirk? I don't know. I assume so. Izuku sighs. What else could it be? The look she gives him makes him want to cry, but he giggles instead. Honey, you know I'll support you in whatever I can, but you know firsthand that quirks aren't everything. Inko shakes her head. For a little while, they watch as the mole villain fights a pair of heroes, Kamui Woods and Death Arms, those two again, and eventually Inko frowns. Should you? Mom, I'm not a vigilante. He grumbles. A sinking feeling begins to grow in his chest until his leg is bouncing up and down. Inko leans back a bit and frowns at him. Izuku. Just go, honey. I'll make lunch while you're gone. But they don't look like things are going to get any better anytime soon. Just go ahead. Inko gives him a smile. You won't feel right just leaving it, will you? Izuku sighs and grabs 2 handfuls of his hair before he groans and stands up. I'll be back in a bit. Come home safe, and grab some green onions, would you? Sure, Mom. By the time he arrives, the mole person is fighting off 3 heroes, including a rather frustrated group of police. Izuku watches from a nearby rooftop for a little bit before he sighs and looks at his watch. If the time is right then, why haven't they called him, though? He groans as Death Arms takes a blow to the gut and goes flying. Calling the villain a mole person wasn't very accurate now that Izuku is looking at him. The villain stands at least 12 feet tall, probably taller, and he's got 4 arms and multiple eyes. Probably some type of insect quirk? Or definitely a metamorphic one, but it's not the same. When Izuku hops off the rooftop and lands in the police line, just about everyone screams before realizing who he is. A few who don't know try pushing him out towards the edge until he crosses his arms and frowns. Why haven't you called Present Mike? He's the best hero for the job if that thing came from underground. Izuku calls out, ignoring the quaking ground. The police look around, all confused by his question until he groans and pushes through to the front of the police line. Do you guys even know who this guy is? He called himself the Subterranean King, or something like that. One of the officers Izuku recognizes says with a frown. Behind them, a small row starts up between the officers who know Izuku and the ones who don't. Izuku chooses to ignore it. How long has this even been going on? Izuku sighs. 20 minutes? We're in deep if it keeps up. Traffic is frozen for 3 blocks around. The officer glances at him. Are you? My mom said I could. Izuku shrugs. The officer raises his eyebrows, then makes a little noise. But Death Arms won't appreciate it. For a little bit, Izuku watches as Death Arms goes in after the Subterranean King person, getting taken out with 2 of the villain's arms tied behind his back. There are purple sashes tied around the man's torso, carapace, with 4 handles that Izuku really doesn't like. On the edges of the hole, he thinks he can see movement, but that's not something he really wants to think about either, so he focuses on Kamui Woods and Death Arms getting beat into the ground. I'm tired of you. If these are your champions, then the surface dwellers stand no chance against me. The 4 handles are drawn from the villain's body and blades of orange energy pour out in a way that earns a bit of Izuku's attention. At least until they turn Kamui Woods' branches into charcoal and nearly turn Death Arms into mincemeat. When the hero trips and finds himself helpless again, the 3rd blade, Izuku moves. Even moving at half-second speeds, Izuku can see the blades simmering and moving. He grimaces as he slams a foot down and tosses the hero into the air back the way he'd come. For a moment he stares at the oversized man crawling through the air in the direction Izuku had tossed him, before he shrugs and glances up at the Subterranean King. All four eyes are starting to narrow as he sidesteps the blades and frowns at the hulking villain. "You are not my opponent, human child." The king roars. Izuku shrugs. "Does it really matter?" By the way, what's your quirk? Metamorphic, or is it those blades? Maybe a mix of gigantification and the two blades carve through the pavement like butter where he'd first landed, but Izuku is already striding around the villain in a circle. A glance down into the hole confirms that, yes, those are in fact things moving down there in the walls of the massive hole, and nope, Izuku doesn't like that. Insect metamorphic? Like, I don't know, a compound quirk? That's the only real explanation. I feel like you'd be hard to misdash. A growl leaves the villain's throat as he misses the horizontal swipe with two more blades. Izuku pauses beside the ones he didn't use and grimaces at the heat. Are these things made of flaming metal or something? Did you make them? What are you? If you came to save your kind, then fight me like a champion should. I am the Subterranean King. The villain roars. Yeah, I got that. I'm just curious, I guess. Izuku hums. All right, fine, let's go then. A sound, almost like pleased gurgling, comes out of the villain's mouth parts and Izuku shivers as he slips a foot back into his stance. I won't hold back against a child, so... Izuku's first blow hits hard enough that the villain bends over and earns a very different gurgling noise. He frowns as the creature swings his blades again. Moving at half-second speed, he dodges around the blades relatively easily, moving to the villain's side and throwing another punch at his second gear. The villain stumbles forward, then speeds up some and swings his blades in quick succession. The heat coming off those things is serious. I better end this quickly. Everyone is just going to get more worried the longer this goes on. Izuku frowns. Gotta end it before the heroes get involved again. You're powerful for a child, but you puny surface dwellers will never break my arm. A quiet scream splits the air as Izuku's fist slams into the villain's side and leaves a spiderweb of cracks across the carapace. Man, you're tough. It takes my third gear to do that, huh? Izuku mutters. All right, let's settle this then. W8. You had a chance to stop. Izuku frowns as the four eyes turn to him, wider than he thought an insect quirk should have been able to manage. But I don't have long to finish this up, so just go down quietly, please. A cry escapes the air as Izuku's fifth combo lands and the Subterranean King collapses onto the ground, dead blades falling to the pavement from lifeless limbs. Izuku sighs and bounces on the ball of his feet a couple times. He startles some when Kamui Woods lands on the ground beside the villain. You're that boy who gets kidnapped all the time. The hero's eyes narrow. Izuku frowns, then sighs and reaches down to grab one of the dead sword handles. Would it kill you guys to be grateful just once? Izuku mutters as he wanders towards the police line, ignoring Kamui Woods' noise of disbelief. Death Arms is red in the face as he stalks over to the line and hops over the barrier, stuffing the blade handle in the back of his shorts. Before the hero can comment, the police force are swarming him. Eventually, the hero gets angry enough to push through the group and push a finger against Izuku's chest. Kid, you don't have a license. You can't just get involved without consequences. Death Arms crosses his arms and glares down at him. This time you broke the law, and I'm not. Would you rather I sat back and watch you die? Izuku sighs, staring the hero dead in the eye. Are you going to arrest me, sir? You know. The officer beside Izuku is grinning when he taps his chin, thoughtfully. I'm pretty sure I saw him jump in to help you, then get attacked. Wouldn't that count as self-defense, Death Arms? Not if he leapt the police line. Death Arms gapes at the man, watching a wave of muttering run through the police. Izuku swallows a grin, then bites his lip till it truly passes. He got himself involved, you can't just ignore that. At worst, he crossed a police line. The police officer hums. But considering he leapt in to save a hero from a powerful villain, and only reacted in self-defense, I'd be hard-pressed to find a judge who would give him more than a fine, sir. And, honestly, I didn't even see him actually cross the line, nor did I order him to stay put. Midoriya just appeared out there and saved you. You're willing to break your oath to keep him safe? Death Arms scoffed. He really didn't, I just asked him a few questions and then I lost control. But, Death Arms, if you want to take me to the station that's fine. Izuku blinked. Oh wait, I need to pick up green onions. Can we stop by a market on the way there? Death Arms' jaw drops as Izuku stares up at him with a neutral expression. What? My mom asked me to get them when I left the house. The next day, he gets a text from Kaba, inviting Tachibana and Izuku to come meet at his place. When Tachibana finds out that Izuku made the news again, she agrees a little too readily for Izuku to feel comfortable with it, but he can't say no. It's the first time he's been invited out since grade school, isn't it? When he's halfway to Kaba's apartment from the station, his phone rings. Hey Midoriya, we've got a bit of a problem. Izuku frowns. Is everything okay? Should I head home, or do I need to pick something up? He pushes out of the foot traffic and pauses under an awning, glancing at the high-rise apartment building down on the next block. Well, there's a hold-up in the lobby. It seems like everything's handled, but could you just not use the front doors? That way you can surprise the villains. Kaba are the police. Someone called them, apparently, but it's not like you need to be worried about it. Look, my place is on the 10th floor, and I opened up the patio. West side, the opposite side of the front doors. Just hop up here and then we'll work something out, all right? 10th floor? Isn't that kind of extreme? Do you think you can make it? Izuku pauses, then sighs. Probably. Great. I know you're gonna blame yourself, but it's really not a big deal, okay? Let's just hang out, don't go rushing in and getting involved or anything. Fine. I'll be there in a bit. Izuku sighs and continues down the street, shoving his phone in his bag. As it happens, there's a limo parked out front and a couple guys Izuku really doesn't think are on the payroll. Looking around finds him standing in a back alley between Kaba's building and another, shorter one. Alright, Izuku, no big deal, just 10 stories. Izuku sighs, then crouches and grunts as he jumps. He counts 5 stories before he lands, trying to keep his feet light as he hits the ground. The next one gets him all the way up to the 8th floor, but his landing cracks the ground some. With a groan, he shakes his head and counts 5 different balconies spanning the floor. Pulling out his phone, he dials his friend again. Hey, are you almost here? Yeah, but which balcony is it? Oh, sheet, of course. 4th one from the street. I'm coming up now. Izuku pockets the phone again and moves down, crouching and focusing on the power that had taken him up to the 8th floor. After a couple experimental bounces, he leaps up with a little more force, glad he doesn't hear the sound of shattered pavement as he flies up and just makes it over the rail of Kaba's balcony. When he touches down, Tachibana, Kaba and the tall girl from Tachibana's friends all stare at him with wide eyes. So, villains? Izuku tries a shaky smile, and Kaba breaks out in a storm of cackling. You actually did it. Kaba half chokes on his laughter. You jumped 10 stories? You climbed up, right? The tall girl chirps, looking at him with a face full of disbelief. Tachibana's eyes are wide, light blue and too stunned to even speak, apparently. Izuku shrugs. I jumped. It just took a couple tries to make sure I didn't crack the pavement. Oh no. Izuku turns a hurt look on Kaba. There's no villain, is there? No. Kaba wheezes, slapping the floor with one hand as he rolls onto his other side. My sides, Midoriya, my sides. You really just jumped 10 stories? The girl mutters. That's a great quirk, I guess. Like Miruko? Oh, I'm quirkless actually. Izuku is getting used to the beat of silence that passes when he tells people that. When she continues staring at him, he pulls his wallet from his pocket and hands her the doctor's confirmation. She reads it once, twice, then glances up at him and reads it a 3rd time before handing it back to him. So, you climbed up, right? No, I jumped. Do it again. Izuku sighs, then shoots another hurt look at Kaba, who's barely calmed down enough to wipe his eyes and is wheezing something about too pure for his own good, which Izuku doesn't appreciate at all. He's socially awkward, not stupid, before he walks to the balcony. The girl follows him, then glances over the drop. Here goes, I guess. Izuku hops over the railing without a thought, ignoring the choked cry of fright from the girl when he drops off the rail. Touching down burns his calves some, but he avoided breaking the street still, so he considers it a win. When he looks up at the 10th floor and sees 3 heads poking out, he sighs and pulls out his phone. Kaba picks up after a second, then steps back some to make room. They're back before he can jump again, so he resigns himself to figuring it out on the fly and jumps again. His friends, he's handed this girl the doctor's notice, he might as well call her a friend, right? Gape as he lands on the lip of the balcony in a crouch, correcting his overbalanced perch some before his feet hop down onto the balcony again. Are you sure you can't fly? Kaba asks quietly. Izuku shrugs. I haven't really tried, but if I jumped at top speed it could work? I don't know how I'd maneuver, though. Izuku turns to the third person and manages a weak smile. Yeah, this is kinda the whole thing. The police kept picking me up because I get caught up in attacks all the time, not because I was in trouble. I was a witness. She hums, eyes wide as she stares at him over Tachibana, and he can't help noticing that her eyes aren't actually black but a very dark shade of blue. Midoriya-kun. Tachibana says suddenly, eyes still wide and entirely light blue. What? How about you don't jump off buildings anymore? I think I almost died for a second there. Sorry, Tachibana-san. Izuku mutters. I didn't really think about it. The response to that is more laughter from Kaba and more staring from the new girl, as well as a heavy sigh from Tachibana. Kaba's apartment, as it happens, is a lot bigger than Izuku's. The living room itself is easily as big as his own and then some, and there's a whole attached kitchen instead of a joined kitchenette. When Kaba throws himself onto the couch, Izuku pales a bit. Make yourself at home, bunny rabbit. Kaba giggles. Both girls take the love seat beside Kaba's couch, so Izuku pulls a stool out from the bar and pushes it up beside the couch. Kaba is sprawled across the whole thing, which doesn't exactly leave him much choice. Obviously you know, but I'm Midoriya Izuku. Izuku bows slightly in his seat then flinches as Tachibana's eyes flash bright yellow-pink and his friend begins to panic. Oh my god, I never got to introduce everyone to Midoriya. Oh yeah, you were getting lost while I was making the introductions? Kaba mutters. Whoops. Sakuchi Ruby. The woman mutters. Oh. Izuku chokes back a shout as his internal fanboy rises up and gets, metaphorically, shoved back off the balcony. And nice to meet you. You okay there, Midoriya? Kaba pps an eyebrow at him. Izuku grimaces and slams a fist down on his bouncing leg. Fine. But, so, remember how I said you were famous before? Kaba sits up and whips out his phone before tossing it to Tachibana. You're, like, easily one of the biggest things in Mizurufu Ward now. And you're in the top 10 news stories across the country. The only things more popular than you are the failed takeover on I-Island and the failed raid on the League. Izuku almost asks for the phone when Tachibana frowns at the screen and starts reading it out loud. A villain attack randomly yesterday morning had the crowd of onlookers and police worried for half an hour before the event was finally put to rest by a very unlikely source. Witnesses report that while pro-heroes Death Arms and Kamui Woods were having trouble with the villain for a majority of the time and eventually were defeated. Death Arms, who denied an interview, is rumored to have been saved by the timely intervention of a green-haired youth. The young man with green hair, who was caught on camera saving people from an apartment complex fire a few weeks ago, arrived on scene and defeated the villain with a stunning display of speed and strength, enough to end the villain attack in 2 attacks. This video, slowed down as far as we could given the quality, proves that the boy's speed far exceeds anything we'd thought possible from the young vigilante. This seems to be his second media report, but the rumors of people being saved by this person over the past year have been pouring through the phones ever since the reports of the Subterranean King went public. Izuku groans as she trails off. I haven't helped that many people. Weren't you just telling us that you weren't going to put yourself in danger like this? Izuku flinches as she leaps up and glares at him. What were you thinking? Tachi-chan. Izuku's eyes go wide when Kaba calls her that, but somehow their friend gets her attention with it. Before you give Midoriya that rant, I think you should see something. Why are you on his side all of a sudden? Tachibana shouts. Kaba just grins. You just watched him jump 10 stories. Have you seen him punch something yet? Kaba grins. Izuku slumps into his chair. Can we go a day without our friendship revolving around my... Izuku trails off because he isn't sure what to call it. He frowns as he fumbles for the words. Maybe if you want this to stop being about you, Tachibana growls, glaring at him with eyes turning orange and black and yellow, colors Izuku isn't entirely sure about yet, you should stop being this. You just pointed to all of me. Izuku stares at her blankly. Kaba snickers. Yes. Tachibana crosses her arms and nods, smirking triumphantly. You need to stop being all of you. Hey Midoriya. Ruby's voice catches him off guard. Tachibana flops onto the couch beside Kaba, muttering something as the boy scrolls through his phone, and Izuku turns to Ruby as the tall girl stretches out on her love seat. For a second, his brain short-circuits. Midoriya. Huh. How'd you even stumble across that fight with the villain, anyway? Ruby asks. Something about her is quiet, compared to everyone else Izuku has known. It reminds him of Kurabayashi-sensei, but it isn't the same. When she speaks, it's measured and nearly empty. Her eyes are dark, and there's no tell there. The feeling of being under her eye leaves him sweating somewhat. Oh, I was watching the news with my mom, actually, and I tried not to go and fight, because getting involved was gonna be messy. But then I saw it going badly and... Izuku frowns as his leg continues bouncing on the chair. Watching them get beat like that made me nervous. My mom told me to go. Your mom gave you the okay to go and fight a villain? Ruby's eyebrow rises. Izuku chuckled weakly. We had a talk. She knows everything I get involved with. Almost everything. Izuku frowns. There's some stuff that's just too much. That makes sense. Izuku blinks at the easy smile on Ruby's face. You just walked in and took care of it? Oh, well, Death Arms and I have a long history, I guess. He doesn't like me. Izuku rubs a hand through his curls and grins, despite himself. Saving him kinda made it worse. But the police force likes me well enough. They usually don't mind if I get involved as long as no one else gets hurt and I doubt it's entirely legal, but they let me get involved. Like the time you saved us. Ruby nods. Izuku offers a nervous yes when Tachibana shrieks. He can what? Izuku sighs when the black mist appears in front of him. Considering it's just before dawn and he's running one of his newer jogging routes, Izuku can't complain about the timing. There's no better time for something like this to happen, even if he'd prefer it not happen at all. Now that people are talking about him, he's not terribly surprised that someone went to the trouble of actually finding him. When the two men, one wears a dress shirt, waistcoat and slacks, despite being made of black mist, while the other has a full suit and an ominous black mask covered in pipes, step out, Izuku frowns. The one made of mist is carrying a small bag. Hi. The pair stare at him for a second as he starts talking. He thinks that the yellow eyes on the mist guy are a little wider, as if he's raising eyebrows he doesn't have. Looking at people from a sideways plank is a bit awkward and being shirtless doesn't help. You look important. Should I stand up? You kinda caught me in the middle of my routine, so... A chuckle radiated from the man in the mask. No, by all means. We're the ones coming to you after all. Do you mind talking with me for a bit? The way he says it is odd. As if he's amused, or maybe as if he's off balance. Whatever he was expecting, Izuku isn't surprised that it's not quite what he found. Well, I'll be here for a while. But if you're looking to kidnap me, I would prefer if we fought it out in a less populated area. Izuku mutters. Not at all. Kidnapping a child is beneath me. The man says. He waves a hand and a chair appears beneath him. Izuku frowns as the mist man continues standing behind them, and the portal closes with a quiet whoosh. What exactly does the leader of the League of Villains want with me then? Izuku says, focusing on where the man's eyes should be under the mask. I would be a fool if I wasn't scoping out All Might's apprentice early. Call it a personal interest. Izuku really wants to interrupt, but the man raises his voice and speaks over him, so he waits, in the boy who's quietly turned the city on its head over the past few months. Frankly, I never imagined that blonde buffoon would ever pick a successor who knew what the word stealth meant. Part of me imagined he would be picking from UA. It's a fresh change of pace to be proven wrong, and I wonder if you're the reason that I was proven wrong in the first place. Izuku pauses as his alarm goes off. He blinks down at the phone, then stands up and pockets it. All of a sudden, he's very aware that he's standing in front of a murderous supervillain without a shirt, and he's not sure how to feel about that. Well, that's all flattering. I should hope so. Not everyone manages to prove the king of the underworld wrong even once in their lifetime. The man says. Several things try to come out all at once, and it leaves Izuku speechless in the end. He blinks at the man not unlike a shark, then frowns as several things click together in his head. You're the one who hurt All Might 6 years ago. I am. The man crosses a leg over his knee, then extends a hand casually to the side. Izuku can hear the smirk on his face. Call me All for One. Izuku frowns hard enough that it carves lines all the way to his teeth. Even though I'm the one who found your hideout and called the cops, you're not here to kill me. Well, I was surprised at first. And I don't typically enjoy surprises, mind you. Izuku nods, because that sounds reasonable for a supervillain, especially when the man says it as if he had originally intended to kill Izuku, which is also reasonable for a supervillain. But then I looked at things more carefully and noticed a trend. You've been active since around the start of the school year, maybe a little before. Between that little incident, the small-time criminal last year, and your time dealing with the police recently, you've been treated rather harshly. Which is curious. Then I heard that you're not well liked by the local heroes, and I've been wondering why there wasn't a larger reaction to you discovering our hideout. The man chuckles softly. Honestly, I'd imagine things would happen much faster. But I'd love to know, was it that blonde buffoon or the police who held off on that operation? Izuku blinks at the cheery tone. I wasn't involved in that, actually. Beyond calling it in. I didn't know who would get to go on the raid, or that there would be a raid. Izuku shrugs, then reaches down and pulls on his jacket, leaving it unzipped just in case the man decides to attack. And I don't have any connection to All Might. The man pauses. I might be curious about you, but I don't enjoy lies. A murderous tension fills All for One. Izuku frowns as the villain leans forward and peers at Izuku. Who else would chase me? Who else would go out of their way to stop these attacks, with that kind of power and speed? You are the 9th wielder of One for All, boy. I'm not a fool. I would recognize the power I created anywhere. Power you? Izuku's eyes widen as several things begin flying through his brain. A creature with multiple quirks. Reports under the confidential status hidden behind several times more security than normal. Someone who injured All Might, and apparently was important enough to be kept from the public. Villains attacking UA for the first time ever, trying to kill All Might. King of the underworld. All Might's successor. One for all. All for one. A hand runs up, wiping across his forehead and then down his nose, pinching the bridge of his nose. Izuku takes a few deep breaths, then lets out a deep sigh that rattles a couple of his ribs. All Might can pass down his quirk? Izuku mutters quietly. Something about the way he says it seems to make All for One hesitate. And you injured him, so then, you're the one who caused all that. Him coming to Mizudafu. To UA. Of course. But that idiot teaching, well, even I had to laugh at the idea. All for One settles back in his chair. There's no amusement in his tone this time. If you're worried about divulging secrets, you've no reason to be. I know everything about One for All, even more than your mentor, perhaps. I'd prefer if we were both candid, after I came all the way out here. My patience is running thin as it is. There's a lot of things Izuku wants to do. Normally, he'd probably be wanting to run around or punch something or scream. But there's the added pressure of standing in a relatively populated area with a literal supervillain staring at him. While he's internally processing the chaos running through his brain, his mouth starts running as usual. You have a way to take quirks. Or make those monsters from that USJ incident, right? Izuku mutters. All for one hums quietly. So, he really didn't tell you about me? About your power? The villain sighs as if he's disappointed. I'm not terribly surprised. All Might was never very bright outside of combat. My quirk is the power to take and give quirks, young man. I am the leader of the world, or I was. Before your lineage took it on themselves to stand in my way. You were trying to take over the world. Izuku says. The man shrugs. Semantics. All for one waves a hand, then settles it back over his leg casually. Now, I've answered enough of your questions. I'm rather tired of this ignorance. What exactly is your plan, I wonder? Become another All Might, coming up from nowhere and suddenly taking over the hero industry? That's a foolish. I'm quirkless. Izuku says, crossing his arms. There's a pause in the air that terrifies Izuku because he just interrupted a supervillain's monologue, so he decides to roll with it just because he may not get the chance to say it all before All for One actually gets over the fact that he was just interrupted. All Might and I only ever met once, and he told me that I couldn't ever be a hero. I just happened to see Shigaraki and wanted to keep him from attacking anyone. Honestly, all those attacks I just got caught up in everything and had to walk out, but I'm not trying anything, there's no plan. Izuku barely finishes when the man's hand twitches and black vines sprout from his fingers. On a whim, Izuku tosses off the jacket and takes the vines straight to his chest, staring at the man when they shatter weakly against his chest. Yeah, that only works if I want you to draw blood. Izuku hums. All for One doesn't move. We can do this all day. No one believes it. Seriously, you're not the first person who's thought I'm some kind of prodigy. I'm just a quirkless kid with bad luck, and you're wasting your time here talking to me if you think there's some master plan out to stop your plotting. Kurogyri. The mist man steps forward at All for One's call. Give it to him. Izuku frowns as Misty Portal Man drops the sack at his feet. When All for One tips a finger and his mask towards the bag, Izuku drops to a knee and opens it. His eyes widen as he reaches in and pulls the small, unconscious child to his chest. All for One stands, buttons his coat once, and turns towards his subordinate. Before he leaves, he turns and regards Izuku through the mask, hands in his pockets. I came to find you because I wondered why the successor to One for All was being treated in such a way. As it stands, this changes a few things but not my reason for bringing that. Regardless, leaving it with you will stir things up. Soon, villains everywhere will be after that, and they won't be playing nice. I think I'll watch you a bit longer. You're playing both sides now, young man. If, perhaps, you ever decide that the heroes aren't worth your time, well, I might find you interesting for a little while longer, at least. All for One turns and steps into the portal, followed by the mist man barely a second later. Izuku growls, wishing that he was confident enough to fight the person who'd treated this little girl that way, then grabs his jacket and wraps her up in it. As he pulls his phone from his pocket, a list pieces together in his brain. There are plenty of people Izuku should probably talk to about the little girl in his care. Someone in the police force, a hero, child services. Instead, he goes home. He drops the little girl in his mother's arms, tells her to pack a bag and that he needs her to trust him. For a few minutes, they stare at one another. Eventually she agrees, and she takes the little girl with her to her bedroom to do just that. Maybe it helps that the girl whimpers and sweats through her rags in her sleep. First, he calls the detective. The one who has been worming his way into Izuku's case, the lead detective on the USJ investigation, the only person on the force that Izuku guesses isn't on All for One's payroll. Leaving a quirk like lie detection in the hands of the police doesn't seem like All for One's style. His plan isn't actually a plan. There's a lot in his head that he isn't sure what to do with, a lot of guesses and ideas that leave him entirely unsure of how to proceed. At the top of his list is a little girl covered in bandages, but his mother is a better bet on that than he is. Which leaves the second and third things on his list, All Might and the police force. Izuku decides not to sweat the details. He's out of time, patience, and self-preservation. Ever mindful of his mother and the little girl trailing behind him, Izuku stalks out of the train station towards UA. A brief instruction to follow when he reaches the front doors is the only warning he gives her. When the barrier around UA slams up to keep Izuku out, he punches a hole through the metal and stalks up the front walk. The turrets that pop up shoot darts with quirk suppressants and tranquilizers and rubber bullets. At his top speed, Izuku rips them apart and reaches the front steps just before the sound barrier shatters at the front gate, wreathing him in a gale when he pushes into the school. All Might, of course, is already there in the front entrance with present Mike when he walks through the doors. Power Loader, Snipe, 13 and Hound Dog are all sprinting down the halls towards the front entrance when Izuku crosses his arms and locks eyes with All Might. Izuku can feel the anger in his cheeks and his ears when he sees All Might frown at him. Midoriya, if I remember correctly? All Might pauses. Drop the charade. Izuku snarls. You're wasting your time like that. Shut it down. All Might's expression hardens. Young man, I'm afraid that you are in no position to make demands. For a second, he's not the crippled skeleton of a man that Izuku knows. He's the symbol of peace, and Izuku is the villain in his sights. Izuku takes a breath, then lets it out slowly and drops the bullets he'd caught up on his way in. I got a visit from a dead man this morning, All Might. He threatened to put a hole in my side, just like yours. Izuku growls, walking forward as if the hero isn't twice his size and more powerful than he'll probably ever be. The man's expressions twists in shock as Izuku glares up at him. He was asking why your student wasn't going to UA, and he didn't like finding out I'm quirkless. See what I mean? Not 5 seconds later, All Might collapses into the coughing skeleton that Izuku had prayed he'd never see again. When the heroes around him gape at them, Izuku turns on his heel and walks to the door. His mother is just reaching the steps, staring at the heroes with fright plain on her face. Izuku, what exactly are you? Mom. She takes a breath when he reminds her, quietly, of what he'd told her before. Then he turns and looks at the growing crowd of heroes. We need your protection. There's a traitor on the police force, and this little girl is being hunted by villains. Kid, who are you? Present Mike scratches his head, staring at him in disbelief. Izuku frowns. Just a kid trying to save people. Izuku stares at All Might as he says it. Despite himself, part of him still aches when he remembers that day. After his entrance, it takes 10 minutes to get Tsukachi, All Might and his mother into Nizu's office. Finding out that the detective hero pair know one another is a punch to the gut that Izuku really wishes he didn't need to deal with. None of them dare to stop his pacing, apparently, so they stare at him with worried expressions and talk about the little girl while everyone gets the alarms and his mother's situation sorted out. Eventually, Recovery Girl takes them both. Izuku stands in front of the 3 men with a frown set deep on his face when the door closes behind them, gravitating towards All Might despite everything. So, Midoriya-kun, I take it you're the vigilante we've heard so much about? Nizu asks cordially. Izuku narrows his eyes at the detective. No one told you that was me? Tsukachi takes off his hat and slumps into a chair, looking utterly defeated by Izuku's tone. Midoriya-kun, I can understand. I really don't think you can. Izuku snaps. After a moment to rein himself in, Izuku lets out a long sigh and turns back to Nizu. Yes, Principal Nizu, that was all me. I see. Now, why don't you explain why you felt the need to break into UA to make a point? Nizu folds his paws and stares at Izuku with black eyes. All for one showed up on my morning run. Izuku says, ignoring the way Tsukachi's eyes widen. He thought I was All Might's successor, and he told me a few things about One for All before I managed to tell him about my quirklessness. Then he tossed that little girl at me and said that villains would be coming after her soon. The problem is, the only people who know about my jogging routes are the police and my mother. I'm required to tell them because I get into so much trouble just by running around. Especially since they let me walk into a hostage situation and got me shot. Izuku ignores the way All Might chokes. He won't ever let them forget that. Regardless of the fact that he has friends now, Izuku doesn't appreciate that incident. I see. That still doesn't explain your reactions to All Might. Care to explain? Nizu says carefully, sparing a glance at both of them. Izuku turns his eyes to the floor. I met All Might by chance over a year ago. I accidentally latched onto his leg as he was leaving and saw his true form by mistake. Izuku says, sighing the whole thing in a rapid-fire sentence. He told me someone quirkless couldn't be a hero. I gave up on my dream after that, but things haven't really given me much choice. For almost a full minute, silence dominates the room. You said you're? The principal pauses as the worn, folded papers with Izuku's diagnosis hit the desk. When he reads over it, he lays the paper on the desk and folds his paws again. I see. I'm not. Izuku glanced at All Might, then back at Nizu. I don't want anything to do with All Might. But All for One found me, and that little girl is going to be pursued by villains, and someone who knows my morning route gave that info away. You're ignoring the chance that someone tracked you there. Nizu said patiently. I changed to that route 2 days ago, and I haven't had a single incident. Izuku groans. Even you didn't know who I was before today, sir? No one outside the police know who I am, or how involved I am, or anything actually. I see. Well, it's not a horrible assumption. We've had some information leaks here as well, and that would support the idea that there's a network for the villains to track everyone involved. Nizu murmured. So, Midoriya-kun, what are you looking for? Why come here? Because of him. Izuku met All Might's eyes, then looked back to Nizu. Because All Might was here, and because this place is full of heroes. Because there's a little girl involved, and my mom might not have been safe if the police gave out my route, and because... Izuku hesitates, then swallows the knot in his throat. I came to you because I don't know what to do, sir. My mom is everything I have, and I can't. I'm not even legally allowed to fight villains. And now I'm stuck with all this. Izuku tosses himself into a chair as the tears start leaking from his eyes. I'm supposed to be quirkless. I already gave up everything I had and now I'm getting attacked by supervillains who put a hole in the symbol of peace and I can't just. This is too much. He hates that he breaks down in tears right there. Nizu, Tsukachi and All Might are the absolute last people in the world who he wants to break down in front of. One is the reason for everything that's happened, the other is a variable Izuku doesn't like and Nizu. He just met Nizu. This probably looks really bad. I need help. Izuku chokes, wiping the tears from his face even though he's still barely able to breathe through the sobs. I can't do this myself. Even I know that. I'm sorry I shouldn't. I can't stop, I'm really sorry. No need to apologize, Midoriya-kun. Izuku is a bit surprised that it's Nizu who speaks first. This seems to have been a stressful morning. Maybe we should talk later. But my mom... Izuku stammers. We'll keep you all here for the time being. And when we've checked your house, you'll be allowed to return. Moving might draw more attention, and that would be unnecessary. For the moment, we'll keep watch on you three unofficially. Nizu says quietly. All for One isn't something that we can let out into the world, nor is this something we can ignore. But you should go and see your mother and rest. I'd advise against telling her about. I didn't. Izuku says weakly. I never. Not that. She doesn't even know about. The way he looks at All Might must say it all, because Nizu nods. Right. That's good then. We should keep her knowledge of that man limited for now. Izuku nods, then stands up. I'm sorry. For breaking in and... I'm not. I didn't mean to cause trouble, but I... Nizu chuckles as Izuku trails off. Midoriya-kun, I won't say that you did the right thing, but you certainly got our attention. And I can't say that we'd have believed you if I hadn't seen you disarm our security at supersonic speed. The principal smiles, and Izuku manages something weakly similar. For now, you should return to your mother and try to relax. Having that sort of responsibility forced on you. I'm not surprised that you were wound up. Wound up? Yeah. Izuku mutters. He's not sure when he left the office, or what recovery girl said when he wandered in, but soon he's lying on a hospital bed cradling the little girl in his arms and dozing off. Nizu stares at Toshinori for a moment after the door clicks shut behind Midoriya. When Toshinori finally looks up at him, Nizu claps his paws together and gives Toshinori a look that makes every pro within Tokyo flinch. You said you killed him, All Might. Even Tsukachi shudders a bit when he speaks. Now he's back and we've got a pair of children to worry about. For what it's worth, Tsukachi sighs in his chair, looking at least 5 years older than he should. Midoriya is probably the only thing we don't have to worry about. Nizu hums, then glances at Toshinori, who looks confused. Quietly, he sends the footage from Midoriya's entrance up to the monitors in the wall, along with footage from his fight against the Subterranean King. When the hero watches the sonic boom tear through the entrance, and the green blur at the whole meters between frames, and the burst of punches on the horrible footage of the King takedown, his jaw drops some. What happened to him? Toshinori mutters. He's quirkless. Tsukachi sighed. I've confirmed it with his doctor, but the kid catches bullets out of midair and moves too fast for cameras to follow. Whatever is happening to Midoriya is one of those cases. An anomaly. Nizu sighs. We're lucky he's not chaotic as Hatsune. But regardless, he's the strongest I've seen. This needs to be kept under wraps as best we can. You can't contain him, Nizu-san. Tsukachi says quietly. Even if... Look, this kid is a magnet for trouble. Beyond Toshinori, beyond anything I've ever seen. We're just lucky that he's strong enough to handle himself and everything he gets involved in. Then we do what we've been doing. Nizu sighs, despite himself. We monitor him and we try to figure out the cause. For now, we've got 2 in our hands. 2 who have heroic tendencies. When things escalate any further, we'll get involved. For now, we check the girl and make sure that the Midoriyas are clean. Nizu paused as Tsukachi tensed. Something else, detective? Oh, it's not. You'd have to ask Midoriya. Tsukachi frowns and toys with his hat nervously. But there's reports of a boy dropping off Native, a pro-hero local to Hosu, on a night when Native claims he was attacked by Stain. Nizu and Toshinori share a look. I wouldn't hurry passing down one for all, Toshinori. Midoriya seems to have things handled. Nizu chirps, grinning despite the ice in his tone. Toshinori coughs up some blood, enough for Nizu to feel he's made his point, and Tsukachi drags a hand over his face. For now, let's talk about this traitor. Unexpectedly, staying at UA is nice. They've scrubbed his phone and online accounts clean within hours of his demonstration, which lets him tell his friends he'll be off the grid for a little while. After promises to explain in detail later, Izuku goes to Recovery Girl and gets the rundown. The little girl is terribly anemic in ways that Recovery Girl doesn't like. Of course, that's her best diagnosis, which means that while he listens, a small black hole opens in Izuku's gut. Nothing he tries can rationalize that spark of negative emotions, so Izuku tucks it away in the darkest recesses of his mind. But, surprisingly, the faculty don't do terribly much about him. They avoid him, mostly, and he's given a map of the campus to do his routine. Izuku appreciates that, but later that first night he pulls his mother aside. His mom isn't happy about what he's doing, but she can't tell him not to. After talking for a few hours, they've come to a conclusion and share one of the most emotional hugs that they've ever had. Izuku isn't sure when she accepted this, or when she determined that he was allowed to go out and fight. He's not complaining, just wondering. Whatever is happening to him, it's drawn them closer than he ever thought possible, and Izuku is glad for that. What comes after that, of course, is 3 days of nothing. Nizu calls him in each evening to talk about their efforts. Izuku doesn't particularly care, because he's still not sure how he feels about Nizu or UA or heroes. He tries not to say All Might specifically, in general. On the 3rd day, Nizu asks what he's been doing to pass the time. After a little hesitation, he says that he's thrown himself into his workout routine. The principal asks if he needs anything, and Izuku mentions he would like access to the gym. Obviously, UA has the single most expansive stash of equipment that Izuku has ever seen. Nizu, offhandedly, tells Izuku that he should ask if he wants something. Apparently, the support department will whip it up if they don't already have something similar in stock, and Power Loader is at Izuku's disposal. All Nizu asks is that Izuku not enter the support labs himself. Everything is supposed to be done via power loaders specifically, for some reason, and the hero is to meet him outside the lab. During those 3 days, as Izuku is crafting his new routine and checking in with Recovery Girl and Nizu and Power Loader, the question of being spied on nags him. It's so constant that Izuku finally breaks down and mentions it to his mother, who sighs and giggles nervously and tells him she's wondering the same thing. "Honey, you broke into you." She cries through a strained smile. "I'd be surprised if they weren't spying on us." On the morning of the 4th day, while it's still dark outside, Izuku stares at his shoes for a little while. Then, in a spur-of-the-moment decision, he heads to the nurse's office. Watching the little girl sleep for the 4th day in a row is unsettling. All the machines say she's alive and Recovery Girl says she's slowly recovering. But the fact is that Izuku still has that little condensed pinpoint of something buried in his mind. Seeing the little girl there, defenseless and exhausted in a coma, is poking the bear. Izuku bites his lip as his hand slides over the sheets to loosely tangle their fingers. "I don't know who did this. None of us know if you'll wake up, or where you came from. But if Izuku's voice cracks a bit and he coughs to clear it up before he lets the words come. "If you can hear me, I want you to know that you're safe. No matter where you came from, or why he chose me, I'll protect you. No one will ever hurt you again, and I swear they'll pay for what they did. You deserved better. Maybe I'm not a hero or a parent or... I'm not anything really." Izuku sighs, digs a hand through his hair and groans aloud. "What am I even saying, promising something like this? I mean, it's not. You're so little. Maybe you have a family, someone who can actually take care of you. There's something better for you than to be stuck with someone like me." The beep of the machines calms his heartbeat eventually, and the blood coursing through his ears slows until his breathing is the loudest thing in the room. "My name is Izuku." Izuku says quietly, wrapping the tiny hand in both of his. "I'm Midoriya Izuku, and I swear I'll keep you safe. So just, please wake up." His new routine takes a long time. No one bothers him during his workout, and his mind either chases his eyes or careless chases snippets of thought. That night, he returns to the little girl's bedside. After he reminds her of his name, he stays a few moments before leaving and having dinner. Even after his breakdown on the first day, he's never felt so miserable. Power Loader sits in on his routine the next day. When Izuku first tells the hero what he plans to do, the man stares at him as if he's crazy. Then Izuku puts on the biometric tracker and does the routine within 4 hours. Power Loader doesn't question him after that. Cementos offers to let him use something called TDL whenever he'd like, since there's no students, and Izuku politely says he only needs weights and distance running. But that doesn't stop the hero from having a polite conversation with him about his high school and what kinds of things he's gotten involved with. Over the next 3 days, his routine, daily meals, and visits to the little girl's bedside dominate his time. Heroes drift in and out, sometimes talking with him or just showing up during his weightlifting time to gape. There aren't many, but there are enough to make him feel a bit bashful. Recovery Girl calls him into her office on the 8th day. When he arrives, he finds Nizu sitting in an extra chair by the old doctor's desk. "Midoriya-kun, I'd like to ask a favor." Nizu chimes. Izuku frowns. "If you're asking to test my abilities, I'd rather not." He mutters. Recovery Girl sighs. "You're smart, Midoriya-kun, but even if I wanted to respect that, I'd at least like to do a physical checkup." The old woman says. "I'm fine really. Honestly, ever since I got whatever this is, I haven't even been sick. So I don't think." "Midoriya-kun, I will not keep letting you traipse about in my office without a checkup." Recovery Girl snaps, eyeing him with a scowl. "Girl is in a fragile state. Whatever is happening with you, I need to make sure that it won't hurt her system." Izuku frowns as Recovery Girl checks him over, taking blood near the end. Nizu remains, smiling at him all the while. As he replaces his shirt and stands up, Nizu jumps off his chair. "Midoriya-kun, would you mind coming with me?" Principal-sama, I'd prefer." "Please, Midoriya-kun." Nizu looks up at him, dropping the smile in favor of a neutral expression. You're uncomfortable. I'd like for us to talk about it instead of dancing around the subject. All right. Seated in Nizu's office, Izuku can't help feeling worried. Nizu replaces his smile, though he sits in the chair beside Izuku's and turns them to face one another. Eyeing the principal like this didn't make Izuku feel like they were on equal terms at all. You're worried about having us monitor you, yes? Izuku swallows, despite his dry throat. Yes. You can be honest, Midoriya-kun. I'd prefer if no one knows. I mean, I've been doing this on my own for a long time, and you don't trust heroes, or the police, or UA, or anyone. Nizu tilts his head to the side. Would that be a fair assessment? I guess. Izuku mutters. Having anything to do with heroes just leaves a bad taste in my mouth. A week ago it wasn't. I mean, I'm supposed to be quirkless. Showing people probably isn't going to go well. Do you know your limits well? Nizu asks. I know roughly how it feels. Not in actual numbers, though. Midoriya-kun. Nizu clasps his paws, smiling a bit more genuinely than before. I'd like to clear you with a license to apprehend villains. Also, I'd like to clear your mother as a proper guardian for that little girl, should she ever need a home. For now, we haven't found any matches in the DNA database, which means she's not someone who officially exists. But before we can do any of that, I need to clear your abilities. Officially. Izuku mutters. Your file is currently something that we are keeping secured and classified. No one will see the data, and I'm absolutely certain that if you're ever recognized by the government it will be the same. But for now, we can't let that little girl stay with you unless we know for certain. That means we check your abilities against a hero no one could possibly raise a protest against to streamline the process. So, you're telling me that I need to fight All Might so I can get official recognition? Izuku sighs. Exactly. Let us test your abilities, even if it isn't your full potential, and then we'll test you against All Might and for possible loss of control. I've already assumed that you'll pass, given your prior experience, but these tests will make sure no one can protest. Nizu says calmly. Fine. Izuku groans. Fine. He trails off, then scrubs his face with his hands. You're asking a quirkless kid to fight All Might. Well, that's only if you want his signature on the documents. No one would say anything against the number one hero, after all. Nizu smiles a little more, and Izuku shudders. I'll do it. The tests, and if he agrees to certify me, then I'll fight him. Izuku huffs. Then let's get everything in order, shall we? Nizu grins wide, and Izuku swears there's a glint in his eye. Izuku doesn't like that at all. All Might flinches when Izuku storms into the training room the next day. Why young Midoriya? The hero stammers, looking up at the control tower curiously. Let's just get this over with, All Might. Izuku growls. For now, both of you please take this seriously. Spar at whatever level you believe is correct for you. Power Loader has all our best cameras outfitted for this. Nizu's voice echoes in the training room. This is the last test, right? Izuku calls. Yes, Midoriya-kun. Thank you for being so patient with our tests. Whatever. Izuku grumbles, dragging a hand through his curls. When he's taken a moment to collect himself, he glances up at All Might. Hey All Might, can I ask you something? Of course, young Midoriya. All Might puffs up into his current hero outfit, filling the material until Izuku is staring up at the man he once idolized. You already have someone to pass it down to, right? Izuku asks. All Might pauses, then hangs his head. I do. He's training, currently. None of this is my first choice, but I've never. All Might pauses, then closes his eyes and sighs heavily. I missed my chance, and no one else has ever leapt out at me since. But young Togata, he's an incredible young man. Someone worthy of taking up one for all, even if I'm not completely ready to pass it on. Izuku looks at the floor between them. He isn't sure what he was expecting, but knowing that All Might has a successor leaves him feeling briefly conflicted. That's good then. He mutters. Young Midoriya, please don't. Izuku grimaces when his voice wobbles and cracks. All Might stares at him with pleading eyes, so Izuku sets his nose in the web of his hand and closes his eyes. All Might, this is really uncomfortable. Honestly, I don't want anything to do with heroes. He takes a breath, then twists his face as the words start to pile up and get confusing. I wouldn't have made it. He says quietly. If I tried the way I was back when we first met, I would have failed miserably. Sometimes, knowing that, I think that what you told me was that kindest way. Back then I was learning from heroes, but I wasn't ever going to be able to save anyone. Young Midoriya. All Might's voice is raw, which makes tears well up in Izuku's eyes. He wipes them away and takes another breath. Honestly, you weren't any different from everyone else. So please don't apologize. Izuku manages. Right now, I just want to focus on getting stronger. To keep her safe. That's a noble goal. All Might says weakly. Quietly. Izuku lets it hang for a little bit before he takes a deep breath and frowns. I need your help to do that. So take this seriously, he says, settling into his stance. All Might's grin reforms, as if the man is adjusting his armor before the fight, and the hero nods as he places his hands on his hips. Anytime you're ready, young Midoriya. Ever since Izuku started getting stronger and faster, he's avoiding giving everything he had. Breaking into Yue pushed his speed to the utmost, but even then he wonders if he might have had something left to squeeze out. Now, facing All Might, he decides that it's time to give up the ghost. If it means that he can take care of the little girl, then he'll do it regardless of what he has to show Yue. After a few deep breaths, Izuku pushes off with everything he has. The distance between them closes quickly, but he can feel the air against his skin at this speed. Like walking through water instead of strolling down the street. When All Might meets him, the hero moves casually. The first punch gets swatted to one side, his kick gets thrown off balance, and his second punch hits an elbow that throws him wide. A quick motion from All Might leaves Izuku spinning in midair, completely off balance. He hits the ground with a grunt, and the world snaps back into place. You're very fast, young Midoriya, but that won't work against me. All Might's eye twinkles as he chuckles. I suppose you're more than. It's not All Might's fault, honestly. He's the #1 hero, and he's staring down at a quirkless kid who has no right to be fast or strong or capable. Talking without a little healthy condescension should be acceptable. But after an hour being tested against Snipe's bullets, power loaders, industrial equipment, and giant robots, Izuku isn't in the right mindset to deal with that. For a second, he's back on the roof, staring up at his idol while All Might turns his back on him. His feet touch the ground and then they don't. On a whim, he kicks out midair and changes direction, leaving an odd ripple in the empty space that he can feel more than he can see. From behind All Might, Izuku throws a punch. All Might twists to make it in time, but the hero's eyes are wide. Every time Izuku raises his gear, All Might matches him. When Izuku finally feels his legs start to grow heavy, he can see every move All Might makes as plain as day. Izuku chases the hero as he tries to retreat, and they end up leaping off the ground. The fight spends tens of seconds in the air as they trade blows, returning there whenever one of them tries to retreat. When he finally hits his limit, he catches a tiny waft of steam from All Might's shoulder. All Might's feet hit the ground near where they'd started, and Izuku hits the ground behind him. Throwing a punch leaves another one of those ripples, but Izuku is already moving after the feint. When he reaches All Might's front side, he slams his feet through the floor of the lab and PPS his arm back. Maybe it's too far, but he aims for All Might's face. He wants to punch one of them, any more from Yue, more than anything right then. The punch doesn't make it all the way, of course. Centimeters from All Might's face, he stops. Izuku stands up, breathing heavily. All Might stares at him in shock as he rights himself, then grimaces. Sorry. I guess I was already moving when you stopped. He mutters. That was fabulous, you too. All Might, would you say that Midoriya-kun is worthy of a license? Yes. All Might coughs and clears his throat. It would be a shame if he didn't have one, given that level of combat aptitude. Perfect. That's all for today, Midoriya-kun. That's all, he says. Izuku mutters, grabbing fistfuls of his hair while he turns and wanders towards the door. Over 100 bullets, 3 industrial saws, 2 giant robots and All Might, but hey, that's all for today, Izuku. He's a little bit too wrapped up in his head to notice All Might staring at his back, or the way All Might turns around and stares at the battered, nearly shredded wall and ceiling of the testing room. Nizu rewinds the footage for the 5th time and hits play. On his left, Power Loader is still staring at the video with limp hands while Snipe mutters something like a mantra. All Might comes walking in 10 minutes after the end of the test, only after Nizu had called down to the hero manually, and his skinny form takes the empty seat beside present Mike. The video of the fight is 3 minutes long and 14 seconds long, but every second contains entire segments of the fight. After the first minute, where they'd caught a rough idea of what was happening, the sparring room had basically exploded with motion and blasts of air. Slowed down to play at millions of frames per second, the pair were still moving almost normally. Nizu can finally see what Tsukachi was talking about. About how far did he push you, All Might? Nizu asks calmly. The heroes perk up, probably looking for some kind of reassurance in their symbol of peace. All Might clears his throat, staring at the segments of the fight's end. At first I thought maybe Midoriya was faster than he was strong, and that his speed was the major factor. All Might swallows weakly. But that doesn't seem to be the case. He's extremely careful about how much power he puts into each blow, to the point of using too little power against me. If I had to guess, I'd say that Midoriya is easily as strong as my 80%. He nearly exhausted everything I can use in a day in those 3 minutes. Nizu nods, playing the ending in even slower motion. Something had happened in the middle of the fight. Probably tension at the way he was treated, but whatever it was had left Midoriya angry. The final blow had Midoriya's strongest punch, a blow that had almost punched a hole in the facility. We'll have to keep things quiet. At this point, he's strong enough that we need to be worried, but his nature is heroic. For now, nothing goes through official means. All Might called Tsukachi. I need to talk with him. The higher-ups in the police force aren't in the loop regarding Midoriya's situation for a good reason. I'd like to keep it that way for now. Nizu says, pulling the video from the screen and saving it before transferring the feed to his portable tablet. A grin sends shudders through the heroes. Oh, come now. He's on our side, my friends. And what an interesting child. You should be ecstatic. I've never enjoyed shooting the children, Nizu. Snipe mutters. He didn't even look like he could take it. I'm pretty sure he hates me for that. That's ridiculous. All you did was shoot him a few times. Nizu waves a paw, striding for the door without looking back. Besides, he already hates heroes in general. All Might made sure of that. If he's still heroic after All Might crushed his dreams, I don't see anything that could turn him against us. A chuckle escapes the principal as he wanders out of the newly bloodstained room. His mother chuckles when he collapses onto the couch of their borrowed rooms. Tough day of testing, Izuku? Why do heroes always get me shot? He groans into the pillows. It's one thing to see you being strong, honey, but hearing that you're bulletproof is pushing it. Inko sighs. She drops onto the couch and cards her fingers through his hair. I'm a bit surprised they're going to all this trouble, though. You really made quite the impact. Izuku groans again, and his mother laughs. We'll be home soon. I'm sure everything will be fine, Izuku. Ffff. Language, young man. Blame the villains. Inko sighs at his response, then chuckles and stands up. Well, I suppose you can't be perfect, eh? But let me think you're my little boy for a little bit longer. Come help me make dinner. Katsudon again? The heroes are paying. His mother winks conspiratorially from the fridge. And you haven't complained for the last week. Are you kidding? Your cooking is the only thing keeping me from losing my mind. Halfway through the meal, he looks up at her. Mom? The smile she gives him said it all. You want to take care of her, right? When that little girl wakes up. Izuku nods, and his mother smiles as she shakes her head. I swear, you're too kind for your own good, Izuku. Do you even have to ask? I know that I'm already pushing it on our budget and… Don't you worry about that for 1 second. Inko snapped and pointed her chopsticks at him. I wouldn't leave her with anyone else after some villain threw her at me, and you said she's a target? Even if you were quirkless, I wouldn't trust that girl's safety with anyone else before you. Izuku chuckles softly at her lecture. Ever since you got this, whatever it is, she continued, smiling once again, I've been thinking that it might be for something important. That maybe you got this power specifically. And you know something, Izuku? You prove that to be the case more and more every day you have it. Mom? Izuku's voice trembles as she turns watery eyes to her bowl. We'll figure something out, sweetie. We always do. She says wistfully. You're the best mom ever. He grins wide and Inko giggles. Oh stop. I'm just a housewife, you know. Everyone knows to be afraid of housewives. If we got you a minivan, it would make it twice as bad. My driving is not that bad, you. We'd still have a car if that were the case, Mom. Not everyone can leap tall buildings in a single bound. It was one time and I only jumped 10 stories. You what? Midoriya Izuku language. The call comes in the next day while he's on his run. Nizu will eventually have him replace the trees he tore down by hand, not that it makes him regret it, and he has to rush back to the infirmary. Recovery Girl frowns at him as he stumbles into the hallway outside the infirmary, staring at the group of assembled, knowing people, plus Midoriya Inko, God's bless her soul for what he had gotten her wrapped up in. Why is everyone waiting out here? He stammers. Nizu grins as soon as he stumbles into view. Good. She's asking for you, Midoriya-kun. What? The little girl woke up and refuses to let anyone close without screaming. She's forced herself into a corner, and she keeps whispering about the nice green boy. Not that we know how she knows your color scheme. Recovery Girl groans. Normally I'd sedate her, but needles set her off. Considering the reaction she had to me getting anywhere near her, Nizu and I decided you're our best bet at calming her down. Oh. Izuku scratches his head a little bit, then stalks through the crowd up to the door. Well, here goes. Inside, the little girl is in fact holed up in the corner. Sparks dance up the length of her horn, leaving Izuku a little bit worried. Her eyes are open, revealing shimmering, tearful red irises peering up at him from the blanket she'd commandeered as her cover. Hi there, he says, squatting onto the ball of his feet and grinning across the room. She stops shivering the moment he smiles at her, and her mouth parts as if she's just realized something. Sorry it took me so long to get here. Me. The little girl stumbles over the words so much that Izuku feels his heart get pulled in 5 different directions. You can just call me Izuku. He says quietly. That's all it takes for the little girl to drop the blanket and charge across the room, flinging herself into his arms as sobs rack her body. When she buries her face in his chest and whimpers, he feels as if he's just walked out into a warm spring afternoon. Something switches on even as all the worry and anxiety of the past 10 days shrug off his shoulders, and the warmth of wrapping the little girl in his arms fills him with something that he hasn't felt since that day. The day he decided he needed a new dream. It's okay, he whispers, pulling her head tight against his chest, despite the horn rising from her forehead. It's okay now, I've got you. You're safe. For the first time since he met All for One, the black hole tucked away in the back of his head sends a wave of pleasant heat through his body instead of twisting his stomach into knots. When the little girl looks up at him with tear-stained eyes, he smiles as wide as he can and tightens his hold on her. I'll be your hero, okay? No one's ever gonna hurt you again. Through a break in the tears, the little girl blinks. Izuku takes the moment to wipe the tears away and run a hand over her head. I promise. Why, you're a hero? The little girl whimpers through a cracked throat. Izuku grins despite the hurt in his chest. I'm your hero. The little girl falls asleep crying in his arms, gripping his shirt like a security blanket. Izuku keeps her pressed to his chest the entire time Recovery Girl checks her out, refusing anything that separates them. As angry as the nurse seems, he catches her smiling at him wryly. His mother rolls her eyes when he says that he's sleeping in the infirmary that night. I can't even complain about you being a father at 16 if you look like that, Izuku. He squawks as she leaves the room, calling something about bringing dinner for them both later on. 12 days after he stormed UA, Izuku is finally allowed to go home. Izuku frowns as Tsukachi points out the new security features in their home, and he barely waits until Cementos is out of earshot before he gives the detective a flat look. Who has access to those cameras? He thought the detective was smarter than this, but the way the man's eyebrows rise into his hair prove that the detective wasn't expecting this. Only you two, unless something trips the alarm. Which sends everything to both Nisa's office and the police station. Tsukachi says. Izuku adjusts Eri against his shoulder, where she's almost taken a permanent perch. Her hands grip his neck while he keeps her pressed against his side, and her eyes scan everything. That's fine then. Midoriya-kun. Just being careful, Detective San. Izuku sighs. I'm going to show Eri the apartment. His meetings with the detective have been short and brusque. Neither of them is comfortable with the other, though Izuku continues to hate the way Tsukachi treats him. Just like All Might does, which stings. They don't get to treat him like a child. Eri digs her face into his neck when he opens the door to his home. He smiles softly as she peers out with one glittering eye. Welcome home, Eri. He whispers. Her hands shake as he walks to the living room, pausing only to show her the door to his room. After a long walk through every room, he and his mother sit down on the sofa and wait. You shouldn't have brought me here. Eri's voice is hoarse as she starts shivering. He's going to have to go through me. Izuku's voice tightens when he pulls the little girl close. And nothing goes through me, Eri. But. Esit. Izuku runs a hand through her hair gently, smiling when she turns her eyes up to him. Remember what I said when we came in? Her eyes wrinkle up as she chews her lip. The words form silently as she tears up. Izuku tips her eyes back up to his. You're home, Eri-chan. And I'm going to keep you safe no matter what. Izuku grins until his cheeks hurt. I promised you, didn't I? Eri bites her lip a little harder, then throws herself into his side with a choked cry. Please don't leave me alone. Izuku quietly crumples his frustration into a ball, tosses into the black hole that All for One had left tucked in the back of his mind. The next day he calls his friends. Kaba and Tachibana come by later in the afternoon, then stare at him blankly as he gives them the rundown. According to the story Nizu has, Eri ran up to him while he was on his run. The location seems suspicious, but Izuku has time to check that later, and she'd been glued to his side ever since, until they had no choice but to appoint Izuku and his mother as her adopted family. When Eri gets lost in Tachibana's smile and her color-changing eyes, Izuku wonders why he'd ever worried about his friends. Kaba gifts her a small statue of a unicorn that manages to peel her from his side, and the glee on Kaba's face is almost as precious as the way Eri's jaw drops as she runs her hands over the little horse. Almost. Tachibana and Ruby and Inko take over the next trip to the mall. Izuku is left in the eye of a hurricane as the three women carve through the shops looking for Eri's new belongings. On the other hand, he can't help much with Eri in his arms, clinging to him and whimpering in fright every time a new person coos over how adorable she is. What he never expected is the number of business cards that clerks shoved into his hands. Just give us a call if you ever need anything for the little girl, okay? You're doing great. Izuku doesn't want to think about all the women who smirked at him during the trip. It makes him blush, which confuses Eri and makes him blush more. Considering how small their apartment is, Izuku ends up with a slightly larger bed and an additional set of everything stacked up inside. He's lucky that Kaba has more muscle than he seems, because even having ridiculous strength and reflexes doesn't help when half of one's body is dedicated to the clinginess of a little girl. The rearrangement of his room leaves him with barely enough space at his desk, a bookshelf that reaches his ceiling tucked behind the door, two dressers stacked up near the foot of the bed, and a small folding screen for when Eri decides she wants to change clothes. Getting back to his routine takes some time. At first, he'd elected to do parts of it while Eri was sleeping. He'd commissioned a rack from Power Loader, one that collapsed and could fit in their living room without too much trouble, but nerves left him feeling inadequate with only that much. His mother was slowly taking over with Eri where she could, and he was a little ashamed at his relief when Eri agreed to a morning without him in the house. The further he gets from his house, the more shocked he is. People are everywhere. For the first time ever, they're swarming him just for jogging down the street. They come out of their shops, ignoring customers and duties and jobs to talk to him for 10, 20 minutes at a time. Gifts materialize when he tells them his mother is taking care of an orphaned relative, one who clings to his side like a part of him. Everyone he knows wants a photo with him, and for some reason he agrees, but only if he gets one as well. He hates the pose that he chooses, even if everyone loves the peace sign thing. All Might is still a bit of a sore spot. The symbol of peace had basically disappeared after their spar, which was both a blessing and a curse. It left them somewhere. Where, Izuku wasn't sure. Eri's little giggle when he tells her about his trips make it all worth it, though. She loves the pictures and he gets them all framed eventually. At the end of the month, his friends ask after Eri. She still hasn't smiled once, even with the little puffs of laughter and the days she spends with awestruck eyes and hands running over her picture books. Nightmares leave her sobbing into his chest, and even if it isn't more than once a night, he can't deny that it's moved his rage from the back of his mind to the space beside his heart. Every single night he has to rock her back to sleep leaves him more and more furious, so much so that he's constantly burning up. They thought he was joking until Tachibana yelped just from putting a hand on his forehead. None of them really know how to help, so Izuku smiles and tells them it'll be fine. It's not the weirdest thing that's happened, right? None of them really know how to respond to that, so they visit Eri instead and spend the day with the Midoriyas doing last-minute summer homework and chatting about nothing in general. To say that Izuku doesn't like heroes is a bit too far, depending on the day. Still, not keeping up with the local hero names and the hero boards would be sacrilege, and he's at least more knowledgeable than most on those topics. After breaking into UA, he's basically the adopted stepchild of the hero industry and knows far too much about the teachers working there to consider them anything other than distant family? Friends isn't quite. Right? Needless to say, none of that stops him from gaping at the red wings sticking out of Suzuki-san's ramen stand. After a moment of internal debate, he drags a hand down his face and shuffles towards the shop with a rapidly darkening mood. Suzuki-san and his family run the shop, though only Suzuki-san ever seems happy to see Izuku there. His wife isn't a morning person, and their son, a middle schooler, doesn't seem to like being dragged out of bed to open the shop early. Izuku bows awkwardly as he takes a seat beside the single other customer in the shop, ignoring the sudden scowl on the young man's face as he catches Izuku shuffling in. Izuku isn't sure why Suzuki-san was so determined to open the shop early on Wednesdays. Opening early just for one person is a bit much, even if Izuku did help them however he could when he jogged by. So, Izuku mutters, shooting a sidelong glance at the man beside him. Hawks grins at him around a mouthful of noodles and continues slurping, nodding as if to encourage him to say whatever it is he has to say. Izuku pps an eyebrow at him before he shakes himself and does just that. You weren't on the list. Izuku mutters, locking eyes on Suzuki-kun's back as the boy storms off towards the back hallway. Why exactly are you here? Hawks leans back in his chair as he finishes slurping down the mouthful. You know you really can't get the same taste from big stores. Takes getting out into the little places, shops like this. Makes a trip like this worth it. Izuku leans against a hand, sighing through his nose and resigning himself to a long talk. I think it's something about the time. Really putting in effort for each customer. Hawks taps a finger on his chin. That ramen is the same thing they sell in every fast food joint around Mizudafu. Izuku says quietly. Suzuki-san copied the recipe for fun because no one around here knows the difference. Oh. Hawks glanced at the bowl, then shrugged and sank his chopsticks back into the soup. Well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. What are you doing here, exactly? Izuku snaps, staring as Hawks slurps even louder at the meal. After almost a full minute, the hero takes another deep breath and grins like a satisfied cat. I've been asking around, heard you come by here on Wednesday mornings. Hawk says, why does the number 3 hero need to talk to a nobody like me? Izuku frowns. Hawks chuckles. You really sell that act? Everyone around here knows you're that green vigilante. No point in hiding it. But, for what it's worth, I'm here about that villain you took down before you disappeared. Hawks grins at him slyly for a moment before he takes another bite of his meal. The Subterranean King? Izuku has to fish for the name. After almost a month, the villain was less than a footnote in his accomplishments list. That guy. I wouldn't call it a guy. But yeah, that one. Hawks says quietly. Izuku frowns as the hero half turns to face him. What about him? Izuku mutters. I just happened to take on the Sky King only a week ago. Hawks gives him a look, something crossed between self-indulgence and commiserating, that Izuku doesn't appreciate. I wanted to pick your brain. There's a Sky King? Izuku digs a hand into his hair and scratches his head. But then wouldn't there be more? Hawks mutters, setting his sticks over the bowl and leaning on the bar. We should assume so. Besides, they aren't human. What? Izuku's eyes bugged out some as Hawks' expression turned serious. But then... Whatever they are, every one of the enemies I defeated weren't human. They had human DNA, apparently. Hawks shrugs and turns his eyes to the remaining soup in his bowl. And quirks, but they weren't actually human. They spoke of conquering mankind, as if there were more. Worse, they claimed that they were scouting because someone defeated the Subterranean King. The fight just happened because I heard of some odd activity over the area. Izuku sighs, then shuts his eyes and lets that information spin through his head, trying to slot it into place. When I fought the Subterranean King, there were more creatures in the hole. He says quietly, waving hello to Suzuki-san as the man peeks out from the back hall. Apparently, they were gone when they sealed the hole, but still. You took one of the swords that he used, right? Hawks smirks at Izuku's frown. No one is looking for it, kid, just tell me. Maybe. It wasn't normal and I don't really trust the police to fully investigate? Hawks sighs. I can't blame you. Just so you know, they're a bit too busy to worry about outliers like this. Someone is putting together an investigation team, but it's going to be a while before they realize you stole that sword. For now, the police force is telling everyone to be ready. That won't work. Izuku huffs. Well, the only people who've beaten these things are the third-ranked hero and a quirkless middle schooler. I'm in high school. Izuku grumbles, glaring at the grinning hero. Guess my intel is old. Maybe no one is taking this seriously, but at least we know something. Hawks grins wider, sending a shiver running down Izuku's spine. Can I trust you for help if another king pops up? Something about that smile reminds Izuku of Nizu. Why are you even asking me? I'm a quirkless high schooler, a vigilante. Izuku mutters. Hawks hums to himself, reinforcing the similarity to Nizu. Call it a bet. Hawks says. Izuku sighs when the hero drops a massive wad of cash on the counter and stands up, pushing out towards the street. Before Izuku can stand up, a red feather pins a card to the bar in front of him and zips back outside. Hawks is gone when Izuku looks over his shoulder. Izuku turns the card over in his hands and quietly decides that heroes only exist to make his life difficult. None of them were ever sane to begin with. Look, Kaba, anytime you want to come over and give airy art lessons, that's fine, but... Izuku pauses as he hears the firecrackers pop. The world drags to a halt as an older part of his mind wakes up and starts screaming at him. He's already glancing around in a panic when he realizes it's too late. Narrowed red eyes meet wide green ones as Izuku looks back to the corner they just passed. Deku? The F, are you doing out here? Bakugo snarls, already glancing over their group as he stalks closer. He's dressed in casual clothes, a red t-shirt and pants hanging loosely off his waist. Almost immediately, Izuku feels the casual air around his friends shifting. Kaba frowns as he steps out, not putting himself between the pair but standing in front of Sakuchi. Tachibana's eyes flare red and orange and yellow-green as she also puts herself in front of Sakuchi despite the difference in their height. Meanwhile, Izuku panics. It's his own fault really. At some point in the months since starting high school, Izuku forgot one of the most important parts of his routine. But with his friends dragging him towards one of the local shopping areas, instead of heading for the station, he hadn't paid enough attention. 2 weeks. He nearly made it 2 whole weeks without Tachibana yelling at him. Quietly, he wonders if Tachibana worries over him the way he worries over Eri. At this point, he can probably get her a gift without it being weird, right? She deserves at least that much for putting up with him for this long. We're just, going shopping. Izuku bites out as meets Bakugo's glare. He throws a glance at the prickly group beside him and tries to smile. These are my friends from school. Bakugo looks them over and snorts, then glares at Izuku again. Where the f have you been? Avoiding anywhere close to your house. Izuku kicks himself for letting his guard down. Just, around? Izuku cards a hand through his hair. I take the train over to my school now, so… That doesn't explain shit, Deku, we use the same station. Bakugo says. Kaba's frown turns into a sneer as he looks back and forth between them, and Izuku decides he's not up for this. Did you need something, Bakugo? Izuku sighs. For a second, everyone pauses. His friends are still measuring the situation, but Bakugo looks like he's just been slapped. At least he does to Izuku. There's a tiny widening of the eyes and a lack of murder in his frown that gives it away. Then Bakugo's expression morphs into something familiar and a small flash lights up one hand. The F, did you just say to me, Deku? Bakugo snarls and takes a step forward. Izuku throws up a hand between Kaba and Bakugo, which stops the blonde in his tracks. Kaba gives Izuku a look, one that Izuku can't really unpack. Either his friend is upset that he doesn't get to fight, or he's offended that Izuku thought he would fight Bakugo in the first place, just before Izuku steps forward. Bakugo is taller than he is when he straightens up, of course, so Izuku has to look up to meet his glare as Izuku steps in front of his friends. Before Izuku can get his runaway train of thought under control, it comes crashing to a halt. He's not as tall as All Might was. Izuku blinks, then glances up and down Katsuki's frame. I asked if you needed something, Bakugo. Izuku says evenly. Bakugo sighs hard enough that Izuku imagines steam coming out his nose as he pushes further into Izuku's space. Don't go thinking you're better than me just cause you found a couple of extras who can tolerate your shit, Deku. Bakugo snaps. Or are you just following them around like you used to follow me? I'll bet it's lonely now that there's no one to kick your sorry butt around anymore. You got some mouth on you. Kaba, let's just go. Izuku cuts them all off in a single round and turns, smiling pleadingly. They glare at him, then over his shoulders as he tries pushing them in the other direction. Despite the tension between them all, Izuku finally manages to get his party down the block and back on their way. After another block, though, Kaba glares at him. Who was that, Midoriya? And why was he calling you Deku? He doesn't need to look back at Tachibana and Sakuchi to know that they're curious too, but he looks anyways. Then he sighs and scratches the back of his head. He and I grew up together. When he got his quirk and I didn't, things kind of went sour. Izuku's mouth twists as he tries to wrestle down his old instincts. Deku was what they used to call me, 'cause without a quirk I'm useless. They. Sakuchi's eyebrows pinch. More than just him? I was a hero nerd who couldn't fight or do anything really. Izuku's smile is probably sad, but it's funny looking back at those times. My grades were good but that was it. Everyone knew I wouldn't make it but me. Seriously? Kaba frowns. Izuku shrugs. Bakugo was the only one who ended up with the skills. He's at Ueto, that class that got attacked. Izuku says, staring at the crossing signal as it orders them to wait. You went chasing a serial killer for that prick? Tachibana doesn't sound happy about it, but she doesn't do more than grumble. Izuku laughs at the way she says it. It's fine really. He's not. I mean, Bakugo isn't a nice person but he's. Izuku turns it over in his head for a bit. He's going to be a good hero. And it's all in the past anyways. When I joked about you having a tragic shonen backstory, I didn't expect it to be so. Tachibana wrinkles her nose as they cross the street. Spiky. Like an angry Pomeranian. Sakuchi mumbles. Izuku makes a choked sound at the comparison as Kaba and Tachibana snicker. Watching the stoic girl crack a smile is worth it, even if their trip started off badly. Sorry for dragging this all down. Izuku mutters, staring at his feet as the laughter trails off. I normally avoid this area of town so I don't run into him. You're actively avoiding that guy? Kaba snorts. You go running into burning buildings but you're afraid of a guy who's got firecrackers for hands. Can we please stop talking about the burning building thing? And you know what, just don't talk about any of it. Izuku grumbles. Not a chance, bunny boy. Kaba grins as he throws an arm over Izuku's shoulder. Seriously though, if you want to get back at him, I've got some great ideas already. Kaba, we are not getting anywhere close to Bakugo. Izuku says flatly. All I'm saying is that with a block of concrete, we can drop a statue of that guy's head on a Pomeranian in his yard, no problem. I'd rather not get that dog any more riled up than he is. Izuku mutters, earning a sigh of defeat from the others. Tachibana moves up to his side and pokes him in the ribs as her eyes turn black and gold. So, how does it feel having more field experience than the hero student? She asks innocently, stifling a grin. Izuku rolls his eyes as Kaba shakes him a bit. By the time they make it to the next block, Bakugo is all but forgotten and Izuku is laughing at another of Sakuchi's one-liners. Eri still wakes up having nightmares, even when the summer break draws to a close. Despite all her progress being around his friends and being left with his mother, she'll always scream about a man in a bird mask, and she absolutely hates when people wear gloves around her. Izuku, for the life of him, can't imagine the sort of things that would cause this. Trying to imagine them only ever makes him angrier. And he doesn't have anywhere to put that anger, so it all goes into the black hole tucked near his heart.